finish the toppings after the salad.
It is 7. Okay, I would now like to call the June 23rd, 2026 Longmont City Council regular session to order. The live stream of this meeting can be viewed at the city's YouTube channel and longmontpublicmedia.org/watch or Comcast channels 8 or 880. Can we go ahead and start with the roll call?
Mayor Hidalgo Faring.
Present.
Councilmember Christ.
Present.
Councilmember Kalkoffer.
Present.
Councilmember Marcy.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McCoy.
Present.
Councilmember Popkin.
Here.
Councilmember Prieto.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Great, let's stand for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
In accordance with Council's Rules of Procedure, the rules for providing public comment are as follows. Only Longmont residents and employees of the City of Longmont may speak during first call, public invited to be heard. You must provide your address at the sign-up sheet before the meeting, or I will not call your name. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. To be heard. Members of the audience shall refrain from disruptive, vulgar, or abusive language, applause, heckling, or other actions that interfere with the orderly function of the council. Can I have a motion to approve the June 9th, 2026 regular session minutes? Okay, the motion has been made by Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
And seconded by Councilmember Marcin. Okay, let's go ahead and vote, seeing no one in the queue. Do you approve?
I approve.
Okay, so she's a yes. Yeah. I think you have to hit the regular session meeting. Yeah. Okay, and that carries unanimously. We are now on to agenda revisions and submission of documents and motions to direct the city manager to add agenda items to the future agendas. And I do want to point out that there was an error on item 9A, resolution R 2026-35. Council has a substitute resolution in front of your desks, if you had a chance to see that. In Exhibit A, Section 3.A, it says Westview Acres would provide the required housing for Francis Street development. However, Francis Street development will provide its own housing. So, so that is, in Exhibit A, Section 3A, the language in the public comment, or the public section, was Westview Acres would provide the required housing for Francis Street development. However, Francis Street development will provide its own housing. So that's, and the substitute document that's printed out has the correct language. Okay. And then are there any other motions? Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. So we had a discussion at Coffee with Council about having more of a referral process to boards and commissions, and realized that one of the reasons why we don't do that is we don't really have a process. So in answer to that, I would move that new policy measures first be referred to the community engagement team to assess community impact, and then recommend an engagement pathway, including referral to appropriate boards, commissions, impact teams, task force, or other public input opportunities before the final language is presented to council, unless the matter is administrative, time-sensitive, legally required, or otherwise exempted by the city manager or city attorney.
Great, and I will second that. Do we have any discussion on this matter? Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a clarifying question for you, Councilmember Christ. if I heard your process correctly, you were saying that any new substantive policy issue would, I'm trying to remember exactly what you said, would refer it to the community engagement team that would then recommend a board and commission engagement process? Is that correct? You can use my mic if you.
Thank you, Councilor Pompton.
I aim to share.
She has her own. Yes. This was recommended by our Assistant City Manager, Sandy Cedar. We had a conversation at Coffee with Council, and she reminded me that we have a community engagement team ready to advise us as to how to engage with the community, including our boards and commissions. And that seemed like a very streamlined way to say, okay, this has just come up. Let's refer to the community engagement team and tell us, where do you think that touches? Does it go to transportation? Does it go to sustainability? Should it be discussed at both?
Yeah, thank you. I see the value in asking about potential channels with the broader community. In terms of our advisory board engagement, isn't that our discretion and our intention to say we have a sustainability advisory board to advise us on X, Y, and Z, so therefore this policy issue, if it's relevant and if we want their input, should go to that board?
I agree. But what came out of this is I realized we have a lot more available to us than we ever access. We have impact teams and task forces. There's other public opportunities like the fishbowl that we did to engage with various stakeholders. And then, so it's a way to get feedback from people who know where all this is and are used to working in this arena, and to make suggestions to us. It is always our decision what we do with it.
Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate
And I
that.
want us to kind of steer away from the back and forth.
Yeah,
so lay out your
I was
questions,
just mostly asking
and
for
then-
clarification on
Okay.
that. I'll just state,
Okay.
I think that my initial reaction, I'm open to hearing from others, my initial reaction on this adds a process where a process isn't inherently needed. And if we haven't been referring certain measures, I would suggest when something is proposed, that discussion among us suggest, hey, shouldn't this be referred to X, Y, and Z as well? Ideally, in the discussion with staff when we're thinking about a certain proposal to bring forward, we have that conversation about what potential pathways might exist before even introducing it. So that could be, it's a little bit more of a preemptive approach than what you're suggesting, rather than we say, hey, we're going to propose this. Let's direct it to the community engagement team for them to then come back and tell us where. That should be part of our co-creation process before it even comes forward, from my initial thought on this. And I'm reacting in real time. But
Yes.
Thank you for the
Okay.
clarifications.
So I am going to weigh in a little bit on this, and then I'll call Councilmember Marcin. I do support this. What I have seen, just in my time on council, is that we often, while we say, and I've heard from several councils over the years, that we want to engage our boards, how do we do this? There are policies that come to us or that we propose, and we don't always know which ones would be that right conduit. And so, and before, based on our policy and our practice, is that staff will not do that. They will not recommend or give any recommendation of, this should go to sustainability, or, this should go to transportation, unless we give direct instruction on that. And especially now, as we have in our retreat, we have all stated, I think I've heard it from everybody, about wanting to involve the business community in the decision-making process. And, if we all didn't say it, I apologize, but I just heard agreement that we want to make sure that we're engaging affected parties and really tap into our advisory boards, but also our business impact teams and other task force that are available to us. And staff knows which ones would be the best based on their experience in government and what groups are out there as far as not just our advisory boards, but various task force, our business impact teams, and community engagement team. And I have heard from staff on the who do work with community engagement, who have expressed interest, and it was like, use us, tap into us. And so this way, it's just already a given that anything we bring forward, they'll be itemizing and looking at which groups would be the best boards to seek, or task force to seek input from, and have that included in our packet. So it's engaging them early on in the process rather than an afterthought. So I think when, even like with the prairie dog ordinance, we had added to kick it to the business impact teams, but it almost would have been better had I thought of it way back when it very first came to us in a general session item, when the residents were here presenting. So all we're doing is then delaying the process. So I think it's just, I view this as an opportunity to just kind of build those efficiencies in our systems. So that's why I would be supporting it. But go
Mayor,
ahead, Council.
Mayor, could I clarify the
Yes.
motion real quick?
Yes.
Are you debating the motion to change this process or to bring it back to a future agenda item for discussion?
What would be, I mean, it looks like what well, I'll let Diane speak to this. I'll let Councilmember Chris speak to this because I interpreted it as we're just adding this as a policy here, but I couldn't be misinterpreting. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and Acting City Manager. Could you just clarify your question for me again?
So just to check in, this section is changes to agendas, future agenda items, and so I wanted to clarify whether you're making the motion to change the process right at this minute, or if you were making the motion to bring it back to a future agenda, for a future agenda discussion.
Further discussion.
It's all right, either way, I just wanted to clarify which way you were going.
I would like to change it now going forward.
Okay. Sounds good. Councilmember Marsing.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Councilmember Chris, for the clarification, because that does make it clear for me. I'm not comfortable moving forward with that, specifically because, for me, this would be, I think, a pretty dramatic change to how we initiate policy in the city of Longmont. And for us to make that change, and I think about the data center example, and I have a question for you, Sandy. So, the data center ordinance, for example, that we just passed, what was that, a week ago, 2 weeks ago? If this process existed, it would have or could have potentially significantly slowed down the adoption of that ordinance. Am I right? Am I wrong in how that would have played out?
Almost all engagement generally takes time.
So it would have significantly potentially slowed down that process. Who knows how long, depending on what board it needs to wind up with. What I agree with the spirit that we need to engage our boards, but I think I'm much closer to where Councilmember Popkin is regarding the way we direct that process. I think we should, as a council, and I think this is a good pre-session conversation, figure out a better process for how we do that. I don't think this is now. I don't think doing it right now. If we were to say, well, let's talk about this more later, I would be open to that conversation. I'm not ready to make a policy change that I feel is fairly substantial in terms of how policies get executed in our city that could potentially delay progress when it needs to move quickly. Because the language of the motion is, I move that new policy measures. That's extraordinarily broad, and I'm not comfortable with that. So I'm a no on this right now.
Councilmember Kalkofer.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate the spirit of this motion, and I do want to get the community engagement. I would much rather see staff bring this back to us in a future agenda. I'm all for this, but I want more information because I haven't had enough time to digest this, ask questions to staff. I like where this is going, but I want more information before we pull the trigger. So I like this, but I don't like making changes without getting more information from staff and how it's going to affect them. So I'm in favor, but I want to slow this down a little bit.
Okay. Councilmember Christ, would you like to make an amendment, or do you want to hear the rest of the arguments first? I would bump you up if you had a motion to make. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm kind of leaning towards what Councilmember Marsing has been saying about this, is that I think in the general sense, we often say that, hey, we think that sustainability board should look at this along with maybe the planning department or board or something like that. And so I think it's kind of not necessarily necessary. So I think for now, I'm going to be a no vote on this.
Councilmember Prieto.
All right. I think this is a great idea, Councilor Chris. I think many times things move fast up here. And due to open meeting laws, we're not always able to sit and have the dialogue that we need to about important issues, which I hate, by the way, because, you know, that's where ideas and solutions come to play, and we're not able to do that as council. We're limited in our time up here. And Susie will tell you. She times this. But I think, yeah, so we're not able to sit and have the dialogue around it. But our boards and our impact committees can sit and talk about like community impact. Who does it impact? What intended consequences are there? Maybe they might even have better ideas on how to approach it. I do agree. I think one of the first initial thoughts I had was, I don't know that everything should get passed on. So like thinking about like our utility change that we had, that was kind of a no-brainer, right? Like I don't think we have to really pass that on. That was just pretty straightforward and simple. And a part of the conversation that Councilor Chris is referring to, I was a part of that conversation as well. And talking about like, what can we do as counselors up here around like making sure like we're checking ourselves? Like, does this align with priorities, right? Because it's easy to chase squirrels. Who does this impact? Like, and so I think if we can create some type of checklist that allows us to ask certain questions, that would then help us to identify which motions pass on to that process. I would be for that. Like, simple ones, we're all in agreement, maybe don't need to go to that extent, but for the larger ones where we can't sit and have dialogue, but we know it's important, I would absolutely be open to that.
Thank you. Councilmember Christ.
Well, thank you, Council, for having the discussion. My original motion was quite a bit more simple, and I did send it to Sandy Cedar, and she sent it to the community engagement team. And they came back with some more specific language and added the idea of policy measures, because I was just saying any measure. So kind of along with what Councilor Prieto is saying is we just need some verbiage to remind us that we need to have this conversation as we're discussing what we're bringing forward. And then we'll get some feedback and say, well, yeah, let's take that to PRAB. I noticed that PRAB weighed in on one of our initiatives in our packet without us referring it. So we're in that situation where we want their advice, but then sometimes we feel like it's a stretch if they give it to us without us asking for it. Or, you know, that they come back to us with things that we weren't particularly asking for. And so this is just a mechanism, and we're just realized that we didn't have the mechanism, even though we in essence agree that we need to be doing it. So this is the discussion. What is the mechanism we want to use to do this?
Would you be willing to amend to add it to
I would be willing to amend. I think this is a group decision. And like I said, this language here is something that I already got back from the community engagement team. So
to amend
I'm open to more input.
So amend to bring it back for discussion
Yes.
on making this change.
We don't have to do it today
Okay.
going forward.
So-
I'll choose Plan B instead.
Okay, so do we understand what we're voting on? That it would be
It will come back
it would
for-
come back for further discussion. So we don't have to hash out everything tonight, but if you're willing to have this discussion in the future, we can have a more robust and in-depth conversation to that. Yes, and I think Crystal's, it looks like Crystal might be working on that.
Yeah.
To bring back to a future agenda, not the other Crystal. Yeah, that's typing. Okay, and then, Councilmember Popkin, did you have a clarifying question, or are you wanting further debate on this issue, or? Okay, make it quick, because We haven't even started the meeting. Yeah, well, let's go.
Can I get the mic?
Yeah, oh, yes.
Thank you.
There we go.
Look, we've started the meeting. We're discussing a process to discuss a process to discuss another process.
Process, yeah.
And I say that somewhat jokingly, but I do appreciate Councilmember Chris where you're coming from. I think we can address the true intent of this if we gut check ourselves when a new proposal is introduced. And we all represent different facets of this community. We've talked about that in different ways. And I think if we say, hey, I want to propose to do X, and Councilmember Kalkoffer says, well, have you thought about this community that I know that might be interested in this? And Mayor Pro Tem McCoy says, have you thought about this community that, I think might be interested? And Councilmember Chris, you say, we should probably send this to the water board. Then I said, okay, let's discuss that relevance. That would be the optimal time when we're giving direction to our staff to provide that and even ask them for input there. I would also say we should do that as pre-work before introducing a proposal. If we haven't thought about where this is going to go, we probably shouldn't introduce it yet. When I brought forward, for example, 2 data center motions at the end of April, one motion was on updating our standards with like 3 or 4 boards in mind, and the other one was a policy choice that I thought council could handle. And that would have also been an opportunity for people to say, you know what, we should have input from these other folks if we thought that was necessary. I think that this process is a little bit, like, people want government to be nimble. They want it to be adaptable. And I think this, to Councilmember Marsing's point, slows us down and makes us less nimble if we institutionalize this. Even the amendment here to discuss the process, to do this process, I think it's unnecessary right now because I think we should be that gut check for ourselves. I agree with the spirit of where you're going with this. I think we should do this with each other collaboratively. I'm not sure we need another process to institutionalize this. If we want a sticky note that's a checklist in front of us, happy to write
Okay.
that up.
Great, thanks. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries 4-3 with council members Popkin, McCoy, and Marcin in opposition. Okay. So now, seeing no one else in the queue, let's move on to the next. We have the city manager's report, or assistant city manager's report.
No report, Mayor.
Okay, great. And we're now on to special reports and presentation. This is a presentation of the City of Longmont Annual Comprehensive Financial Report and Independent Audit for 2025. And we have Chief Finance Officer Teresa Malloy coming down to introduce the item.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Teresa Malloy, Chief Financial Officer. And this evening we are presenting our 2025 audited financial statements. Before we get into any specifics, I wanted to take a few moments to let you know that accounting has once again received the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting from GFOA for our 2023 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. GFOA established the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting program in 1945 to encourage and assist state and local governments to go beyond the minimum requirements of generally accepted accounting principles to prepare annual comprehensive financial reports that evidence the spirit of full transparency and disclosure, and to recognize individual governments that succeed in achieving that goal. The goal of the GFOA program is not to assess the financial health of participating governments, but rather to ensure that users of their financial statements have the information they need to do so themselves. There are 19 separate categories that financial reports must meet in order to receive this award, and the city has received this award for 46 years. This speaks to the dedication and experience of our accounting team to ensure our financial reporting and tracking really does go beyond the minimum requirements of generally accepted accounting principles. While members of our accounting team are not necessarily providing a direct service to the community, they are a critical part of our city operations. I'm extremely thankful for Deanne Hansen, Accounting Manager, Sarah Tuttle, Sammy Colson, and Susie McGinley, who is also with us this evening, and the rest of the accounting team for the hard work and dedication it has taken to win this award. I hope you all will join me in congratulating and thanking them. I'm confident that the 2025 report and audit you are about to hear about will also meet the requirements to win the award for the 47th time. And now I'll introduce Deanne Hansen, and she will say a few words, and then she'll turn it over to your auditors, who you will hear from next.
Thank you, Teresa. I'm Deanne Hansen. I'm the accounting manager for the city. I want to thank you for your time tonight and allowing me to present. I'm just going to present brief highlights of where the city ended up at the end of 2025. I too want to give a special thanks to Susie McGinley, Sammy Colson, and Sarah Tuttle, who are our lead accountants, and then the rest of my accounting team for all the help they have given in the preparation of this audit and the financial statements. They are, you know, a big part of the team, and it's a big job to put this report together. We engaged Plant Moran to do the audit of the financial statements. William Brickey and Josh Eady directed the audit, and I will introduce William Brickey in just a few moments to present auditor comments. And if there's any questions that the council may have on the audit themselves, they will be able to answer that. So to briefly summarize where we ended up in 2025, the city finished with a total net position of $1.785 billion. The governmental activities make up $735 million of that, and business type activities make up $1.5 billion of that. That's an increase in net position of $75.1 million from 2024. You can see financial highlights associated with the citywide net position in the management discussion and analysis, starting on page 29 of the financial report. There's more relevant information pertaining to fund balances and the change in fund balance of the major governmental funds. And that can be found in the balance sheet for the governmental funds on page 48, in the statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance for the governmental funds on page 50. As well as a summary of fund balance in your council communication. The major enterprise funds net position and unrestricted working capital information can be found on page 54 through page 57 of your report, and I've summarized this briefly on page 5 of your council communication. And then just to summarize our retirement benefits, we had $262.5 million in assets held in trust for the city's retirement plan. And this information can be found on pages 239 through 240 of the ACFR. And it is summarized briefly in the council communication. Do you have any questions for me before I bring William Brickey up?
Do we have any questions at this point? Okay, nope. Thank you. We can move on.
Thank you. So William Brickey is our auditor in charge, and he directed the audit, so I'll bring him up there at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanne, and good evening, council. And Deanne, you got to call me Bill. And when you say William, I think my mom's yelling at me. So, but anyway, good evening. As mentioned, I'm the lead partner on your account and here to talk about the audit results for the year ended December 31, 2025. So really, when we talk about the audit, there's really three separate items that we refer to. There's the financial statement, which is the large annual comprehensive financial report, which includes our audit opinion. Then we also have an audit of your compliance with federal grants, which also includes opinions from us on whether you complied or didn't. And then finally, we have our end of audit letter, just about various audit topics that we're required to talk to you about once we do complete an audit. So these are included in the council packet tonight from pages 38 to 52. And so what I'd like to do is really highlight what those letters are and kind of talk through the results here. So I'll try and refer to what pages I'm talking to as I go through everything. Certainly I know a lot of people have thanked your accounting team already, but I certainly want to thank Deanne and her team. The audit process, just to put it into perspective, it really starts in January once the year ends and we do some planning, and then we really do our primary work in April and May, and then the audit this year was issued on June 4th. And so really your team does a great job putting up with the auditors, preparing for the audit, and really helping us complete the engagement in an efficient manner. So we really appreciate all of their efforts. So the first item I want to talk about is our opinion on your financial statements, which is included in the packet on page 45 through 47. And really that's the primary purpose of the audit, is for me to give you an opinion on those financial statements that tells the reader, can they rely on these financial statements or not? And happy to report that the city did receive what we refer to as an unmodified audit opinion again in the current year, which essentially means those statements are in compliance with all the rules and regulations. It doesn't speak to whether they're good numbers or bad numbers. It just attests that these are in fact the right numbers and they can be relied upon. The other thing you'll notice in that opinion letter is we do reference the Longmont Housing Authority and the fact that we do not audit them. They're audited by a separate auditor. And because they're included in your financial statements, we just let the reader know Plant Moran didn't audit that, the Housing Commission, another auditor did, but they also issued an unmodified opinion on those statements. The other opinions that are included in your packet are pages 48 through 52, and these are the opinions on your compliance with federal grants. So whenever you receive more than $1 million in federal funds, you have to have a federal single audit, we call it. And that's really testing that grant compliance. And in the current year, the city did expend about $10.1 million in federal funds. And so because of that, we specifically tested your compliance with $1.6 million spent in the Home Investment Partnership Program grant and $900,000 in the Hazardous Mitigation Grant Program. And happy to report our opinions on those grants are also unmodified opinions, meaning we did not have any findings, we didn't have any question costs. Everything was in compliance with those federal grant agreements that you agreed to do there. So happy to report that. In addition, we did not have any financial statement findings either. So if we had any, we would report those to you today. And then the final document I want to reference is on page 38 through 44 in your packet. And this is what we refer to often as the end of audit letter. So under the auditing standards are a variety of things we have to communicate to you in your role as those charged with governance. And if we had any audit findings, they'd be included in there. But again, because we don't, there's a lot of statements in there like we didn't have any disagreements with management, we didn't have any audit issues. But there are two items I want to highlight just to bring to your attention. One, we are required to disclose any significant estimates that are included in the financial statements. And the two most significant estimates for the city are the valuation of your pension plan, how much is that liability, and the retiree health care plan, again, how much is that liability. And the city hires actuaries to calculate that, and we audit the assumptions that the actuary used, and then we also audit the way the city records those liabilities in the books, and happy to report that everything there was done to our satisfaction, and we have no issues with those estimates. And then the other thing we have to report to you is anytime we come in, if we have to either change the books because we identify any journal entries that need to be made, or if we identify any items that we feel should be different than they're currently reported. And in the current year, we just had one minor item to discuss. So in the letter, there's a section called corrected and uncorrected misstatements. And we did identify one uncorrected misstatement related to the way the city recorded the sick and vacation liability, the compensated absence liability. So how much do you owe employees for what they've earned in their vacation banks? And our estimation is that the liability was overstated by about $1 million. and the city chose to leave it at the amount recorded, and we agreed that the difference was immaterial. And $1 million seems like it is a lot of money, but in comparison to the city's total liabilities of $140 million, it was less than 1%. And so we agreed that it was not significant to the financial statements, and this was really just a difference in the accounting method that was used in the current year there. So except for that one item, as mentioned, we have no audit findings. Overall, the city continues to have strong internal controls and process, which leads to clean audits and the continuing reception of that award from the GFOA. So those are all my prepared comments. Happy to answer any questions that you may have related to the audit.
Do we have any questions related to the audit? Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the team there that was looking at this so diligently. I'd emailed Teresa one question that I was maybe hoping to pose to you as well here, which was based on your findings. Were there any, I'm guessing the answer is no, but I did want to ask to be clear, were there any findings or observations in your analysis that would potentially have consequences on what the city's future borrowing capacity or ability to manage like a revolving loan fund kind of with credibility and authority would result in?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, Councilmember Christ.
Thank you. And thank you for very comprehensive letters. I'm looking at the auditor's governance letter to mayor and council and the significant GASB proposal worth watching.
Yes.
And I'm curious about how that might look on our future financial information from the CFO. Could you explain what this 4-stage process is compared to what we're doing right now?
Sure. So the Government Accounting Standards Board, they're the ones that set the standards and say, this is what needs to be included in your financial statements. This is how they need to look. This is how it needs to be reported. And so there are things in the works there of potentially changing the reporting model, which would essentially make this financial statement look different. And some of the revenue recognition policies that are currently in place could change. So that's something that we're at Plant Moran staying very close to, and we'll make sure that if something actually is getting pushed out and is going to change, it will likely be a multi-year implementation process, and there would be plenty of time to make sure that there's training, information out there, all of that. But some of the proposals that we've seen would just significantly change the way that document looks and reads.
Are they suggesting that we recognize revenue sooner, or that we record expenses as they're occurring, even though maybe we haven't met the encumbrance level?
It's more on the revenue side and when to recognize it. And there are a lot of nuances in governmental accounting with when you recognize, revenue, whether it's, received within a certain period of time, things like that. So it's really more on the revenue recognition side and the way the financial statements would look and read.
Okay. And you don't anticipate seeing that in 2026?
I do not. It will not be in 2026.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so that looks like that's it for questions, and we do need to vote to accept the report tonight? Nope. Or I saw a yes and a no. It did say on the council comm to accept it? Okay, yes. Okay, so we have a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Popkin. I heard him split a hair of a second earlier. So, very good. I see no one in the queue. Let's go ahead and vote. Great. Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and we are on to first call, public invited to be heard. The first person on the list is Keith James. You can come on down, and you have 3 minutes, and please state your name before we begin speaking.
As you called, my name is Keith James. So, Mayor, members of City Council, you guys are great. I just needed a few minutes to de-escalate myself. I'm here at a master level professional in the behavioral health field. I currently have somebody at my house. I've had the police there 19 times. This person does not live at my house. I think our police need some updated training or training on the dynamics of civil residency, if someone lives there or not. If you guys are at my house maybe 2 weeks ago, they didn't have residency. Why would you come to my house this time doing the same thing to escalate somebody that's trying to de-escalate my own health? Don't like the police at my house. You know, that's ridiculous. I lived there 15 years, and in the last year, they've been there 19 times. That shows something. I'm asking for whatever advice. I don't need it right now, but this is something that I've sent you guys a letter. You guys probably have seen something. So currently, as we speak, this person is at my house, and I was told by the police that they would not do anything, and they just come into my house and refuse to leave. If I do something, it is in my private residency. They don't have residency there. I've been saying this for a while. I'm not trying to say that I'm going to do anything bad, but you guys see what the outcome could be, correct? I'm deployed a bunch. So I'm trying to relax my own house, not have you guys there escalating me. That's a de-escalation issue. When they don't read the notes previously, that would de-escalate a lot. So thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Thank you. Brian Cook?
Good afternoon, good evening, Councilman. My name is Brian Cook. I live at 1933 Warren Avenue. So I have a problem with my next door neighbor. He cut my scooter transportation to where I can't use it. He totaled it, so I can't do anything with it. Tried hiring repair people, and they can't do anything. And then on Monday, yesterday, he threatened to harm me. So I called the cops, and the cops couldn't do anything. So I'm having the same problem as the last guy, is I don't know what's going on with the city, but we're not able to the cops aren't able to de-escalate. So I'm moving to a different apartment. I wrote a court order. I used the city council form, not form, but the the will of the city council, not you guys, but the personality, to write a court order, and then nobody could take it. So I don't know, like talking about finances, I'm wondering, how do I apply my court order? When I send it to my church, and my church takes it, and they see it as money. But I take it to banks, they don't see it as money. I take it to the new rental place that I'm going to move at, they don't take it. So what's going on with our money system? We're not Federal Reserve agents. Under 12 U.S.C. 411, we can't use Federal Reserve notes. So what do we do? How do we use money to pay for a house, so I can move away from my next door neighbor who's threatening me? But on the bright side, I appreciated Saturday's meeting with the city council. That was really good. First time, it was relaxing. I enjoyed just going there and talking and having fun there. That was good. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, go ahead. Next person on the list is Lance Whitaker. Thanks for coming Saturday.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Lance Whitaker, 1750 Collier Street. I've been a resident for over 45 years now. I keep saying that. Pretty soon it'll be 46. Wish Ride went great, so thank you all for attending that, if you had attended it. Today is National Pecan Sandies Day, Detroit Style Pizza Day. It's also National Pink Day and National Hydration Day. We're not going to talk about birthdays today because the person who made Chucky doll, and it's his birthday. So let's just avoid that altogether. On this day in 1784, a 13-year-old boy makes his first balloon flight in the U.S. So the first balloon flight in the U.S. was done by a 13-year-old boy. So, young aviators, yee-haw. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you. So the next person, Kristen Bose.
Kirsten Base, 402 Grant. Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. I've communicated with many of you regarding the airport, and the response I receive often includes that you are frustrated because you are unable to make the changes you would like to see because you are bound by FAA grant assurances. Well, under consideration tonight are multiple FAA grants that I urge you to vote no on. To be completely clear, saying no to federal funding is not saying you are on a path to closing the airport. It's saying you're on a path to making the airport self-sustaining. It is entirely possible, legal, and practical to operate a locally controlled airport by our own rules without being perpetually beholden to the FAA. Yes, FAA grant money has been taken in the past, and we currently have obligations because of it. However, the FAA's funding model functions as a trap. It resets our commitment to the FAA for another 20 years, yet it does not provide enough upfront capital to run our airport for 20 years. The system is an endless cycle, forcing cities to return for more funding every few years, resetting that 20-year federal obligation clock each time. This dependency cycle never ends until we explicitly refuse the next grant, and tonight is that time. We do not have to continue down this road of compounding federal restrictions. Our airport can and should be self-funded and self-sustaining. The financial math behind this transition is incredibly simple, equitable, proven by successful airports nationwide, and has been presented to council before. Landing fees. Assistant City Manager Sandy Cedar's analysis from a few months ago already highlights significant revenue potential from landing fees, showing a realistic path to net positive revenue. While the upcoming rates and charges study will formalize the exact framework, the 2025 baseline of 137,000 flight operations proves the immediate viability of this model. There's a $2 solution. A modest $2 landing fee, accounting for collections and minor diverted traffic, generates roughly $220,000 annually. Over 4 years, that completely funds this $850,000 project. Or there's the $3 solution. A $3 landing fee completely pays off this exact improvement asset in just 3 years. Why would this council vote to lock our city into another 20-year or potentially forever federal obligation for an amount of money that our own local flight operations can independently raise in less than 4 years? Please, wait for the rates and charges study to reveal our true revenue capabilities. Let's protect Longmont's municipal autonomy, build a self-sustaining asset, give future council members the ability to make changes, and vote no on this FAA grant tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do want to let people know there are a couple of names because they're outside of our city boundaries, or they didn't have an address on there. You are welcome to speak at final call, public invited to be heard. The next person on the list is Megan CR. So it didn't show up on the, I have a copy, so I don't, it didn't show up all the way.
Yes, it's Megan Siqueiros. So my comments are actually in relation to the first two comments that are over here. I can go into it, but we need to house the homeless. I understand that you guys don't have funding for that, but these are this is an emergency situation. We're coming up on one of the third worst El Nino in recorded history. So we need to have our homeless housed. So if you come over here and you're like, okay, well, this person's coming into my house and they're threatening me. Of course they're going to threaten you because, one, we have to have self-defenses, and two, we have to have everybody housed. So both of those things are holding people to subpar standards. To tell people that the things that they're experiencing are mental health, you can see that all mental health, or most mental health, deals with poverty, the poverty level. So we could, we can petition the government for universal, interactive, and skill-based income. That's something that we need to do. I'm trying to write on that. I'm also grieving because my children were stolen, but that's beside the point right now. The point that I'm here to make is that we need to house these homeless. We need to house all of the homeless before before El Nino comes, because there's going to be intense freezes. We have a shelter. The shelter isn't going to be good enough. And if somebody goes into another person's house, the solution isn't to put the man in jail. Yes, it's housing, but it's still subpar standards. They're not being treated like they're humans. To tell people that they can't defend themselves, regardless of whether that's the person inside the house or regardless of whether that's the person outside of the house, or, you know, the person that's coming into the house, is ridiculous. You need to be able to have self-defense, and that self-defense needs to be taught as social skills, and we can't consider that behavior management anymore, because we can see the trends in South Africa. We can see the trends in other states and countries where there's huge gaps between the proletariat, and we have in our state a 55% margin of people under the poverty margin. That means 200% for our state. In some states, that's 130%. Okay, the understanding that brings is that if there is something like Donald Trump restricting our resources because there's more than a 6% margin on our food stamps, so we don't get food stamps and all of that, we're going to have a huge criminal population, okay? And what that brings to us is that we need to have, one, self-defense taught in schools for people that are in their homes, and two, that there needs to be a social skill, because people who are grieving that grieve in that manner are not being acknowledged. It isn't being acknowledged, it's being marginalized. You can talk about yin and yang, you can talk about it however you want. It is part of the human condition. It is part of the human experience. This is not saying I want to go and hit people. This is saying that I know a lot of people that are being marginalized because it's being pathologized. And so we need to address that. We need to address the homeless issues, and we need to address several other issues that we're dealing with. And considering things mental health is it's marginalizing too large of a percent of the population, and we need to actually address it for what it is. First, the poverty line, and two, everything that's not poverty line is basically social skills. There's self-defense skills, there's spirituality that people are, so, yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Chris Allred?
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Hi, my name is Chris Allred, resident of Longmont for about 10 years. And I just wanted to first start by saying thank you to the council and the city for continuing to have good cultural events, offerings for people around the community. The Juneteenth celebration at Roosevelt Park over the weekend. And then I see the Nepali Jatra Festival coming up too. Both great events. So I just want to commend you on that. And tonight I've also this has been brought to my attention that at our home we received this notice of violation. I brought the physical copy here. It's about a tree branch that's too close to the sidewalk. It needs to be 8 feet above the sidewalk, right? So really not that big of a deal. But the language of this letter really just was strange for my roommates and friends who I've told this about. I just want to read this to the council just so it's public. So this is talking about the correction required that please trim all tree branches to a minimum of 8 feet, vertical clearance over sidewalk. Failure to do so may result in city action to abate the violation. This may result in permanent damage or death of the vegetation that is in violation, and all costs will be billed back to the property owner. It just seemed harsh. Like, why are we receiving a letter that failure to comply may result in death of the tree? I'm sure there's more skilled technicians with trees that won't result in the death of the tree. I'm just letting everyone know what letters are going out to residents, and I think that language could be reevaluated. So I'm just asking if the staff could maybe tone that down a bit, because I spoke with them on the phone and everyone's really friendly over the phone. Why does the letter have to be so harsh? So that's all. I just think, that's all for tonight.
Thank you. Thanks for letting us know. Kirk Slow.
Okay, continuing from 2 weeks ago on the surveillance camera issue. Now, with this rush to do the license plate, well, there's always surveillance creep. The Stasi would be proud of you. And the Stasi, for those under 50, are the famous East German secret police that love surveillance and used it very effectively to keep the people of East Germany from escape into the Western freedom. Anyway, they would be proud of you because this is an outsource of surveillance to the private sector and the use of capitalism to get around the laws on the books. After all, the NSA is forbidden from using surveillance on US citizens, is it not? But if we say it's for the children, all of a sudden we're going to throw public funds at a private company to have surveillance done on citizens of this country. I find it abhorrent. This is bigger than us, and this does affect people right now. If you, the company doing this, and the police department enter into this contract, surveillance contract, have nothing to hide, let it see sunlight. Now, I'm going to move on to the second part of this. I still got a little bit of time. The argument that surveillance is safety, you know, like Flock put safety in their name. And I'm going to use the City of London, their statistics, as they've been doing surveillance a lot longer in a public environment than we have, and their crime numbers are going up. And this is public information. So surveillance does not equal safety, and this certainly is not for the children. Thank you.
Thank you. Stan Toll?
Yeah, I would like to thank the mayor and the council. Reason I'm coming up here, I was going to repeat again the need to. We have kind of a crisis situation with our trees. One, that we're not watering a lot of the turf, and we need to try to make sure that people actually water the trees at some point, because the trees are adapted to where the grass has been growing, and if you don't water them, they get horribly stressed. The other issue is the Chinese emerald ash borer that's attacking our ash trees and killing them. There's some treatments for it, but the main thing is that hopefully the city can try to inform people, because a tree, it only looks like a little bit at first, but the thing is, if you wait until it gets bad, the tree's destroyed. The third thing is, if we want to try to encourage natural control of the emerald ash borer and also other boring insects, there is some biological controls, mostly from there's two species of woodpeckers. I'll just call them the larger ones and also the little smaller ones. The critical need that these guys have is nesting areas. And one of the problems these birds are having is that we like our trees to be neat and tidy, and we cut down all the dead trees, which these birds need for nesting. So having a program to actually putting up nesting areas for these birds is one way to control this epidemic. And then there's mentioned to your people here that there is I think the Federal Agricultural Department has a parasitic wasp that goes after the emerald ash borer, and that they need if they get in contact with the federal people, they can get these insects. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Meg Thornbury.
Hello, Meg Thornberry at Fox Ridge Apartments. Thank you all so much for being here. This goes to everybody in the room. Again, it's just so exciting to see so many more people here each and every week as we all slowly but surely learn the many rules of Roberts. I'm trying to come up with a bingo card so that you can, every time you hear point of clarification or motion or whatever, we can play bingo in the background. But anyway, if you want to do other fun government-themed stuff, the Visible Government League is still meeting. We just had a great social last night. Our next one will be, I believe it's July 13th, so we'll have a little bit of break in there. But in the meantime, we just uploaded some videos on our social media on Instagram and Facebook about the various different types of cameras that you will see around town. So if you need a quick little guide, it just sort of has some pictures, tells you what brands they are, and just sort of where you can commonly see them. So that is available if you guys are interested in learning more or sharing with other people who would also like to learn more. Another thing that came up at our social that I just wanted to echo here is the idea of doing a fishbowl discussion for technology and surveillance technologies specifically. If there is some way to sort of facilitate potentially a little bit more of that back and forth and a little bit, I think that that format would be really helpful for all of the things going on at this time, just because it's such a constantly evolving thing that I feel like a fishbowl would be really helpful for that. One of the things that is now newly coming up that I just wanted to put on everybody's radar that we are also concerned about is that there is a company called Verkada, which has just made a contract with SVVSD. They are an AI and cloud connected camera provider. And I don't like the idea of, I mean, I understand why we have cameras in school, but whenever we are recording footage of children, I just want to make sure we are being extra careful with our data in that process. So we were just hoping to get a little more insight on that. And since they work closely with Axon, we were curious to see if there were any interactions with our existing Axon contract from the city and SVVSD. So anyway, we are just keeping that on our radar and yeah, hope to have more of a discussion around that. And then just sort of last but not least, I just wanted to make sure that you guys all heard the news that there has been an increased ICE presence in Longmont over the last week. So just a quick little know your rights shout out. Number one, do not open the door without a warrant that is signed by a judge. And number two, if you are talked to by the law enforcement whatsoever, just say nothing. Your best thing to say is lawyer, and the second best thing to say is nothing. And if you say lawyer, don't say anything after that either. But just please, you know, be aware, check in on your neighbors. We're going to get through this together. So thank you so much for being here. Longmont's awesome. Thanks.
Thank you. And I do recommend you go to the school board. Yeah. Always tell people, go over there. Go bother them. No, just kidding. Okay, next name on the list is Charlie Schilling.
Flip, flop, flip, flop.
You're good.
Hello.
Oh, you want Michael?
Hello, I'm Charlie Schilling, and I live at 224 Francis Street. I have to say, it's always good to be here and understand other people's concerns. Tonight, in particular, it's pretty humbling and kind of made me think maybe I shouldn't even get up and talk, but I'll get up and say what I was intending to say because it is important to me and it's important to a lot of people here in Longmont. I'm here to advocate for a better airport, one that works well for all of Longmont, is financially self-sustaining, and has the trust and exhibits the goodwill for all of Longmont. So there's a lot of confusion about these grants, particularly what's going on tonight with these grants. So to help build trust, I think we should really understand the following when considering this vote on FAA grants. The rates and charges study should reveal a path to financial independence. Do we really need to rebuild this taxiway? Has anyone outside of the airport management really seen this and justified this? I mean, I've been on HOA boards where we talked about pavement. We own our own pavement, and it's really difficult. And we found creative ways to keep the pavement good without completely rebuilding it. 3, does the City Council have a complete understanding of the grant assurances? And are they able to articulate them to the public? For example, do these grants wipe out environmental justice, human rights, climate action, and community safety and enable ICE at airports, force us to sell leaded fuel forever? That's what I'm seeing in these grant assurances. Do you guys see that? Do you understand that fully, or is that just kind of like we think kind of stuff? Because you're signing you're making a big decision, and you should really, really understand this. Can the FAA change the terms and conditions like they've done in recent past? Can they? Do you know this? Understand what's going on with other airports' grants. Do we really understand that, or are we guessing on that? And last but not least, we really should have a clear vision for the airport that includes and understands grants and financial independence. We should not just accept these grants because that's what we've done in the past, or just say it's just another grant, it's not a big deal. That's not good governance, and it does not build trust. So we need to stop the endless cycle of FAA grants with all kinds of unrealistic and unreasonable and changing terms and conditions, also known as grant assurances. Now is a great time to change how we run our airport and start thinking differently and thinking in a way that builds trust for the community, all of the community. So vote no on accepting these grants and start thinking in a new way. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Stewart.
Mayor, members of the council, Scott Stewart, 229 Grand Street. Airport. Years ago, the city set the airport up as an enterprise fund. Doing this allows the airport to set rates and charges to meet the budgetary needs. If you dig into the airport's finances, I think you'll find that the way the airport is being managed does not align with the fundamentals of enterprise fund. When is the last time the airport adjusted the base rate for land leases? What ideas has the airport provided to increase income to meet the budgetary needs? Why is the council continuously being asked to approve grant funding? Is it because the airport vision doesn't include saving for future obligations beyond the 5% needed to meet grant guidelines? I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that the airport doesn't seem to be financially structured for its own success. Look at the last 20 years of grants received at the airport. It's not a lot of money over time. It is a lot of money if you haven't planned. We take grant money because we need it at this time. We take grant money because it's not financially structured to operate without it. I'd like to encourage the members of the council to look at the video from the Airport Advisory Board meeting, April 11, 2024, minute 40 seconds of the video, you'll see a member of the Airport Advisory Board give the game away. The board member speaks about Longmont Airport not having the same problem that Boulder does because we take their money. It's not hard to understand what's going on here. Being dependent on FAA grants allows the airport a level of protection from local oversight. This means the local government is restricted from implementing something as simple as restricting repetitive flights before 7 a.m. When is the time that Longmont will begin to operate the airport so that it is in less conflict with the growing community? Enterprise funds allow the airport to set rates and charges to meet budget needs. Why does the airport continue to ask the city council for forgiveness of 50% of the ATF? Council members should understand that taxpayer-funded services are being discounted year after year when the airport has the tools to fund this obligation. This is like a 40-year-old child living in your basement complaining because his parents want to ask him to pay for his own cell phone bill, car insurance, or groceries. There's quite a bit of money in the airport fund, and more than half of it seems to have been accrued during the time taxpayers have been paying that other half of the obligation. Just like the grown-ups living in your basement, it's time for them to be responsible for this themselves. They have the tools at their disposal. It's past time, and let them fly on their own. Thank you.
Thank you. And seeing no one else on the list, I will now close public invited to be heard. Okay, and we're on to item 9, the consent agenda and introduction and reading by title of first reading ordinances. Clerk, can you please read the consent for the record?
Yes, Mayor. Item 9A is Resolution 2026-35, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving a voluntary alternative agreement for the Westview Acres subdivision, filing number 2. Development as satisfaction of the city's inclusionary housing requirement. Item 9B, Resolution 2026-36, a resolution of the Longmont City Council authorizing an agreement between the City of Longmont and Chuck Mock for the purchase of real property north of Union Reservoir. Item 9C, Resolution 2026-37, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving contract amendment number 5 of the intergovernmental agreement between the city and the State of Colorado Department of Human Services Office of Behavioral Health for the co-responder program. Item 9D is Resolution 2026-38, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and the State of Colorado concerning an aviation grant for taxi lane reconstruction at the Vance Brand Municipal Airport. Item 9E, Resolution 2026-39, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the City of Longmont and the Federal Aviation Administration for 2 grants concerning taxi lane reconstruction at the Vance Brand Municipal Airport. Item 9F, approve 2 capital improvement program amendments. And item 9G, the Town of Superior's request for Longmont amicus participation in its Town of Superior versus Board of County Commissioners of Jefferson County appeal to the Colorado Supreme Court RE grant airport noise.
Okay, great, thank you. And I will be pulling 9A. We do need to pull 9A, so we're voting on the substitution document in front of you, not the document in our packet. And then I will be pulling 9G as well, because there is one of 4 options that we'll be voting on. So we do have to identify which option we will be voting on. Council, or Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, I'd like to pull 9E.
Okay. Councilmember Prieto.
I was gonna pull 9D and E.
Okay, so, and 9D, it is a state grant, so it's not a federal grant. So,
But doesn't it go with E?
no, we can vote for it. That's why we're voting on it separately.
Okay.
So,
Then just
E. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so can I have a motion to accept or approve the consent agenda minus A, E, and G? Councilmember Popkin.
Sorry, Mayor, I wanted to build on Councilmember Pareto's intention for a second, just to clarify, because it's referring to a state grant, but my understanding is that it's a state match that is related to the overall federal grant. Can we get some clarification on that?
Okay.
we don't get it unless we approve.
I'm going to kick it to Assistant City Manager.
Because I'm looking at even the council
Yeah.
com there, and I see
If there's a
95%
chart,
for the
yes.
FAA, and then 2.5 for state, 2.5 for local.
So I know that one was on, where is it? Where'd he go? I thought I saw him back there.
Levi's here.
Yeah.
In the back.
Like, come on down.
And to be clear, I just want to make sure we pull the right things.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, because that's a state, I mean, I think that if in the event we do not move forward on E, then D becomes a moot point. Am I interpreting that correctly?
I do believe that is, sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Mayor.
Yeah, yes. Go ahead.
Sandy Cedar, Assistant City Manager, and I see Levi coming down here as well. I believe the CDOT grant is to assist with the match.
With the
federal
match for the other.
But let's ask him real quick. So.
Okay, because we did have, I don't know, Levi, if you caught the discussion, item E is being pulled. Item D, because it's a state grant, we were going to keep it on, what we're voting on right now is to accept the consent agenda, including D. So if we're pulling E, should we pull D as well?
Both of those are part of the same project.
Yes,
On the airport.
yeah.
It's a taxiway rehabilitation project via FAA direction. I guess that's kind of up to you. I will say that of those 2 grants, D, the deadline for that one is the end of the month.
Yeah.
So June 30th is the deadline for that grant.
Okay, so, and then in the event that we pass D and E does not, then eventually then we just withdraw
Yeah,
D.
you could certainly withdraw.
Okay, so rather than pulling both items, we would just vote on it and then we can just withdraw.
Thank you for the
if D
clarification.
doesn't pass. Okay.
No further questions.
Very good. Okay, and so Mayor Pro Tem has moved the consent agenda minus A, E, and G. Do I have a second? Okay, and Councilmember Kalkofer has seconded that. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and it looks like Councilmember Prieto's a thumbs up. Okay, and that carries unanimously. Okay, we are now on to ordinances on second reading and public hearings on any matter. Item A, ordinance 2026-37, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for expenses and liabilities of the city of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning in January 1st, 2026. At this time, are there any questions from council? Okay, seeing none, I will now open the public hearing for ordinance 2026-37. There's no one signed up on the list. Is there anyone in the audience who would wish to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, I will close the public hearing. May I have a motion to pass and adopt ordinance 2026-37? Okay, the motion has been made by Councilmember Kalkofer, seconded by Councilmember Christ. And seeing no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries unanimously. We are now on to item B, ordinance 2026-38, a bill for an ordinance amending titles 6, 9, 13, 15, and 20 of the Longmont Municipal Code to abolish the Board of Adjustment and Appeals. Are there any questions from council at this time? Okay, Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. No question, but in the spirit of sometimes written language sounding harsher than is intended, when we talk about abolishing the board here, this is really a consolidation with the Planning and Zoning Commission, which has already been doing this responsibility for a couple years already. So this is just a consolidation. There are no current members of the Board of Adjustment and Appeals.
Okay, thanks. And I mean, and you could have also done it after we made the motion to approve, so we can stick with questions in this part, sorry. Thank you. Okay, seeing no other questions from council, I will now open the public hearing on ordinance 2026-38. There is no one signed up on the list. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, I will now close the public hearing. Can I have a motion to pass and adopt ordinance 2026-38? Okay, so the motion has been made by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Popkin. Seeing no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries unanimously. We're now on to item C, ordinance 2026-39, a bill for an ordinance repealing and reenacting Chapter 11.04 of the Longmont Municipal Code regarding the Model Traffic Code, adopting the 2024 edition of the Model Traffic Code for Colorado by reference, amending Title 11 concerning traffic violations, amending Chapter 11.12 concerning the authority to issue tow orders, and amending Chapter 11.16 concerning parking violations and fines. Are there any questions from council? Okay, seeing none, I will now open the public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, I will now close public hearing. May I have a motion to pass and adopt ordinance 2026-39? So the motion has been made by Councilmember Marcin, seconded by Councilmember Christ. Seeing no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries unanimously. Item D. Oh, okay, thank you. Like you're throwing my cue.
No, I thought you said there can be comments after.
Oh, so there is, after the motion has been made and it has been seconded, that's when we move away from questions because questions are already answered, and then we enter into a debate.
Oh.
Are you in debate?
No, just more of like an informational, like Popkin.
Oh, okay. I did go kind of fast, so I'll own that. Go ahead and put your name in the speaking. Push your button. Yes, okay.
You scared me with your eyes, Mayor.
The eyes get you.
I was like, maybe I don't want to speak.
I can shut down a whole class.
I just
Whole
want
grade level.
the public to know that, I did ask questions around this ordinance. Just making sure we're not making people's lives harder who may not have registered their tags in time, that, public safety and code enforcement aren't going around and trying to tow people. And so, I did have a conversation with staff around this and making sure that, some of the tow orders are like literally for cars obstructing traffic. And, if people do have expired tags, we're not bothering them unless it's like a public nuisance or things like that. So I just want folks to know that the changes that came forth are not to target folks or make life harder. It's really just an efficiency thing on code and public safety. So, but I did ask the hard questions and making sure that we're being fair to our entire community. And so, yeah, I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you. And so on to item D, ordinance 2026-40, a bill for an ordinance to enact by reference the amended City of Longmont Public Improvement Design Standards and Construction Specifications, sections 400, section 500, and section 600, and appendices. Are there any questions from council? Okay, seeing none, I will now open the public hearing on ordinance 2026-40. There was no one signed up on the list. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak on this? Okay, seeing none, I will now close the public hearing. Can I have a motion to pass and adopt ordinance 2026-40? Okay, so the motion has been made by Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by Councilmember Kalkoffer. Okay, and seeing no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries unanimously. Item E, ordinance 2026-41, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for expenses and liabilities for the City of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning in January 1st, 2026. Are there any questions from council? Okay, seeing none, I will now open the public hearing for ordinance 2026-41. Same thing, no one signed up. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak on this? Okay, seeing none, I will now close the public hearing. May I have a motion to pass and adopt ordinance 2026-41? Okay, the motion has been made by Councilmember Kalkoffer, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy. Okay, seeing no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay. That carries unanimously. Item F, ordinance 2026-42, a bill for an ordinance approving a Phase 2 development agreement with Vertical Richmark LLC to develop and construct a mixed-use development. Are there any questions from council? Okay, seeing none, I will now open the public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on this matter? Okay, seeing none, I will close the public hearing. May I have a motion to pass and adopt ordinance 2026-42? Council member, are you wanting to move this? Oh, got it. Okay, well, I make a motion to move this item. Do I have a second? Okay, so I've made the motion to move, to pass and adopt this ordinance, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make, a few of us made a point last time during the presentation about kind of, and I'd say maybe there was a really kind of tactical, targeted comment, and then a broader, bigger picture comment that I wanted to add here. The comment that was made, one, I think there was broad excitement about this moving forward, but I think the initial reaction to the concept plan was, and even more detailed than initial concept plan, was the amount of parking and maybe the lack of fluidity between this urban campus and the other assets that we have in our community, from the First and Main parking garage and transit station to our greenway. And so I wanted to really stress that for both the community's sake and for staff, as we continue to move forward with design in our partnerships here with Vertical and with Front Range Community College, if this is a community college that we drop on a city block, we're missing an opportunity. And if this has more fluidity and connects into our greenway system more, like I know there's a street in the way, I know that it's Boston, right? I think it's Boston that goes right there on the south side. But we have an opportunity to really connect this urban campus into our whole greenway system that helps connect with pedestrian and bike access. It kind of makes it more of like an actual campus, not just a city block campus. And so I think that's a real opportunity for our future students and staff and faculty there, as well as our community in general. So I think we're missing a huge opportunity if we don't think about that fluidity, both on the southeast side and then as well on kind of the west side. And I know we have 287 there, but again, thinking about the integration and connectivity there, those will make or break whether this really fits in or just fits on that area. So I just wanted to really stress that before casting my vote in favor of this.
And I have a question. I saw you taking notes, so you jot it all down. After this vote, the next process, so are there opportunities for public engagement and input following this vote?
Mayor Sandy Cedar, Assistant City Manager. I think every design process has that opportunity. So I would certainly think that this one would as well. But of course, I'm not sure that we're in charge of the design. Since it's really Front Range. But certainly what I've heard from them is that they're really looking to make sure that this is a stupendous, extraordinary campus for their students and would be engaging them. And of course, we'll be assisting with the neighborhood impact as well.
And then, Molly, did you want to add anything? Or, okay, just in case. Okay, I saw you on deck. And, and I think as we start figuring out, our roles, what we envision, and making sure that this gets executed, us as policies, like I've often talked to folks, we're actually more like, our governmental structure looks more like the school district than the city of LA or the city of Chicago, as far as, and even Denver, where it's mayor directive. And so I think, how understanding, I don't want to say where our lanes are, because there's always room for us as council. We come in with a background and with our set of experiences and bringing that forward. So, I want to make sure that, in this, and, I want to make sure that too, that policy doesn't get passed because we're caught up on, maybe a design or maybe something that's outside of our policy lane, but where are other opportunities for council to engage on behalf of advocating for projects or, for design? And kind of knowing where that fits. Like, when does that discussion happen? Does it happen here? Does it happen in maybe different town halls, community meetings, or direct contact with you? I still think, I'm just figuring it out, and I've been here since 2019. So, the understanding the process and when is the best time to insert our, what we passionately feel.
Mayor, I certainly appreciate that, and this is such an exciting process, and project. How could we not include the community in what's happening? I would say that certainly if there are public processes or public design or public input, that the council would be notified about all of those. So keep an eye on your mayor and council calendar for those opportunities. That's kind of how we do it with city projects. So I would assume if there are opportunities that come up, we would put them on your calendar.
From
so that
Front
you
Range, and so we can participate in those as well and add our input. Because I want to make sure too, it doesn't get lost in this dialogue because this is not what we're voting on.
Right.
It's, so that was my purpose for getting a little more detailed to that. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate that. I do, and I see the intent. I am a little bit concerned because from where I sit, we're committing a great deal of money to a land deal, essentially, to a project that, from our end, needs to benefit our goals as a city, in addition to benefiting Front Range. I want Front Range to stay here. I want, alum. I want Front Range to be here and to be here for a long time. Echoing some of Councilmember Popkins' concerns, I understand that we as a council do not control the ultimate outcome of the design, but if we're going to commit the amount of money we're talking about into the pre-development process, I want to make sure that the money we're committing is going to wind up with a project that's going to benefit us as a city. Front Range being the driving force behind that, to me, does not necessarily say that they should be able, that I'm trying to frame this the right way. I will back up and say, just echoing Councilmember Pogman, I too am really concerned about the amount of surface parking we've seen in the design thus far. I'm concerned about how conceptually, thus far, in my view, the project is not shaping out in the way that I think many of us, when we first talked about it inside both public meetings and in other conversations, not shaping out, at least in my mind, the way that I would have thought a lot of us would have been envisioning it. Speaking to Councilmember Popkins' point about interconnectedness, about the interconnected nature between being right next door to First and Main. So I would just, again, encourage staff, and I've spoken about this with folks and staff, to really continue to drive home that point, to the point that, and I guess I have a question about phase 3 as well, and the phase 3 development process on this. We commit this pre-development money, phase 3 comes back to us with what would be at that point a final design, I would imagine, before we go to construction. Am I correct on that, Molly, mostly? And then that gives us the opportunity one last time to say thumbs up, thumbs down.
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah. So I will just go as far as to say that for me personally, as one member of council who wants this project to be successful, if that development proposal is where, if the design proposal is where it was last time, I'm not going to be excited to vote for it. I just don't feel like it meets our needs as a city, even if it may meet Front Range's needs, and I understand that it probably does, but I need to see some significant movement on specifically surface parking and additional classroom space and additional interconnectedness between city services at First and Main. And that I know is a thing to say, but I'm putting it out there now. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kalkofer.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to echo the last two comments. There's a lot of surface parking. There's parking across the street, First Main. I do want the community to have engagement in the design process. I know if there's too many cooks in the kitchen, then it's going to take forever to do something. But this is in the heart of our city, and I want to make sure that it fits with the heart of our city. I also want to make sure that LDDA has a voice in this as well, because this is either in their boundary or the edge of their boundary. So I want to make sure that they are also accepting of the design and how this is moving forward. So taking a page from our earlier book, I want us to get some additional engagement from all of the other stakeholders as well. So I'm excited about this project, but I have some hesitation as well, because I want to make sure we have a place for people and not for either empty parking asphalt and or cars.
Okay, all right, thank you. Seeing no one else in the queue, let's go ahead and vote.
Mayor?
Yes.
Could I just mention one other thing? I just want to remind the council that a good chunk of the community engagement for this project was done years ago as part of the STEAM project.
Yes.
And
that was maybe prior to me even being on council?
It could have been, absolutely,
Yes.
and part of the Main Street redevelopment process. And
Yeah.
so all of the feedback from that work has been incorporated and will be incorporated into what you are about to see. I do think that the community engagement really is focused on the students with respect to Front
Yes,
Range.
yeah.
But if there are specific things that you want to make sure that you're seeing, would you please send those to me, and I'll make sure that Harold and the development team see those. So send them my way. I've already taken notes on what you said tonight. I do think they're moving extremely fast.
Yes.
And I do think that significant engagement, or at least 6 to 9 months of my life, was spent making sure
yes.
that we were providing amenities and feel and vibe and different things that the community wanted at the time. Now we're into the more hardcore design, and so I certainly would value your feedback. Please send it my way, and I'll make sure that the team has it.
Great, thank you. Okay. Okay, Councilmember Popkin.
That's fine. I'll just make the comment. We can keep going. Just, Sandy, I think that's really helpful, and I just wanted to share maybe a quick informational thing that I was based on a conversation I had with some folks at the Colorado Municipal League conference today on this very topic of like a design being done 10 years before like the actual thing moving forward. Communities change and evolve in that time, and I know that's part of the process. Just hearing some of my colleagues' feedback as well, and knowing where I'm at on this, I'm just wondering if maybe there's some gut checks that we should be thinking about before like running full steam ahead. with every aspect of this as we continue to proceed. Just wanted to kind of offer that.
Okay.
We can move on for now.
Absolutely
Very
noted. Thank you.
Thank you. And that item carries unanimously. So, no, well, we've already voted, so we're going to go on to items removed from consent agenda. And we are starting with item A, 9A, which is Resolution 2026-35. There's no discussion needed. For me, it was just we are voting on the hard copy that you received with the language change. Can I have a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Okay, and so the motion has been made by Mayor Pro Tem. Can I have a second? I'll second that. And Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Molly. I just have a concern about this. When we talk about inclusionary housing, basically we want it to be included in the development. And this is moving it out of the development and moving it to a lower income neighborhood. So I have concerns about segregating housing into lower income areas.
Mm-hmm. And I don't disagree, but Molly, can you speak a little bit, because there was a rationale and for this particular project rather than making it the norm?
Sure. So I'd first mention that we do have a presentation ready if council wanted it, and the applicant, Mr. Jack Bestall, is here just in case we need it. Generally, the code does allow flexibility within our inclusionary housing ordinance to select either providing on-site or coming to council and requesting an alternative arrangement like this. So that is allowed within code. Generally, from the housing policy perspective, it's good to have a range of options. And so I would say that in this case, this proposal is well thought out from the developer's side of things, which I appreciate. And it does bring that housing closer to walkable businesses and walkable areas, closer to transit lines. And also, it is in a low income area according to income data from the census. However, there actually is not that much deed restricted income aligned housing in that area so far. It's mostly naturally occurring affordable housing. So when some things that I look at are, okay, it's in that census tract designated area, but could that benefit the people that are living there by being walkable and based on location and that type of thing? Okay. So I would say that staff thought that that was a good solution.
Thank you. And would council want to see the presentation? Look, a thumbs up, thumbs down. I think I would. Okay. So as long as we have one, we'll.
Mr. Bestall? Yes, applicant presentation, and then staff, Melissa Barrio here is our inclusionary housing coordinator, and she and I are available for questions.
Okay, thank you.
All right, this is my first presentation with this, and I didn't come out on practice, so I'm gonna see if I can figure this out real quick. Oh, awesome. Thank you.
Probably this one.
Great.
Maximizes funding on this. So try this. There you go.
Perfect. Okay. So this, Melissa Berry with the Housing and Community Investment Department, or Division, I should say. Okay, so this agenda item is the review of a voluntary alternative agreement, or VAA, just to make it come out a little easier. This is Westview Acres subdivision, and again, this is based on their inclusionary housing requirements. As you know, the city does have an inclusionary housing ordinance, and it requires any development that includes residential uses to have just overall city housing affordability addressed. As Molly said, there are a few different ways that an applicant can address it. Two of the basic ones are on-site, and then also there's a fee in lieu. You've seen recently a land donation. That is something else that we allow. This is the voluntary alternative agreement. As Molly said, this is if the applicant has a different way they want to try to address the affordability. And so there is an allowance for the applicant to come to council to consider that it meets the intent of the ordinance. Okay, so this is just going to walk you through what this presentation is going to be like. After this introduction, the applicant will come up and explain to you what the proposal is. I'll come back with a staff analysis because there are some things in the code that you need to consider when you make the decision here. Staff is recommending approval of this, and we've gone through it, and we do think there's more of a benefit and then an impact to the area. And then you'll have time for some questions and make your decision on the resolution and the agreement. So Westview Acres is a subdivision proposed over on Airport Road, just north of where it comes in intersection with Diagonal Highway. So it's on the southwest corner of the city. It is a 7-acre property. The proposal there is for 24 lots and for residential single-family detached units. If this was going to be an on-site units, affordable units on-site, the requirement would be 12%, and that's 3 units. Of course, the applicant can choose one of the other options. If this does not get approved, most likely will be a fee in lieu if I'm not talking out of line, which is what a lot of these developments have done. So there's a lot of precedence on the fee in lieu for this kind of situation. So I just want to put that note out there that that is one of the considerations we had when we were considering whether or not to support this. So I'm going to pass this over to Jack Bastal, who's the applicant, and then I'll come back with the analysis, and then you'll have some time for questions and your decision. Thank you.
Good evening, Jack Bestall, Bestall Collaborative, representing this project. We're really actually very excited about it, and how do I move this forward now? This one here, okay. We're using the arrow? Okay, I can use this, okay. Thanks very much. It does have the 3 units for Westview Acres, which would be at 1220, 1240 Francis Street. So there's 22 for sale affordable units is our intent on Francis Street. These would be 80% and less for sale units. We really saw this as an opportunity to do more than just the 3 units, frankly. Mm-hmm. That's kind of, we've been working on the Francis Street project for, I don't want to say 6 years, maybe let's say 5. But we've worked with the church, and there's a parsonage there that this wraps around. So we subdivided that property, and the parsonage was sold, and we're still working with the church to bring in another faith-based group to occupy the church, as well as make the improvements and the drainage improvements on the entire site, and bring a water line through this around looping up Francis Street. So this is that's why we're kind of really excited to do this. It kind of came together with Westview, and we are asking for additional time to make sure we could develop this and bring in, because it would be a 22-unit project. If we have a concern and the timing isn't quite right, where you develop more quickly, for example, a house at Westview, then we have the 3 units done at Francis, then we will fall back on the fee in lieu and pay that. So that's the security in the project. I think that's in a nutshell the idea.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Bestall. I'm really glad to see this project going ahead. I remember last time we talked about it, he said it was frustrating. You really wanted to get it going. Here are my concerns. Francis Street is kind of a horse of a different color. We got to give it that, because it was organically grown the way it is. But it doesn't have a lot of great job opportunities there. So if you're trying to find a good job in town, you're still traveling quite a ways, probably.
That is actually one of, if I may, answer
Yeah, I'd
this
like to
and then?
respond to it.
Okay,
Mhm.
but I'll let you respond. This is your
Yeah,
project. I was going to put Google Maps up. It
No,
might
that's
help.
okay. I
Okay.
can respond quickly.
Okay.
We're,
This is crazy.
we're within, that's one of the things that we got excited about when we took this, when we made arrangements with the church. It's very much in a fairly decent employment area. There, not only is there's the hospital, which is just 3 blocks away, and then there's a lot of allied health there. There's also commercial to the southwest, and there's employment, and frankly, it's not that far from Main Street. So we see this as a real kind of integrated opportunity on this site, not only to provide a larger cluster of affordable attainable, but to really tie it to transit and to employment.
Do you have any idea what they're going to look like there?
It's a DIY world. Maybe, I'm sure we can get some input. Yeah, we do. That's Councilmember
said it,
Marsing,
not me.
I'm hearing you loud and clear. No, I think we do actually. You know, these are gable structures, and it's a compact development on a parcel that's immediately adjacent to the church, and we also have it's walkable. I think it's going to have a good character, and it is a variety of 1- and 2-story.
And I do also want to point out, there are 3 schools, a high school, a
Yeah.
middle school, and an elementary school within walking distance, and in areas of town where we're seeing low enrollment. Sanborn, an established neighborhood, is closing because of lack of students. So there's an opportunity to build some housing people could purchase, and with children, and filling up the
Yeah.
schools. So I support it, but.
Well, one of the things that happened over at the Heart of Longmont Church, where they donated land, is they put in really some beautiful townhomes there. They don't necessarily match with the neighborhood, and which is a good thing. But part of that is that the values doesn't hold their value if they're surrounded by different style homes. In this case, it's not that they're smaller, but they're just older. So I'm not dinging it for that. I think this could maybe actually work because of what you're showing here. You haven't shown us any pictures, which, we kind of like. But just looking at your mock-up, you're kind of trying to make it match with the roof lines, I guess, is what I'm saying. Maybe a little above, a little.
Mayor, members of the council, if we want to talk design, I'm in. But I think there's really good precedence for having a mix of designs in a neighborhood as much as there is for it to be very much the same, like all houses have gables. A lot of the structures in this neighborhood have flat roofs. There's really a variety, especially if you go a block or 2 either way. We happen to go with a gable design because we think we can build these cost effectively. We're taking a little risk on that to meet the market, but in this case, the affordable market. But I think our whole goal will be for it to fit.
I'm bringing up the housing values because that is, just to respond to the mayor's comment, that is sometimes why there is underfunding for schools in those areas. I know it's not supposed to work that way, but I know that often that does work that way. Property tax, they don't collect as much property tax, so the schools are not as well cared for, maybe, as in other neighborhoods. So those are my concerns. Yeah, but I appreciate this is all for sale, so, yay.
Okay, and we have other people in the queue. Councilmember Kalkofer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Bistal. I am also very excited that this is for sale because I'm starting to get tired of not having for sale properties, and this is starting to fit what I want to see and what I hear the community want to see. I'm excited about this, but when do we think, one of the first units can be available for purchase? How far away are we?
I'd say a year and a half to 2 years. We have the zoning. We've already done a site plan for the entire site, but because of the detail of this particular lot, we will be going back through a site plan process with the, the planning required that. So we hope to expedite that and get through so we can get under construction.
That's great. And I'm very familiar with this area because I used to live in this this part of town, and there's parks and there's schools, a hospital. Hover is really close by as well. Main Street's very close by. It's kind of in between both Hover and 287. I'm really excited about this, and yes, we also need more young families, and I believe this is the starter homes that I've been yearning for that I think we're missing. So I'm in favor of this.
I agree. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I cannot believe that you are taking this out of Ward 2 and bringing it to Ward 3. No, I'm just kidding. I love what you're doing with this. I want to clarify a couple things for council here. So, first of all, our decision tonight is not what this looks like.
No.
Our decision is not the design. Our decision is not even on the concept plan. Our decision is just on this voluntary alternatives agreement. Whether we are okay with the applicant, Mr. Bestall's option for the on-site affordable, although it's on a different site. I think this is a creative approach to this, and I really commend that. It's the on-site versus a fee in lieu. That's really what we're talking about. If this was displacing on-site from one area to another, that would be a different conversation. I'm sure the applicant gave some thought to it, and this is what is within his right to bring to us. What our code allows for, and frankly, I think does, to my fellow council members' comments, make a ton of sense in this area, given the surrounding amenities, schools, parks, and walkability and bikeability, and frankly, drivability to just near destinations for employment, shopping, whatever. So really, our decision tonight should be based on whether we want to accept this alternative proposal. I appreciate Councilmember Christ and Councilmember Marsing wanting to have the presentation because I think it was productive. We had for the public who maybe didn't download the whole packet, we had a 1,286 page packet for this week, which was a fun journey with many things. So I think this is good to just kind of take a step back, dig into this, because this is exciting. Okay. This is a creative approach, Mr. Bestall. Thank you very much to really thinking about this thoughtfully. Thanks for bringing more affordable for sale housing into this part of town and into Longmont in general.
Okay,
that's all I got to say.
Okay, we have other people in the queue, so don't make a motion yet. Councilmember Prieto.
Like, where'd they go? Hi. So you're required to build 3, but you're giving us 22? Is that right?
Special deal.
Oh, my goodness. And what planet are you from?
Yeah. Well, we actually hunkered down in Longmont 8 years ago because we really liked Envision Longmont plan, and we really wanted to be dialed in on affordable, attainable housing. So we have you're familiar with Atwood Commons. That was one of our projects. We have another one on Main Street, but we really were trying to get to for sale. And so this is one of the opportunities that we've had, and we've really enjoyed working with the church and kind of doing a real infill, which is which already had the zoning for multifamily. So yeah, we see this as that opportunity, and we think we could cluster it there.
Yeah, go ahead.
Councilmember Prieto, if I could, I just want to clarify the 22 units, 3 of them will satisfy the Westview Acres project, 2 of them will satisfy the on-site, the project itself. The remainder are going to be banked as credits for future projects that they could apply this to. Okay. But then those proposals would have to come forward later. So it's not 22 for 3 necessarily, it'll be 22 for 22 eventually.
Okay.
The mic, please.
This one? Okay. Yes. I just want to add one other thing, is that a lot of the developers, actually I've had about 3 or 4 that have come up with a similar proposal, but it is that new example, but it sounds like there's efficiencies in it, and it allows a lot of opportunities, especially if they are also working with the larger lots, what there's still a demand for and allowed in certain zonings. So I thought this was very interesting, and so Mr. Bestall is our guinea pig to see if you guys were receptive, because we've got about 3 or 4 others that are trying to, not necessarily also in a low or medium income, but just trying to get that affordability in, but not necessarily on the exact site, and using the efficiencies of the development to allow a lower price.
Perfect.
And they're for sale as well.
Yeah, no, I think it checks all the marks, and I think this is really like opening that door to, you know, how are we getting creative to bringing more for sale, affordable, attainable housing here in the city. And so I love it all the way around. I'm excited to see what comes of it. I think my only concern is not about the design or the neighborhood or the businesses. It's more so that, you know, I don't want us to have to pay the fee in lieu or receive the fee in lieu. I really want to see these come to fruition. So I'm confident that you'll be able to work with the city to make it happen.
Thank you.
That's our intent.
Thank you.
Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick. Jack, for the record, I don't think you look anything like a guinea pig, but I appreciate it. I was going to put you on the spot a little bit and like push you just a little bit on the Westview project, because I do think there's a slippery slope for us as a council when we think about these kind of alternative agreements where we're consistently moving affordable product into a different part of town and allow, you know, I'm, to be clear, I'm very excited about this. I think this is like good on you. You have checked literally every box that I think I've been looking for in a project. This is probably the most excited I've been. But there is in my mind, I'm like, okay, if this becomes the norm where we're moving, low income for sale or low income product into different parts of town and development and other, that is something it's a pattern I'm going to be aware of. I don't necessarily just wanted to put that out there. But Jack, this Mr. Bestel, this is great. I'm excited to support this. This checks every box that I'm looking for, and I think the moving forward, these kind of alternative agreements are something I am looking forward to seeing more of, as long as we're mindful of the kind of the transient nature and redlining and all of those kinds of things. So.
And that also accounts fee in lieu. So I noticed one of the issues in the past, and the reason why we decided to streamline and look at options for developers to build on-site affordable housing, was that what I noticed was that there was a lot of people just paying the fee in lieu. Yeah. And then that in itself creates its own redlining. So do you have a point of clarification? Okay, I tried to keep it short, but go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to add to the bingo card. The point of clarification I had mostly for Councilmember Marsing and other members of council is keep in mind that affordable is different from low income.
So are you clarifying us, or are you wanting the clarification? Because the point of clarification is for you to receive the
sorry, point of information then. You can add that to the bingo card. Just as a point of information, an affordable product is different from a low-income product, and I did want to make that distinction.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, thanks. I'll check my own box here. So. Yeah, I'm going to track people. Yeah. So I want to thank all of you. I think this is the sort of thing that we need to do instead of fee in lieu, and even if it means that we have 22 different transitions here from one location to another, sometimes you got to take it when the iron's hot, and I think in this case here, the iron's hot. I think it's a great location, and I think. With having the schools right there, you've really hit it on the head. So thanks for your time.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. I move Resolution 2026-35.
Second. Okay. Oh, many seconds. So
who won?
Councilmember Christ made the motion to approve 2026-35, seconded by Councilmember Marcin. Yeah. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay. And then Councilmember Christ, we're waiting on you. Sorry. Oh, no worries. It's like focus. Thank you. That carries unanimously. We are now on to item E, Resolution 2026-39, and that item was pulled by Mayor Pro Tem.
Well,
go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I really am concerned about some things in regards to this. I'm concerned about the FAA grant assurances. I'm concerned that we are, let me get this closer. Let me get my timer started. We're getting too many things moving at once here. that we have assurances that are likely to go on for 20 years at least, and in perpetuity possibly. I think I'm concerned about the environmental impacts. I'm concerned about the things written in there for diversity, equity, and inclusion that would be taken out by the Trump administration that are being added to grant assurances. And I'm concerned about how we treat immigrants and minorities in our community, and how ICE gets involved with that. I think that's one of the things that I'm not willing to bend on. And, you know, I think that in this case here, we have not heard where we're at with the pending rates and charges conversation. So I would like to move to table this item pending completion of the rates and charges review and clarity regarding the city's obligations under the FAA grant assurances.
Second. Okay, so that motion has been made to table, and it has been seconded by Councilmember Marcin. I do want to point out, so there's a couple of questions I have, and I'm going to, before I start calling other people. If we table till after the rates and studies charges, what the deadline that I read on the packet is we need to have it signed by July 24th. So go ahead.
Correct.
Okay. And so then, you know, looking at that timeline, it's not really meshing well. The other piece is my understanding, if I recall correctly, this was one of two parts? Yeah, I think one of two part two of two of another grant for the taxi lane that we have already, or the other council had already approved. So could you speak to a little bit about why it was separated out into two grants, or in the along the timeline? And I don't care either one of you.
I'm gonna get started and then bring in Levi when I'm over my head. So
so for historical context, yes.
And I'm happy to try to answer as many of Mayor Pro Tem McCoy's questions as well. So the way that the FAA works with a good chunk of their grants is that they take a look at what is the capital needs of the airport, and they make a plan similar to the way that the city makes a capital plan, where they plan to fund different aspects of airport infrastructure at different periods of time. We're required to have a 5% match at that time for those different grants, but it's not like we apply for a $2 million grant and get it. It's part of a collaborative process between the FAA and the city, where we are taking a look at what are the needs of the airport in order to ensure its safety and safe operations. So last year's CIP funded the planning and design for the taxiway, similar to the way that you see it in our CIP programs, and then this year is the construction. So by delaying it past the rates and charges conversation, you missed the grant deadline for that. I will say that all federal grants, and this is coming from my experience with the FEMA grants.
I was going to get into that.
Yeah, all federal grants do have grant assurances that are very similar. In fact, when you think about the FEMA grants, all of the work that we did in the river, we are required to maintain it in perpetuity. Because they gave us the money to build it, we must maintain it. And so, and perpetuity is kind of tough when you talk about a river. Taxiway is a little easier because there is an end of useful life of the taxiway. So the federal grants for everything, I mean, all the things that we do in transportation and other areas require that infrastructure be maintained until the end of its useful life, generally around 20 years. And that's where you get that kind of 20-year grant assurance. It's been interesting to watch what's happened in other airports around, you know, if they don't maintain it, or if they don't take grant assurance, you know, if they don't take grants moving forward, the FAA has in many cases said, or at least in one very notable case, has said, well, that still needs to be maintained. That's infrastructure that the federal government paid for. But I don't want you to think that it's something that's unique to the FAA. It's also part of what happens with DOT. It is part of FEMA. It is most federal grants.
So we are applying for several federal grants in different departments, and they all have the same language in regard to the discrimination, the DI, and we have been very cognizant, and I've seen the inner workings, is selecting grants that don't put us and our residents too much in risk. So it's looking at the language that is very general or, and only going for the ones that are going to give us more bang for our buck.
And Mayor, I think just to be clear on where the federal government is right at this second, of course, these things are changing all the time.
All the time.
Yeah. And I do think that the federal government can change their rules and regulations as they go at any time. However, it's a contract that we sign. It's a government agreement. So once one is signed, it's very tough for them to go back and say, okay, now we need to change what's already existing. But they can and will and should and do change things moving forward. The DEI things that you have been hearing around is certainly something that we have raised as a concern. When you look at the language, they talk about not violating Anti-Discriminatory Act, which we are not doing. And so therefore we have continued to apply for federal grants based on the wording that is the current requirements.
Yes.
If that changes, we will assess it at that time.
And then that was the direction from the previous council,
gave.
was that if language does change, becomes more egregious, that it will come back to us for discussion.
Yes, I'm not sure if I caught all the questions, but
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
happy to
trying
keep
to,
going
and
if you
then,
like.
so I think you did, so understanding the historical component of it, but also what would happen if this does not pass tonight? What happens?
If this weren't to pass tonight and also not to pass on the 14th.
At all, yeah.
If it
Yeah.
just doesn't pass.
Yeah.
Then we would not accept the federal grant and we still have to maintain the taxiway. The FAA gave us funds to create the taxiway in the first place. We must maintain it. These are the grant funds to do so. If we don't do it, then we have to fund that out of the general fund or find a
All right.
different funding source to be able to do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, as we look at a very tight budget, I'm weighing all these considerations. So it's not just, and I often hear from people, well, why did you do it this way? Why'd you do? Because I'm also having to look at the whole system and how one decision impacts a myriad of other departments and things outside of the airport, and then in turn actually impact community. And so it does force us to make some very difficult decisions. I do support the idea of tabling it, but I would recommend that we at least have our conversation on our vision. So as we are looking, and I have added it to a pre-session on July 14th, where that's our only topic of discussion, is to discuss our vision for the airport. So we can really have a grounding. And so when we are looking at these grants or anything that pops up in our rates and charges study, looking at all of that we have a grounding and a direction that we have all agreed upon moving forward. So I am okay if you are willing to wait to have it on the 14th. So in the event that it does pass, we hit the deadline.
So you're saying?
So rather than waiting until after the 28th, when we hear the rates and charges study, that we would actually do it the meeting after our pre-session on our airport vision.
I'm willing to consider
Oh,
that.
okay.
Second is-
Okay, and then whoever seconded, are you, okay. So, Councilmember Marsing. Oh, did I not? No, yeah, oh, that's weird. I put you on.
No, sorry.
Yeah, see, it's fat fingers, man. I'm like.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is, why can't we move, is the rates and charges study going to be finished on the 27th, is there a reason we can't move up rates and charges in order to be able to catch this deadline?
Councilmember Marsing, I think we are reliant on the consultants to come and be able to present to you. We could certainly ask if they could move it up. The 14th is a pretty busy agenda as well.
There's a lot going on.
Is there do we meet the 21st?
No.
No? Okay. Okay.
No, your next meeting is the 14th. That's your next meeting.
Oh, that's right, our next
Because the
regular
30th, we've
We're off.
switched the two
Switched.
meetings, and the 7th is the
Yes.
open forum with several of you.
That's tough. I know obviously the mayor's familiar with what's coming more than I am. I'm not. I would like. I understand the tension here. I think I would like to see this on the 14th. I think I would like to see it associated with rates and charges and be able to have that data before, so I can make an informed decision as well about whether or not, as we heard from the public, some of the things that is out there about how we support our airport, how we finance our airport, what our options really are here. I think that allows me to have a better picture individually. So I'm not comfortable
Okay.
with
So
that.
then do you withdraw your second?
Are you holding the motion?
No,
Are
I'm
you
just
hol-
trying to see where you were at.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable moving it.
Okay.
Because I would like to see this come on the 14th and
Wait, this would come back on the 14th. The rates and charges study is going to be on the 28th. We're talking about this.
I understand that. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see rates and charges come back on the I'd like to see rates and charges.
That's not what we're voting on right now. So
it is,
you would
but
only support this if rates and charges came back on the 14th.
I would like to have that.
We're not, it's out of order to give direction on that item at this time because we have an open motion.
I understand. What I'm saying is my preference would be to have that rates and charges data in order to support this. So I'm not comfortable removing my second.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
So you're not comfortable keeping your second?
If he changes the motion.
If he changes the motion. Okay. So, Councilmember Prieto.
I actually pulled this to vote no on it.
Okay.
And it's not that I don't love grants because I come from the nonprofit world and I love grants. But other types of grants are not like the FAA grants with so many strings attached. And I do have a vision and foresee us having an airport that is self-sustainable. Not to say that we're not going to utilize grants, but us as a council coming together and making sure that we're in agreement on what grants we want to utilize for what and what strings are attached to those grants. Because if I'm understanding correctly, and we still have to do a lot of research and talk to staff and have discussions, because none of that has really started. And last time I checked, we don't have an airport board. So a lot of the grants that we take do impact certain decisions that the city can make in certain areas, whether it's development or other things, right? And I think those conversations are important to have. I don't foresee us having the rates and study or the rates and charges study, or myself, I can speak for myself. I don't see us having that conversation and then being like, yeah, I'm all in. Like, I know everything. I'm confident. I have a good vision. I just heard from you that we are going to have that conversation. So that is also reassuring because I'm like, why are we making decisions on anything regarding the airport when we haven't even sat down as a council and other than our retreat, which was jam-packed with a bunch of other things. Why are we making financial decisions when we don't even know what's happening, what finances are coming in, what the future picture looks like? And I'm not voting no because I don't think we should take it. I don't feel like I'm in a position to make that decision because we haven't had those conversations. And if there's a deadline, I'm sympathetic to that deadline. I really am. But also, if we got rid of our airport board, it's because now we're taking on that responsibility to start thinking through these things and making these decisions and not just going mamby-pamby with whatever's coming up and approving it just to approve it. And so, and I'm like got the whole head bobbing over here. Yeah. Sorry. And I just want to say, I feel like I would encourage my fellow council members. Yes, is it a lot of money? Of course. Can we use it? Yeah. But have we had the discussions that we need to? Do we have a clear vision of where we're going? Do we understand what the needs of the airport are? Do we understand what the rates and charges study, what kind of financials those are going to bring in? And what things we can use those finances on, because the FAA also dictates what if we do implement landing fees, right? They do dictate what we can spend that money on. So I think we really just need to have a clear picture before we make any decisions regarding their airport. So I'm a no on this. I don't foresee us by July 14th, 28th, whatever dates you said, us having like a come to Jesus moment and being like, yeah, we know it all. We have a full plan. We understand what we're doing. This is what where we're going. I don't see that happening, and that's my opinion.
Okay.
Could I
yes,
make a
please.
suggestion? So this is an interesting loop.
Yes.
So the city took FAA grants.
Yes, and please listen to this because there's details.
Has taken FAA grants for pretty much the entire existence of the airport.
Mm-hmm.
As part of that, we built a taxiway, which now we need to maintain because of the grant assurances from decades ago. This is funding to maintain that grant assurance, and therefore creates a new grant assurance, right, for the end of the runway again for another 20 years. And so if you don't pass the grant and you don't fund the taxiway, you have to find this amount of money somewhere else this year. And so what I would suggest, just as tossing it out as a suggestion, this is a decades problem. So
Yes.
my suggestion would
This
be
is not. This
that
isn't just started tonight.
It's not today.
This has
That's right.
been ongoing for decades.
Yes, and I do think that part of the financial stability of every airport does include FAA grants as part of that. I would say, and my suggestion would be that if you were to decide to pass this tonight, and then let's have all of these conversations about what you want to do next, you're required to maintain this taxiway. These are the funds to be able to do it, and you're right, it creates another grant assurance. But it's no different than the one that you did last year to also maintain this same taxiway.
Yeah.
So I would say that even though I recognize it sounds very daunting, it's a loop, it's a cycle that in my mind, we need to have the full conversation starting on the 14th,
Yes.
continuing on the 28th, and continuing from there. Because if you are making the decision to end grant assurances from the FAA and you're deciding not to take these grants as a council, that will require a whole lot more financial feedback, information. I would suggest not to make that kind of decision tonight. And I'm not
Yes.
saying that you should
No,
necessarily pass it or not pass it. I'm just saying that if you decide not to pass it, we're going to need to scramble to figure out what the next funding mechanism looks like. Whereas if you wait till you have your vision on the 14th, then you have all the information on the 28th, you go ahead and pass this grant, for example, you can make decisions at that point that can then change the trajectory for the next decades
Yes.
from that point forward.
Yeah,
just as a suggestion.
Yeah, and I do want to remind council, and this is hard because I've done this too, and I've stepped in it, and I've had to come back, and my bad. Acting on emotion, and when things get heated, and or it's so overwhelming, the process. But we have to understand that there were so many things that happened that brought us to this point in this moment today, and if we don't fund this particular taxi lane, then are we pulling from general fund dollars where we're just hearing, and we're going to hear later tonight, the lack of funds available for public safety? And then, so whose job are we going to cut? What program are we going to cut? So, this money just isn't coming out of thin air. So we have to be very strategic. We have to be fiscally responsible and look at the scope as a whole rather than just acting on emotion or getting heated up. And so, and I understand that because I've been part of this conversation for years. And and I do want to come to solutions. But is this going to be the thing that's going to get us to the solution that we are needing? I say no. So that's my council member Kalkofer.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this is heated, and just for everybody's
Really
knowledge, we get information on Thursdays for Tuesdays. Our council packet, as Councilmember
Yeah.
Pumpkin said, was 1,286.
And that hasn't been the worst.
And it has-
I've
and-
seen,
and- no,
I've
no, no,
seen
and
worse.
it hasn't been the worst. But we also had the advisory board interviews and their packets to review. So there was a lot of information. And looking at some of these terms and conditions of these FAA grant assurances, one of them, 34 and 35 is pavement maintenance management program, which binds us to making sure that we have a safe taxiway. I'm okay with giving us some more time on the 14th. I am nervous that if we don't do our due diligence, that we will put our residents on the hook for this money that we will then have to take away from somewhere else. So I am okay with taking some additional time because we did have a lot of material to review, but I'm nervous. There is a lot of terms and conditions in here that I'm not comfortable with either, but 34 and 35 are the ones that make me the most uncomfortable. When was the last time we took an FAA grant? So last year?
Last year.
So we're about 19 years.
I believe we take them pretty much every year. Yeah.
Yeah. And by stopping taking FAA grants, let's say we run the clock out, the 19 years, can we operate our airport on our own without having any FAA oversight?
No, the FAA would still have oversight over the airspace regardless of, of what the ownership of the property is. They have more oversight, obviously, because of the grant assurances that the city has taken for years. And it's unclear. This is a great question. I think we're going to bring back some more information about airport governance, actually just before the July 28th meeting, I believe. This would be a great question to ask them because the current court cases, as I understand it, is that even cities who have not taken grant assurances for 20 years and decided they wanted to do something different with their airport have not been able to because it's still under the FAA's oversight. And they've not taken the grants then all that period of time. And so that's my read of it. I'm not an attorney, but yeah, I think it's much more complicated.
Have we done an assessment of I'm not a pilot, I'm not an aviator. Have we taken an assessment of our taxiway? What is the condition of this asset?
Yeah, I think that's a Levi question.
Yeah, that's a Levi question. So this particular piece of taxi lane is at its end of useful life. So it rates essentially a 0 on the scale of the pavement index when it was rated. So it has been determined that it just can't be an overlay. It has to be dug up and replaced. So hence the nature of why it's a $1.5 million total project, because it's a larger project.
So we can't resurface it, we can't chip seal, it has to be redone.
And that was something that was determined by the FAA in our ACIP, our airport CIP meetings last year. They said this is the next thing on your airport that needs to be taken care of.
Got it. And if we don't hit this deadline, there's not another opportunity to have another application for a grant?
Next year.
Next year. So
And there may be other grants in between.
For taxiways.
Well, this is, like I said, it's part of a CIP process. And so last year they funded the design. This year they're funding the construction. They're the ones telling us that we need to do it, and they're giving the funding for it with a 5% match from the city.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'm okay with us taking a little bit more time to review this, but I am nervous that we're footing the bill and putting it to our residents.
I am very concerned about that,
So-
yes. Okay. Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Levi, and Assistant City Manager Cedar. I'm concerned that the motion has changed, that we will wait until after the rates and charges study. We can't wait that long.
was the original, yes.
Because we need to make this decision before the deadline, which is July 24th. And so on the 14th is our next time to talk about this. I want to point out just a couple of things to the people that spoke here today. If we took a grant in 2025, that will be 20 years, will be 2045. If we take the grant this year, that only pushes us to 2046. Not it's another 20 years, but it's really just another year, another additional year on what we already have in terms of grant assurances. Another way to look at this also is there's maintenance work that you have to do and maintenance income that matches that work, capital improvement projects. And then when we're talking about rates and charges, what we're really talking about is operational income. So that's not really going to affect this taxi lane at all. It's going to be about how we operate the airport. So those two items are not really connected. They might be in our grand vision, but not in a financial decision making. So I am in favor of passing this tonight and just getting, clear the palette and go back to what is our vision when we get to it on the 14th.
Okay. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to clarify a little bit from what I'm hearing from Councilmember Chris. My reading, and this is, I think, a Levi question, my reading on the specific grant term is this is not a flat 20-year grant. This is for the useful life of this this taxiway. Is that correct?
That's often, it's kind of the way, as Sandy previously pointed out, it's kind of often the idea of why they're 20 years, but effectively it is 20 years. So let's say
because that's the useful life of a taxiway.
Let's say the actual useful life of that taxiway only turns out to be 5 years. Well, those grant insurance are still good for 20 years, so they'll still hold us to the standard. So if something happens and the taxiway melts down in 5 years, they'll come back and say, you've got to rebuild it, until the end of this 20 years. They won't just magically say, okay, your grant insurances are gone at that point.
So here's where I'm concerned. I completely understand the practical implications here, and I see very nervous faces and I see all of it, right?
Angry eyes.
I see angry. I feel them. I really do. I think for me, and there's a reason for this, and I'll get to it in a second. I need some clarification, I think, from staff here. For me, I went back and looked at what, just a quick search through the agenda management portal, which, by the way, is amazing, at what federal grants I've seen since I've been on council. And the only one I could really find was the All Roads grant that we looked at. There is no language there related to diversity, equity, or inclusion. I searched it. That is not in that grant. I am deeply concerned. So the saying this is boilerplate language from the Trump administration. I'm not there. I am concerned specifically about 29B in the grant assurances, which is just the sponsor agrees to certify that it does not operate any programs promoting diversity, equity, or inclusion that violate any applicable federal anti-discrimination laws. And I understand there's the federal discrimination that, yes. My concern there is how the administration would choose and how the FAA would choose to interpret that. So I guess it's a question for city attorney potentially on how broad a scope we're looking at here and what that actually ties us into in terms of the work we do on equity, which I know the mayor cares deeply about, the work that we do as a city in this space. I'm deeply concerned about accepting for what I believe would be the first grant that has that kind of language in it for me.
Mayor and Council, Eugene May. So with this type of language, I believe the interpretation of laws is a job for the judicial branch. And so the administration can say its position on these laws, but judges determine what the laws say.
So we'll figure it out in court. Is your answer? Is that, like, if we were to, if the administration were to come after us and say that the equity work the city's doing is in violation, no, this is a very hypothetical thing, right? That is in violation of the equity work that the city's doing. I mean, I don't. I'm trying to square a circle here.
Yeah, we certify we don't violate any federal anti-discrimination laws. I believe that's a true statement, as determined by precedent and court opinions.
Okay. To certify that it does not operate any programs promoting diversity, equity, inclusion. That violate any applicable federal anti-discrimination laws. If we determine that there are other ways to support the airport financially as part of rates and charges, whatever that may be, and those are operational expenses, right, to Councilmember Christ's point, that for me is a really reliable data point into the broader conversation that we will have about the airport. I am concerned because it's a resolution, so I didn't think this comes back to us. Yeah, so I'm concerned about giving the green light on something with these kind of grant terms that I understand council has seen before. I don't know that I've seen them before, where I can confidently say that that's the best choice for our community, considering an administration that operates in the way that it does. And I don't need to say more there. I'm curious to hear other mics, but I'm deeply concerned about accepting these dollars.
Okay. Yes, go ahead, Eugene.
And one other comment, last summer, I think the administration was really ramping up its new terms in federal contracting. And this language on a scale from 1 to 10 compared to what the trajectory looked like
Yes.
is like a 3.
Yeah, a lot.
And fortunately, that trajectory did not continue. I think they lost some court cases, including the state of Colorado. And so I think this is where they've settled. I think the language that references violating applicable federal anti-discrimination laws is a reasonable compromise in their grant conditions and much better than what we feared.
Let me add one other piece to it. Also, Mayor, just for clarification, I think Councilmember Chris said that the operations is different from the capital. It is and it isn't. I mean, a self-sustaining airport needs to have enough rates and charges to not only operate, but also to have that 5% match back to the FAA. So it's a little capital. It's a lot of maintenance. It's a lot of operation. It's a little bit of both. So I think you'll hear some of that in the rates and charges study. I don't think there is a consultant out there that would tell you that the FAA grants are not part of that mix, that financial mix. And I also think we have at least one other grant that also went through that had this language. Gosh, I feel like May-ish.
Yeah.
One of the
I-
transportation ones. So
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yeah. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. All right. So I'm concerned about taking away our home rule rights and signing them away. That's a concern of mine. We talk about decades, and over the decades, we've had opportunities to have the airport self-sustaining. And then the airport pilots advocacy organizations and the pilots should have maybe supported their self-sustaining opportunities decades ago. Maybe the pilots should be part of,
Yeah, go ahead.
part of advocating to this current administration to stop loading these grants with these unnecessary specific rules. I think these are things that shouldn't happen, and I know we could wait for the lawsuits to get through the courts. That has been the way Roy Cohn and Trump have always conducted business. And I'm not willing to play that game anymore. I think it's really serious that we try to figure out some way of funding this. And I do think that sometimes there's a point where we absolutely have to maybe look at our agenda for a certain week, and certain things need to be potentially pushed off. So, I mean, that's something to consider.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Prieto.
It's my second time,
Yes, it
Mayor.
is. Thank you.
And just a quick comment. I don't want to spook everybody and be like, oh man, she's gonna stop taking all the grants. But I just want to clarify, my position is I feel like we as a council need to come together and figure out what kind of feathers we have and what direction we want to go, because I feel like we're all kind of in a different space. And so it's not that I'm against taking these grants. It's not that I'm not concerned. I'm the first one to advocate, don't be pulling out the general fund, because I'm deeply concerned about community needs and needs much greater than pavement at the airport, in my opinion, right? And so my position today is just solely, we need to come together and figure out if we're an airport that's going to continue to take federal grants, or are we going to be an airport that wants to move in another direction? And then after we come together and decide as a whole what direction we might want to move forward, then we can move confidently together in that direction and not be kind of pulling from all these different angles. And so I just wanted to clarify that for the public.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Popkin. You've already spoken twice.
Thank you, Mayor. This is my first time commenting on this because
No, I'm sorry. We're fine. Chair.
2
2 times per topic.
That's it.
It was in response to a question raised to me from Mayor Pro Tem. That's
So,
in regards to the motion. It's a quick question.
Okay. We need to put a bow on this now, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. This is my first time speaking on this because I wanted to
Yeah,
hear
it
what
is your first time,
I
yeah.
wanted to hear what my fellow council members' thoughts on this were. Couple questions for staff, and then I have a couple points I want to make because I think we're getting off base here with this
Yeah, we are.
conversation.
Mhm.
Eugene, a question for you first.
We are.
Do we have an obligation to complete this taxi lane?
I believe we do. We need to maintain what the prior federal grants, FAA grants, built.
Thank you. Am I reading so looking at the end of, this is section 40, clause 40, access to leaded aviation gasoline. There's a public comment raised about this, and I just wanted to make sure I'm understanding our commitment or lack, or what we are committing to with an assurance like this. 40 section B, that's the last page of that, it says the requirement remains to provide access to leaded aviation gasoline until the earlier of December 31st, 2030, or the date on which the airport or any retail fuel seller at the airport makes available an unleaded aviation gasoline that has been authorized for use by the FAA as a replacement. That's not a 20-year commitment, right? This is at latest December 31st, 2030, when we are no longer obligated to provide access to leaded aviation fuel, correct?
True.
And that's consistent with the FAA's policy or position to shift towards unleaded fuel, correct?
And it's also consistent with our unleaded fuel transition plan.
Thank you. While you can keep your mic on, Levi, maybe a question for you and Sandy here. On July 28th, for the rates and charges presentation that many of my council members have tried to anchor to here, that wouldn't be a decision on our rate structure, right? This is the first time that the information is being brought back to us, correct?
Yes.
Correct. I mean, I think the idea is to give you the information and give you some options for us to pursue and then create the correct ordinances. There's a process, once the rates and charges have been determined by the city council, to actually take it to the airport advisory board, have it posted. I believe most of that language has now been removed.
Correct. But we still have an obligation to
yes.
public participation, public
Yes.
hearings, all of that. So there would be no decision made on July 28th anyway.
Right.
So I want to just make sure my fellow council members understand that even if we waited until the rates and charges study was introduced, that is performative at best in terms of the amount of detail we'd be digesting, the analysis that we wouldn't have done, and the commitments we may not have been making. So I understand the conceptual logic of wanting to try to think about the entire future of the airport at the same time. I'll get to my position on this in a moment, but I do want to make it clear, that's not a one and done conversation. Sandy or Levi, when's the last time we got over anything? When's the last time we got $1.5 million from the FAA?
That's a Levi question.
And I kind of wish I'd printed out our cheat sheet that we had for all the grants.
Great, because I have it.
Oh, he's got it. So you can see line by line. We have every year we have essentially given money to us that we can accrue. We put together. That's particularly why this one grant was split up.
Yeah.
Because we had some grants.
Do you recall any time we've gotten above $1 million from the FAA in the last 20 years?
So not personally in my tenure here.
I feel like it was the last taxiway.
It was likely Taxiway Bravo.
Taxiway Bravo, that would have been before 2000?
That would have been...
I'm not seeing that in the sheet here.
Again, I wish I had my sheet in front of me. I'm gonna say that was
For the record, I'm referring to an April 22nd email from Sandy to all of council that we have on the taxiway. Maybe that was 2015. What was that? It doesn't say which Bravo or Alpha there. Here's my point on this. In fact, the last time I think we got anything over $700,000 was not from the FAA, was not any time in the last 25 years. And so we are, I'm actually, to build on Councilmember Prieto's point before, I'm actually really glad we don't have an airport board right now because we should be wrestling with this.
Yes.
We need to understand this and figure this out and make responsible decisions for our community in a lot of different ways. And we haven't for years, if not decades. So to be clear, I am supportive of this amendment to wait and make a decision on this until after July 14th. I think it would be irresponsible to put it later, and I'll tell you why here. This is a one-time capital investment of $1.6 million, 1.6 million. It's 1 year off from last year. The obligation extends one more year beyond our current obligation, And so my question to everyone here is thinking about it, are we really about to jump off the high dive for the most amount of money we've gotten for the FAA in 26 years for one more year? Because I want you to think about that and the financial responsibility and obligation that commits us to Councilmember Prieto's point, pulling money from somewhere else, because we're not going to solve all of the rates and charges financial sustainability in this next couple months as we work on next year's budget right now. So I want us to really think long and hard over the next couple weeks, presuming this goes forward to give us a chance to think about this over the next 3 weeks, what we're actually committing ourselves or not committing ourselves to. At best, from my perspective, this feels like an unnecessary side quest right now when we're trying to solve a lot of bigger things with the airport. I get that this is in response to frustration that we've heard from many folks in the community. This is probably not the thing to take it out on. And I think
I call the question.
After he's done, wrap it up.
This is my first time speaking, Councilmember Christ, and I listened to everyone comment on this. And the last thing...
Yes.
So the last thing I will say is there's a major difference between financial sustainability and financial independence. If we truly want financial independence, that is a very different financial calculus. And if we want both, fine. We have to aim for both then. But that is a materially significant difference between financial sustainability of how do we maintain what we have with whatever rates, charges, and fees we want to set versus the independence of our airport financially from the main source of funding we have had over the last 26, if not 80 years. So I want us to think long and hard about this, presuming this passes to get us to July 14th, because that's what we should be focusing on for this decision, and then we should focus on the long-term financial sustainability at minimum for the airport for the rates and charges discussion, but that is a vastly different conversation.
Okay, thank you. So we do have a call the question. It sounds like we're wrapping up a conversation. Do you want to vote on the call the question? Or do you want to hear?
If you give me the opportunity, I think you'll like what I have.
Okay, do you rescind? Okay, she rescinds.
So I think the broader concern that I have, and the reason I didn't want to pull it back initially, is because of the broader question of airport vision. And I think rates and charges is the data point for me that I've been looking to for the last year almost in this conversation. I am willing to wait for us to have that conversation on the 14th and to say what is our vision around FAA funding as part of that conversation. And does that allow us to meet this deadline?
Yes.
Okay. So Mayor Pro Tem, would you be comfortable moving after the rates and charges study until basically the 14th as opposed to on the timeline?
Well, you know what a reasonable guy I am.
Oh, hold on, yeah, but you're, okay.
Well, you know what a reasonable guy I am, so absolutely yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think that's the right approach here, and
Okay.
having heard the conversation, I'll do that.
Thank you. So the language will now read until, so tabling this until the 14th after our pre-session on the vision. And that is what we're voting on right now.
Can't you tell we love each other?
I'll get over it. I always do. Okay. Councilmember Kalkoffer, and this is your second time. Yes.
Until after? I thought it was just until.
Well, after the July 14th pre-session, so then we can, at 7
Okay.
o'clock, when we have our regular session,
Okay.
that is technically after the pre-session.
Perfect.
Yes, yes.
I'm okay with that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's vote. I'm ready to rip a head off. Yeah, I know. Okay, so that carries unanimously. Lord have mercy. Okay, we do have one more item on consent, but let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break or 10-minute break, yeah. would like to call council back up front, and we're going to move on to item G, pulled from the consent agenda, the Town of Superior's request for Longmont's amicus brief participation in the Town of Superior versus Board of County Commissioners of Jefferson County appeal to the Colorado Supreme Court in regard to the airport noise. And on your council there is a statement that I've added in there in the executive summary. And so the statement is what you have: 4 options. Option by motion to the presented statement and response, or you could choose to adopt and amend the statement and response, or the motion to move forward with an amicus participation, or 4, take no action. So for public concern, I will go ahead and read it. So the city received a request from the Town of Superior to file an amicus brief in support of their appeal to the Colorado Supreme Court related to their ongoing lawsuit against Jefferson County and Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport. The city held an executive session on June 16th, 2026 to receive legal advice regarding Superior's request. This agenda item presents for council consideration the following statement and response to Superior's request. So the actual statement that we would be submitting, if approved, is the city received a request from the Town of Superior to file an amicus brief in support of their appeal to the Colorado Supreme Court related to their ongoing lawsuit against Jefferson County and Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport, RMMA. Superior is appealing the Court of Appeals decision that held federal law preempts a court from ordering RMAA to restrict aircraft noise. In other words, the Town of Superior is asking the courts themselves to require RMAA to restrict aircraft operations due to noise that residents have experienced. Courts have consistently held that regulation of air traffic is the exclusive role of the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, and the Town of Superior is appealing this decision. They have asked Longmont City Council to support their appeal. The Longmont City Council has also heard many complaints from residents about airplane noise in the community. The city takes community concerns over noise seriously, and we've all, in council, I've seen that we are very serious about how we can address that and come up with solutions. So I did derail from the statement, but we also recognize the city's authority over its airport operations and is subject to various federal laws and regulations. As a result, the city is working to address these concerns where possible, including improving its voluntary noise abatement procedures, adopting a voluntary saturated pattern policy which limits the number of planes in a pattern. Staff is also working with airport pilots to help them understand and comply with these voluntary procedures. As the owner and operator of Vance Brand Airport, the city's position is different than the other local governments in the area that are participating in the Colorado Supreme Court proceedings, and they do not own an airport. The city believes that taking that local control over airport operations is important, and these rights should not be taken by the courts. The city is committed to continue exploration of ways to collaborate with its regional partners to address community concerns, as well as work with FAA directly in these efforts. However, the city will not be filing an amicus brief with the Colorado Supreme Court at this time. And the reason why in conversations that I felt this is the direction we should go is going back to our vision. We have not had that conversation on vision. We have not had conversation on how we want governance and advisory board to look like. And so and looking at the rates and charges. So there are several pieces that we have not addressed yet. So the timing of this, and the fact that we own our own airport, we're in a different situation. Councilmember Marsing.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't see any other lights on, so I will go ahead and make a motion and move option 1, adopt by motion the presented statement and response.
Seconded.
Okay, so the motion has been made by Councilmember Marcin to adopt option 1, and it has been seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a clarifying question for legal here. Eugene, there have been some questions from the public about who we've been receiving legal advice from on this matter. And I wanted to ask, who did we, I mean, I'll just put it bluntly, did council receive, to the best of your knowledge, any legal advice from Kaplan and Kirsch, our aviation special counsel, on this particular matter?
Mayor and Council, Eugene May, no. They are conflicted out. They are representing the Jefferson County in the appeal and therefore cannot be advising us because they have a conflict.
Thank you. Who did provide us legal advice on this?
Me and Chris.
So this was in city staff, city legal staff.
City legal staff only.
Thank you.
Okay.
No further questions, Mayor.
Thank you. And seeing no one else in the queue, let's vote. Okay, and that carries unanimously. We are now on to general business. Oh my gosh, flipping through so many pages here. Consideration of recommendations for Longmont's 2026 Affordable Housing Fund and Attainable Housing Fund allocations. Molly O'Donnell will be presenting from Housing and Community Investment Division.
Control L. All right. Evening, Mayor and members of council. I'm going to keep this as brief as possible tonight. I hope you would appreciate that. So I'm going to move with some pace. We opened up our HCI funding cycle. Here is information that we share each year about how we get the word out. And then we brought together the applicants and got recommendations from the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board back in May. To frame it out, we do have our new area median income limits for 2026. These are out and in effect now. This is just to kind of frame the conversation of the areas that we work within. So capital A, affordable, it generally refers to the areas below 80% AMI. But for rental in Longmont, we look at 60% AMI and preferably 50% AMI when it pairs with our inclusionary housing ordinance. In that 100% to 120% AMI, that's our middle income folks. This is what we call attainable housing. So these are our targets for those areas. For our funding cycle, the Affordable Housing Fund is a revolving loan fund, and so that is intended to eventually get paid back over time so that it can replenish the fund and put that money out for good use again. So generally, it offers low interest loans for housing development projects. We do use grants in some limited capacity for some of those either smaller scale projects or public service projects. And then this year, for the first time, we'll be considering the 2027 Affordable and Attainable Housing Tax. This is the Boulder County sales tax that first started generating revenues in 2025. This is the first year where the timing has lined out that we can put it out for competitive application to our community partners. The reason we're doing it for 2027 is Boulder County will want to bring forward recommended projects as part of their budget process later in the year. So we want to make sure we are well ahead of that and getting applications in. But that also means that the exact number is not going to be known towards the end of the year. So right now we're using an estimate, and then that'll get finalized when it comes through Boulder County. And they offer grants specifically. The Attainable Housing Fund, this one is still tied up in 2026 to support True North, and it will be until approximately 2027 to help fund all 4 phases of True North. So we did not put out any competitive awards for that one. For the Affordable Housing Fund budget, here's our total budget for 2026. And this is something that we work with on our city-approved budget from 2025, then work in our carry-forward amounts and determine how much we can put it out for a competitive award. So this is a look at our general revenue sources. And I will say that the fee in lieu received was $2.9 million. And we could not do these awards out to our community partners without that. So when housing staff talks about a healthy mix, fee in lieu does end up going back out to support affordable housing, and that is one of our key tools. This is just a summary of some of our non-competitive proposed expenditures. And so a couple of the highlights here. The big amount, $5.3 million, that's contracts from prior years. So those are awards from last year that will get actually expended this year or in the next year. We have our administration that's always built in to fund the staff that does all this good work to get this out. And then a couple of the big ones, Tetra Tech's $200,000 contract for consultant planning. We've talked about that pretty much every time the opportunity has come up because it's so popular and helpful for some of our smaller affordable developers. We do have, FYI, our local match. We have 2 grants that we are working on. One is for the housing needs assessment, and one is for looking at our ADU program, which will be kicking off in the end of 2026 and into early 2027. That is our stock plans, ADU stock plans, and then building some incentive program around that. And I can always come back if you have other questions about these. So here's our budgeted funds available for competitive award. We had $2.9 million available in the Affordable Housing Fund, and then that estimate of 2.8 for the what we're calling the AAHT, that Boulder County money. You already, in April, you already approved that advance award to support the Atwood Commons project to get going. So that's shown here. It's the $742,000. And then we, for the first time since I've been in this position, have been able to recommend awards for 100% of the requests. So that is unique this year. A lot of that is because of the 2.8 million. I will say that is certainly a new source that is helpful. So I'm going to dig into these projects a little bit. Brickwell Atwood Commons, you already know about this project, so I won't dig in on this one, but I do want to highlight the total city cash subsidy to support each unit, and I'm going to do that throughout these projects so you can see what it takes. This does not include fee waivers or other development incentives. It's just the cash incentive needed for gap financing. So we're at $24,000 per unit for 72 units at Atwood Commons. And again, this is rental at 3rd and Atwood. Habitat for the Humanity of St. Vrain Valley. The city has supported this project the last 2 years before 2026. The total funding request tonight is the $2.8 million of the AHT grant. When you bring that together with the prior money that the city has already invested, the cash subsidy right now passing through the city is 4.9 and change. That comes up to $142,000 per unit. So this is something that I've been kind of showing you as we go along, what it takes to build affordable homeownership and what it takes to build affordable rental. But this would be 35 for-sale homes. This is at the Faith Point Church property. The reason why this is a great fit for AHT is that, first of all, well, many reasons on the policy side for you, but on the implementation side for staff, is that Boulder County AHT program right now, the program guidelines out there have been a challenge. It does not support land banking for building out the pipeline. It has to be spent within approximately 2 years. There's some wiggling with that with start of construction versus the funding amount, or funding timeline. But generally, having to spend all of the money in 2 years to show the delivery, which is a very worthy endeavor, but it really puts a challenge on us in terms of what we can actually fund and how fast we have to move to do it. Complicated further by the fact that there's no admin allowed under that revenue source, and so we cannot hire additional staff per se to help deliver these projects in that tight timeline. So this project is a really good fit for 2027 to help hit the priority also fit the timelines because they have been working on this for some time and they're really getting close. And they need that amount of subsidy to get it off the ground. They also have a smaller project, a handful of duplexes on Sunset. And so the total request here is $630,000 in Affordable Housing Fund loan. And that subsidy per unit is $157,500 needed to get that one done. The in-between, we've heard about this project in the past, but the in-between is in a really good place with this project in terms of being shovel-ready. They were not, unfortunately, successful at getting a low-income housing tax credit award in the 9% round in February because they really were wanting this commitment, if City Council makes it, to come with that application. So they're very well positioned for next year and would be able to, if they're awarded, would be able to break ground next year for sure. But this would be serving very low incomes with rentals, and would also provide office space for the in-between, which is a need of theirs. So the recommendation is the full funding of the $1.2 million Affordable Housing Fund, low interest, long-term cash flow loan. And that total subsidy per unit needed to get this project done is $30,000. And then we have our community-based projects. We have hosted the Paint-a-thon in 2026, and they would love to work with us again in 27 and 28. So this would be using 2026 money to just do an award that spreads out over time. It's not a commitment of future funds. But that was a super successful event, and the goal would be to complete 10 rehab, well, I should say painting projects and some minor repair projects that come with it for older adults or disabled homeowners that are income qualified. And so that would be a $50,000 total grant to serve 2 years. Okay, hopefully that was fast, but not too fast.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it was very good. So, do we have any questions? Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Molly, great work. Love seeing where this is going. I think building on some of my fellow council member comments from earlier when we were looking at Mr. Bestall's property and the voluntary alternative option. Many of these projects are getting towards a more affordable for sale homes. And that's like an endangered species here. And we're working to take that off the endangered species list. And this is fantastic. And this is one of the ways we get at that. I do want to highlight and remind my fellow council members, we had a discussion with that alternatives analysis before on like the value of the fee in lieu versus on-site. This is case in point why the fee in lieu is also a valuable option for creative for sale housing. So I think the market signal that we should be trying to send as a council is that we are open to creative ways to address that goal of more affordable and attainable for sale housing in general, and whether that is that on-site need, a fee in lieu, or a voluntary option alternative, all of those are valid ways to get at that. And so I hope that we really take that away from today's conversations in multiple ways. On that note, Molly, we emailed about this before. Because there are multiple proposals, can you just clarify how many total for sale affordable units are being recommended in this? Was it 20, 25?
So it is the 35 at Habitat Faith Point plus the 4 for Sunset Duplex, but it's 39.
So 39 total affordable for sale.
Yes.
Great. Plus the 22 we were looking at earlier, right?
Correct.
But that's separate.
That's
from
a future delivery,
separate
but
project.
yes.
Great. I also see a bunch of duplexes proposed, which is great. It's filling more of that missing middle, more kind of lower middle housing options. Does that run into like the same construction defects challenges that we see with some townhome projects?
So it's interesting. I spoke to Dave Emerson of Habitat. He's not here tonight. He's at the World Cup matches, so I don't feel bad for him. A couple of things go into that. First of all, they have not done a project at the scale of Faith Point yet. And very often what we learned on True North is once you get more than, I think that the number was 8 duplex or attached product within a development, then that's kicking in your insurance requirements. So they haven't done a large scale one yet where it's come through as a requirement. But Habitat is also a very unique financing model. They self-fund their mortgages. They have a great larger organization than just St. Vrain Habitat that they tap into. They self-fund the mortgages and then sell those in bundles after the fact out on the market. So they pass through that. So often, the funders, the lenders, are who are requiring the insurance policies for construction defect. So there could still be a construction defect claim, but the insurance policies that add the front-end cost are not so far a thing for Habitat. And I want Dave to answer that for himself, but that is the analysis that we did together.
Great, thank you. I noticed that like this isn't all just pure grant funding. Some of this is gap financing and loans. Are we expecting like a payback from this? Are we expecting like, or is this like a forgivable loan in like 10 years? We're like, just in case.
So we are definitely the most flexible funding option that most of these projects ever get. When it's for sale, because they get their return at the point of sale, they do pay back the loans at that time. And we want a payback because that's how we help flush the fund to be able to reuse, right, and recycle. On rental side, it's typically a cash flow loan because rentals are not earning that large chunk right off the bat. So it's like if you have it, if you're making enough money and you have money left over, then repay your loan. So they are repaid out over time, and typically we often, when it's a tax credit project, we often do not get that payback within that 15-year tax credit compliance period. It's just not done by then. And so if they are re-syndicating and re-upping the deed restriction essentially, then we have been flexible to allow that loan to just flow over and be essentially recycled back to the next one. So very slow repayment. So it's not officially forgivable, feels kind of like it, as long as they're serving the purpose.
Sure. That's super helpful. Just two last comments here. First of all, I know Mr. Bestall is no longer here, but since he's also doing the Atwood Commons, I just want to say like huge kudos to the Atwoods Commons team, Habitat for Humanity and Dave's team, and the in-between. Not only for the projects as they are already, but also how they're thinking about the longer term costs and utility costs for the residents. These are going to be all electric projects, which means they're not paying a gas bill. We also set the rates for that, so there's less volatility, and that's all an investment in Longmont's utility system directly. The Atwood Commons project will have on-site solar as well to also reduce the on-site energy consumption. I think you might be wondering why I mentioned the energy aspects, but affordability comes in multiple forms. It's not just what people pay for their rent and mortgage, it's also their ongoing operational costs and utility costs. So I'm really glad to see that, and I think that that reflects a lot of the design goals. My last question / suggestion. We get a lot of comments and nudges from our county commissioners, Mayor and Sandy, on like what is Longmont doing to build more for sale affordable housing? We hear that in a lot of different settings, specifically from our county partners. And not only like we hold up True North of like, hey, we're doing this, but we've just discussed multiple properties tonight where we're doing this and funding this and supporting this. Mayor, unless you have an objection, I would love for us to be very intentional about informing our county commissioners, all three of them, that we are doing these projects partly using county funds, partly using city funds, partly using market partnerships, and making sure that they understand that while not every project that we do is going to be affordable for sale because it's very difficult, we are trying to pull this off the endangered species list. So I do want to encourage us to consider that information sharing once, assuming that this passes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did you have anything you wanted to add? Okay. So we're good.
Yes, okay.
Yes, okay, perfect. Let's make it official. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Well, I do now.
It doesn't matter. Okay.
I was going to move general business item 12A with council option 1.
Second. Okay, so the motion has been made by Mayor Pro Tem to approve the funding recommendations, and it was seconded by Councilmember Marcin. And Councilmember Marcin, go ahead.
Just very quickly, Mayor, I also want to shout out the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board for their work in evaluating, this side of that board's structure over the course of the year. I think they were all very excited to be able to for the first time, and I think any of them and my time on the board, to be able to fully fund affordable housing requests and create 61 for sale units in one council meeting is something. So that's awesome. So I'm excited to approve these and move forward. Just wanted to shout out the board.
Great, thanks.
Councilmember Kalkoffer.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be very quick. Great work. I love all the affordable. During our conferences today, some of us went to the luncheon with Governor Polis, and I'm very concerned with the erosion of home rule, and we are a great example of us pushing affordable and attainable housing. So I want to broadcast a message to the governor and our elected state officials that we are doing the work, and we're doing the work without you forcing our hand. And, you know, we're able to do this because we care about our community, but we don't want those shackles either of home rule erosion. So
Yeah.
good work to the team. Thank you.
Well, and that's, that whole discussion and listening to the governor speak at that, yeah. Look, I'm not going to go into it more. You know, and this is what this is, because we have the autonomy to be able to produce housing that meets the needs of our residents. What it looks like here is going to be totally different in Rocky Flats, in Westminster, Denver. And so to have, you know, the importance of preserving home rule, and, you know, and we see the outcome of it and putting great minds to work. So thank you very much. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, Councilmember Prieto, have you voted? Did it show up on there? Yeah. Oh, okay, okay.
I was laughing about
Okay, no, focus, okay. That carries unanimously. Thank you, Molly. Now we're on to item B, the public safety tax options. Yes. Okay, and Teresa Malloy, you will be presenting this item. A team. We have Zach Artis from Public Safety as well.
Yep, this is a team effort today.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Mayor and Council, Teresa Malloy, Chief Financial Officer. So we are going to tag team this presentation for you this evening, and I'll start us off. Maybe. That one doesn't seem to be working. Thank you. All right, what did you do?
Teresa, this one's not on.
Okay.
Here.
All right, I think we're ready. Thank you for having us back to present some options on the public safety needs and potential tax increase to cover those needs. I think it's important to kind of start the conversation again with the challenges that we had over the past couple of years in the Public Safety Fund and the actions that we had to take to overcome those revenue challenges to balance the fund in both 2025 and in 26. So these first two slides you have seen before, but again, I wanted to just touch on them really briefly. In 2025, we had a deficit of $1.2 million, and that really was, over the past 2 years, it really was inflationary increases, both in staffing costs as well as operating costs outpacing the generation potential of the sales and use tax in that fund. And to overcome that deficit in 2025, we did have to take some pretty drastic steps to balance that fund. And that included the elimination of several vacant positions, as well as moving 3 police officer positions out of the Public Safety Fund and into the general fund. Is it working now? And then in 2026, we had another $1.2 million deficit. Again, just expenses outpacing the revenue generation in that fund. Again, we had to take some pretty serious steps to overcome that deficit. We had to move some police officer positions out of the public safety fund and into the general fund again, but this time that was not essentially an FTE move. It was a flip-flop of higher paid positions for lower paid positions. So we have managed to balance this fund through different actions each year, but it is a challenge and will continue to be a challenge. We are projecting that it will continue to be a challenge for the next 10 plus years. And I think what we're trying to show in this slide really is the pace of the expenses will continue to outpace the revenue potential. I think what really is driving the revenue, I think the reason it's so is exasperated in this fund versus the general fund, for instance, is because this fund is solely reliant on the sales and use tax. It doesn't have the number of revenue sources that the general fund does. The sales and use tax in all 5 sales tax supported funds has not been keeping pace with expenses. It's just in this fund, it really is much more of an issue because this fund is solely reliant on the sales and use tax. And so by 2036, we are projecting we will have a $2 million deficit. Expenses, we are projecting increasing at a pretty modest, actually, 4%, and revenues at 3%. And that, over time, is what produces that $2 million gap by 2036. And now I'll turn it over to Zach.
Mayor, City Council members, Assistant City Manager Zach Artis, Longmont Department of Public Safety. Wanted to just remind council, as you recall, we were back here just talking about the current staffing needs of public safety, looking at 2026 into 2036, so a 10-year plan. The numbers that we presented about a month or so ago and the numbers here tonight, this is the same chart that we presented. This is the number of personnel we should have within public safety as of today. It is not asking for an abundant amount or additional amount beyond what we need today. We do recognize that the city is looking at close to slowing down as what we call build out. We anticipate there may be somewhere between another 10 to 15,000 people that may move into our community. But right now we anticipate that we've seen some of the largest growth so far, and over the next 10 years that growth will slow down. And so these numbers that we presented to council about a month ago and what we're presenting again tonight is moving to 43 police officers, 40 firefighters, and 12 other staff positions, which is typically within our collaborative services. There have been some questions, and I know this chart is a little bit hard and difficult to read, but this again is the breakdown that we built out to show from year to year what we would be adding within public safety over the 10 years if council chooses to move forward with some combination of supporting these positions financially. This is how it would break down. I know that there are 3 positions highlighted in yellow. What I do want to say is we have been in collective bargaining agreements with both our FOP and our IAFF. During the collective bargaining agreements with IAFF, some of the conversations around looking at some overtime and not having built in additional folks to come in and cover because the fire has been operating so lean has really driven up our overtime costs. And so I will have Chief Higgins here in a moment come in and talk a little bit about a slide and some things. But Mr. Dominguez, City Manager Harold Dominguez, made a decision within the last week or so that he is going to fund 9 firefighters immediately within that position to help with some major staffing issues that we have on the fire side. Certainly happy to talk about that a little bit more. So that's why you see those 3 that are highlighted. Those are immediate need and immediately being filled as we talk. And those, if I'm not correct, if I'm not mistaken, are coming out of the general fund. So we're using some overtime funds that exist to offset the cost, but moving forward with 9 of those positions, and I believe Chief Higgins informed me the other day that we have 5 of those 9 already filled based on a waiting list that we had. It will take us a few months for the next academy class to get ready for the additional amount, but that relief is coming. And so we're much appreciative of that and Mr. Dominguez's decision. The next slide, I just want to talk about, there's a lot of questions about salary and benefit positions and costs. There's ongoing cost per person, and then there is what we would call one-time cost per position. This is for basically a police officer, which is currently under our collective bargaining agreement. You can see on the left, these are just these are typical yearly expenses that we see. But as we add a new police officer, there are things that needed to be added. They're one-time costs, whether it's a uniform, body armor, laptops, their body cameras, their vehicles, docking stations, and you can see that one-time startup cost is about $106,000. What I will share with you, because I think it's important to understand, is when we look, for example, we look at police. In 2017, to buy a police vehicle and outfit it was $40,000. Today, when we look at $40,000, 2017, it's the last public safety sales tax increase we had. In 2026, to buy a police car and outfit it is $82,000. When we look at officer salaries, the last number I could go back and get was 2018. We paid $60,000 for a base rookie police officer coming out of the academy or going into the academy. Today, that cost is $87,312. So you can see about 105% increase in vehicles, and then you can see about a 45% just in salary for police officers. The next one we did, we broke down, we just wanted to look at, well, what is it to take to get a fire position? So those 9 positions that are coming along that Mr. Dominguez approved to move forward with, there's a one-time cost and, of course, ongoing cost for those positions also. Just to give you some context, a fire truck back in 2018 when we ordered just a pumper, not a special truck, so a traditional fire truck that you think would show up, was just under $600,000. So it's about $591,000 was our last one that we purchased in 2018. In 2026, that number is $1.2 million, almost $1.3 million increase that we can see. So again, for our firefighter salary in 2017, we were hiring for $52,920. And in 2026, those salaries starting for a rookie firefighter, $78,753. So again, what you can see is our inflated costs, and we didn't break it down for each individual item here, but what these costs were in 2017 for a flashlight, bunker gear, SCBA, has drastically increased to what it is today. So again, 119% increase in fire trucks and about 48% increase in salary for the firefighter's salary. One of the other things that we included, and again, I want to we should have put an asterisk by this. It's one of the things that we have been looking at is how do we do some improvements in certain facilities that we have across, whether it's at our fire stations or whether it's at our training center. And so these have been typically CIP projects. They're typically not funded because there's limited dollars for those CIP projects. And because of the way that the public safety sales tax could potentially be structured, we listed items that we would like to try to get done, because as you know, we won't be able to hire 95 people all at one time. And so there will be additional one-time dollars. And so this is a list of projects. And again, depending on, as our conversation goes this evening and City Council considers, number one, whether to put this out to a vote, or 2, options of what they're going to do, we may not be able to complete all these things on this list, but these were things that we included with an idea of being able to use those one-time dollars per year to fund that have traditionally not been funded within either in the budget or in the CIP budget. And so just wanted to make sure that that was addressed here. But again, just consider this to be an asterisk because again, we don't believe we'll be able to do all of these things based on potential decisions that City Council makes tonight. I would like to ask Chief Higgins just to talk a little bit about the need. As I mentioned, there are 9 firefighters that we're moving very quickly for to get online. 5 of those are going to the academy. Again, additional 4 will be brought on shortly after that. But I wanted him to talk a little bit about how significant that impact is and what that will do to overtime and how we are going to move forward to cut back on the overtime and really the additional work and the callback. As I think some of you heard as we talked, right now our firefighters, based on the numbers that we have and the overtime shifts and other things, they're looking at close to 400 hours of overtime each. And so again, I think what Chief Higgins is going to talk about here just briefly is really go through is talk about how this staffing adjustment is just the beginning, but how it's going to help some of that relief. Chief Higgins.
Madam Mayor, councilors, Dan Higgins, Fire Chief. I think Zach just wanted everybody to have a turn tonight, so I'll come up and speak to you. But yeah, so just to add on to what he was saying about what we have going on right now. So we do have minimum staffing levels every day. And to meet those, obviously there's going to be vacancies for sick leave, vacation, injury, different things. And right now we are running so lean, we only have 1 extra spot per shift above just vacation. So pretty much every day we have overtime. And this year's been particularly heavy for a variety of reasons. But with that requires us to call firefighters back. You know, to some level, overtime's okay, but once you reach a certain breakover point, it's just not sustainable. For a number of years, since I came into this position and prior, we have been over in our overtime budget. It's just been covered by, I'll be honest, been covered by the police budget because they've been short on personnel. So overall in the public safety budget, the position savings, salary savings from police has covered our overages. But again, that's not sustainable. And then it's just the workload on our firefighters. We're just really grinding them down. To Chief Ardis's point, it's average of 400 per firefighter hours, but overall we're going to hit we're on pace for about 54,000 hours of overtime for 2026. So with that recognition, speaking with Teresa and the city manager, we're discussing options on how we can stop the bleeding, so to speak, on this one as soon as possible. And that's where it was discussed. What we can do is we will take some of that overtime budget and put that towards these new positions and get them hired immediately. So we did have an active hiring list. We were able to get 5 job offers for that so that they will go into the fall 2026 academy. When those come out of the academy, it'll take a little time to get them up and running. So pretty much first of the year, they'll be independent, being able to work on an engine on their own as a firefighter. And then the second group, we have another application process we just closed to get those people into the spring 2027 academy, which will then get them functional on shift probably July of 27. So immediately it won't cure the overtime ills, but it will make great progress to get ahead of that. And so we'll slow it down beginning of 2027 and then reduce it even more mid 2027. So I think that about covers it.
It does. I'd like to just take a little time out. Does anyone have any questions about that? We're essentially taking overtime that is paid at time and a half and hiring full-time staff with that, backfilling that with one time until we get there. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, so the need that was presented by Public Safety was 95 positions. As has been mentioned, we will be funding 9 of them in 2027. They have started the hiring process for those right now. So the net position need is now at 86. So all of our slides that we're going to be presenting to you for the rest of the evening on the options for funding this are based on 86 as opposed to 95 positions. So the total cost of those 86 positions plus the $2 million that is the funding gap projection by 2036 in the existing tax is $20.8 million. So the way that we have arrived at this number is this is the 2036 projection for costs for the full 86 positions. Because they'll be added over time, we want to size the new tax, whether it's a sales tax or a property tax or some combination of it, to meet that ongoing costs by the time that we are hiring the last FTE in 2036. And then again, it includes the $2 million deficit in the existing tax. It also assumes that we will need one-time funding of about $75.7 million to meet those needs that was just discussed in the prior slides by Zach. The challenge, though, is going to be we are projecting that the tax will not generate enough fund balance in those early years to cover that full $75.7 million. So we will have to make some choices regarding what we can fund from a one-time perspective for facility improvements or other equipment needs. And I'll try to kind of explain this to you as we go through it. The intent is to size the tax to meet the ongoing costs and not include any of the one-time costs in it, because there will be fund balance that will be generated in those early years by us not using the generation of the tax, the revenue that's generated from the tax in those early years, because we're phasing the additions of the FTE. So that fund balance that is generated in those earlier years is what will cover the one-time needs. So again, the tax numbers that we're going to present to you tonight are solely based on ongoing the ongoing costs for the positions and not the one-time.
So I want to just be clear. I want to go back to, let me see, just 2 seconds. So the $75 million, I just want to be clear. That includes $69 million for improvement. So you're really, when we talk about one-time costs that we covered in the slides about police and fire, it's only somewhere in the neighborhood, my math is not great, but about $6 to $7 million that we would need one-time cost for the positions. So that's why I said there's an asterisk to this slide, is because we recognize that we won't be able, depending on the option that is selected, we won't be able to fund all of these, and so we'd have to prioritize. And so because you collect the full amount beginning year one, you have those extra funds, because we won't hire 95 people year one. And so I just wanted you to make, that's a big number for 75 million, but that includes 69 million of improvements to facilities that we're requesting. So, oops, there you go. Thank you.
And then before we go on, we do have a question from council.
Thank you, Mayor. It's actually just for council here for a second. So we're at 10:40 in the night, and I just wanted to, I think this is a really important conversation that we should try to finish, but I wanted to make sure we have the appetite to go deeper and do that. And so to do that, I'm going to motion to extend the meeting past 11.
Second. Okay, so the motion has been made to extend the meeting by Councilmember Popkin, seconded by Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you. I didn't want to interrupt discussion if we're
Before
more,
it gets too
yeah,
deep.
yeah, thanks.
Okay.
Okay, so before we get into the
Oh, well, hold
actual-
on, we're going to vote on whether or
sorry.
not to extend the meeting. And, yeah, so that carries 6-1 with Councilmember Christ in opposition. So, okay, now,
Okay, thank you.
continue.
So before we get into the actual options that we wanted to present tonight, Sandy is going to talk to you about just a couple of other things.
Thanks, Teresa. So when we were pulling together this presentation for City Council, we kind of thought of it. Zach mentioned the Choose Your Own Adventure books, you may remember. So we're gonna walk through the different options with y'all, and as you decide one, that'll help us to figure out what the next option is that we'll be presenting. So hang in with us. We're gonna get there. We are talking about tax increases, potential tax increases, and so just a reminder on the election piece, and certainly Councilmember Popkins' motion is appreciated because we would need to notify the county tomorrow if this is something they would like to do. So. Yes, okay, so we're gonna continue on with the options. Okay, so this is the question at the beginning of this segment of the presentation, and it will be the question at the end. So this is what I want for you to consider. We're proposing 4 different options, and that is to increase sales tax in order to meet these needs, increase property tax to meet these needs, some split of those types of things, or some absorption of some of these positions in the general fund, and then back to the first 3 options. That's why this is kind of a choose your own adventure. So option 1, 2, 3, and 4 is what we're going to be talking through and what the ramifications of that looks like. And then we'll be asking for a decision, this same slide at the end.
Okay, and then before we go on to the next part, Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. Really quick, and I want to ask this now before you go through the options, because there's obviously a reason that you've given us sales, property, some combination of the other. A lot of this, and I mentioned this in the last meeting, we're talking about upfront capital costs. Is there a reason, just because I'm dumb, is there a reason that bonding is not part of this conversation in terms of financing the upfront capital costs as opposed to the sales tax increase? Or is that, because clearly these are the options before we get into them, is that off the table?
Councilmember Marsing, that is not off the table.
Okay.
Our proposal for the tax increase does not assume a tax increase that would cover bonds, the debt service on bonds. And the reason is because in our public improvement fund, our current bonds that we are paying out of that dedicated, that tax that goes into that public improvement fund, those bonds are paid off in 2039, which would then give us some capacity to potentially bond for some of those capital costs. Now, granted, that's not until 2039, but our proposal to you tonight does not include anything for a tax increase to cover bonds.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then Councilmember Prieto, and go ahead.
All right. So I'm happy that you guys brought up number 4, because I was thinking while you folks were talking, at what point did we shift some of these departments to the public safety fund? And although it makes sense on a program level, is that impacting us financially? And so I do see that it's like move some positions back to the general fund. So maybe as you continue forward, maybe just discussing a little bit like why we made that transition, and if some of those additional departments are impacting that overall fund. Like I know like animal control is a part of public safety. I know like core and lead, and maybe some other, like I think it's there's a bunch of stuff. And so, is there a reason why public safety is not just kind of those police, fire, EMS kind of departments, and then the other ones are separate, so we can make sure that the taxes that are coming in are funding those critical needs, and then we're getting creative elsewhere for the others. And you don't have to answer that now, but maybe as you continue.
I think it's okay to answer that now. Councilmember Prieto.
Okay.
Mayor Hidalgo Faring. So first of all, you need to understand that public safety funds, the public safety services at one time were completely funded with general fund. And then when we added the public safety tax, that was for future officers and programs. And so there's kind of a line in the sand. These officers continue to be funded out of the general fund today, and things that came on that were new and enhanced services were funded by the public safety fund. I'll certainly turn it over to Chief Artist to talk about lead and core and some of those other pieces, but I want to be clear that that's kind of how we got to where we are today. Those officers are still being funded out of the general fund. It's the new programs based on the wording of that particular ballot question. So as far as core and lead, go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, so I mean, when I believe 2009 and 2017, when both of these bond measure, or I'm sorry, public safety sales tax requests went to the public, the documents show that we asked for very specific for accountability to the community of what would be funded. And in some of those are the core and lead positions and other positions that are specifically requested. And so as Assistant City Manager Sandy Cedar said, when in the budget currently, and it gets complicated for us at times because there's public safety fund and general fund, those positions that were created under either 2009 and 2017 as public safety are still paid out of public safety. We can't move a general fund position into public safety, but they can move a public safety fund out into general fund. And so that's when Ms. Malloy mentioned about moving the 3 officers out from public safety to general fund, they can do that, but they can't move it the other way. And so when those requests went to the public in 2009, 2017, it didn't just list police and fire, it listed a variety of positions that at that time that administration felt that was needed to meet some of the, I guess, emerging issues within the community, and that included some mental health and some other pieces that we currently have as an organization today. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, and just to let you know, a lot of those positions are grant funded and have been grant funded for quite a few years. And so we will run into the same challenges as grant funding begins to be cut. We now have to figure out how to fund or keep those programs because they're not covered under either general fund or public safety fund. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm going to have you go on, and then we'll go back to council questions. I think they need to present first. So let her finish the direction.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and kind of lay this foundation, and then depending on where you decide to go, then we can take it from there. Okay, so first of all, this is a great chart as far as the highlight, but what this shows us is the Colorado municipal tax comparison. And so the reason it's so busy is because I asked to include as many communities as possible so that you understood on the left-hand side where our current property tax sits with respect to comparison to the other communities. And on the right, you can see where the city sales tax is in comparison to other communities. Now, what this doesn't take into effect is this is the city sales tax, the 3.53. The average city sales tax being 3.53, and ours is, I think, 3.428, right? But it doesn't include the fact that when somebody is paying sales tax, it also includes other taxing entities, including the state, the county, the RTD, all that kind of stuff. So this is not the total sales tax that somebody spends. This is what the municipal sales tax looks like in comparison. So I wanted to give you that framework. This is where we sit today with respect to the region.
And then also, because I'm seeing there's a possibility that some of these cities have a fire authority or fire district.
Some of them.
So then that also, we also have to be considering some of these municipalities, maybe they're lower, but they're also paying a fire district, special district.
That is
separate, and ours is included in our municipal. So I just wanted to also make sure that that's thought about. Yeah,
they're not 100% apples to apples, but certainly just wanted to give you a flavor for what it looks like. So we're going to go through a couple different funding options, and so what Teresa's going to do, those options 1, 2, 3, 4, she's going to go through what does that mean for the taxpayer. What does that mean as far as purchase power? What does that look like? What does it include? So this is option 1. I'll turn it over to Teresa.
So the first option is if we were to fund the need, 100% of the need, from a new tax. And if we were to do that from a sales tax, it would be a 0.48% rate, an increase to the existing tax of 0.48%. That's roughly $4.80 per $1,000 purchase. So that would be the impact to our community. If we were to fund that from property tax, it would take 8.13 mils to generate the revenue that we need to add those 86 positions. So that's about $249 on the purchase on a $500,000 home. If we were to do it, split it 50-50 between sales and property, and this is, we're not saying it needs to be 50-50, we're just kind of throwing these out here for you all to consider. That would be a 0.24% sales tax and a 4.06 mill levy. So again, it would cover the 86 positions, which from an ongoing perspective is 18.86 million, plus the 2 million that we're showing as a projected gap in the current sales tax. So this scenario, well, so let me back up. So if we were to cover, if we were to fund the full 95 positions from a new tax, we came very, very close to generating enough fund balance over that 10-year period to cover all the one-time needs that Zach was talking about. 5.8 million of it in position-related costs and the 69.9 million for those facility improvements. Because we have already committed to funding the 9 positions for fire from the general fund in 2027 budget, the rate, the sales tax rate and/or the property tax rate is now lower, and so the capacity to generate one-time funds from fund balance is less, and we know that we will not be able to generate enough fund balance over that 10-year period to cover that $69.9 million. So again, it goes back to choices and do we need to potentially look at other funding sources to cover those facility needs. So that is the first set of options for you. The second set of options is to shift more of the positions to the general fund. And I will kind of highlight and note for you, this may, depending on how revenues come in the general fund year over year, it may require cuts elsewhere in the general fund to achieve the same 86 positions. So we've got essentially 2 scenarios under this cost shifting model. The first one is to fund an additional 18 positions in the general fund over the 10-year period. So we're funding the 9 in 2027, and then from 28 to 36, funding an additional 2 per year in the general fund. That reduces the sales tax rate need to 37% or 0.37%, and the mill levy need to 6.33. Or you could do a combination of a 50-50 at 0.19% sales and 3.16 mills.
One thing I want to point out, you may be asking, well, can we do 100% of these positions out of the general fund? And I can tell you that we would not be able to do that without reducing critical services to the community. But, you know, and it does depend on the revenues, does determine whether we would be able to fund these off of whatever the revenue enhancement was in the general fund, or whether we would be coming back to the city council in these out years asking for what corresponding cuts do you want to make. So it's hard to predict that, but I just wanted to make sure that you knew that that's not an option that we're presenting.
And then our second scenario is to fund an additional 3 positions per year from the general fund. So that would leave 59 positions that would need to be funded over the 10-year period from the public safety fund. So that is a 0.32% increase in sales tax and a 5.49 mill levy. Or again, you could do a 50-50 or some combination of a mix of both sales and property. So I'll kind of stop there and see if you all have questions.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Or would like to chat, because the next question really will be, how do you want to move forward? Are you interested in sales tax? Are you interested in property tax, a mix, a general fund mix?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. And then, so let's go ahead and start with some questions. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Sandy, Teresa, Chief Ardis, Chief Moore, Chief Higgins, and the whole team who's been looking at this. I know you don't bring a tax increase request lightly to the table, and I commend that you've been bringing the information forward in stages so that we can digest that. I will say, given the hour that it is and the complexity of the mechanisms that we have and options, I'm going to be comfortable saying at a very high level, like, I do think we should proceed with a ballot measure in some way, shape, or form. I would really like to sit with the numbers, the mechanisms, and think more before we give like let's do 50-50 sales and property tax. Like, let's do it. I'm not there yet. I don't know what the right combination is, but I think we should take that really to heart and seriously before we put forth a ballot measure that we are then going to ask residents to vote on, because how we approach that really matters. So I have a few thoughts here that might shape how we approach this, and then I'll leave you with one final thought to maybe shape where we, like, what we can look at between now and the next couple weeks, because it's a slightly different way of thinking about the investment cycle here. But a couple questions first. You mentioned the grants are running out, and so I wanted to come back for that because the Department of Justice has a COPS hiring. It's an acronym, COPS, but it also funds COPS hiring grants program. It's due July 29th. Did we look at applying for that, and why? Like, and what are we doing with that?
Yeah. So there is a COPS grant. There is a language included in there that we must cooperate with immigration, and the city nor the state can have any type of law or ordinance or anything to prohibit from that. And so based on council's direction and based on the city, similar to what the conversation this council had about some language about diversity within the airport contract, we have not chosen to pursue that. And we've had opportunities to look at other grants for public safety, and we've steered away from that because we want to respect council's direction, but also respect the community that we serve.
Yeah.
And we don't want to put ourselves nor the community in a weird position to where all of a sudden we're violating state law or city direction, or even maybe some of our own principles. And so we're not pursuing the COPS grant this year because of that language that exists in there. Creates a real trouble and real issue for us as a public safety serving the city of Longmont and our community.
Okay.
Council may remember that there's a state law that actually forbids our local officers from
That's really helpful, and I guess I just want to say, like, I agree with the same spirit where Councilmember Marsing was coming from earlier on the airport grant, and that's good to know that we're looking at. And so, in this case, the DOJ grants specifically have different language.
Yes, sir. It's actually listed pretty much on the main page.
Yeah.
And it outlines that this will happen. And so again, we are deciding not to pursue that, and we decided not to pursue other grants in public safety that have similar or same language to it.
Thank you. Second question, the council annexed 2 dispensaries back in May. I think we approved that, and part of that funding is sales tax and the special marijuana tax that goes directly to public safety. Do we have a projection yet as to like what revenue we're anticipating on that? I know I'm not trying to solve everything with weed. I just think that I just want to know, like, is that a tiny dent? Is that like a meaningful portion there? Like, what are we doing? Did you have that on the bingo card?
And I wish I could say it is more than what it really is going to be. We're not going to, the public safety fund is not going to see a huge impact from that.
Okay, so it'll be minor operational coverage.
It'll be minor.
But
it will be helpful, but it's not.
It's not solving this problem.
No.
Got it. That's just what I wanted to understand. And I'm glad that it'll be helpful still. The next question, and this I wanted to pose this now because I know we're going to have a conversation on short-term rentals in Sundance. But relevant to that, I'm thinking about like what are the lesser aggressive structures we can set up? Like what impacts that people? This is relevant.
Yeah, I know. I was just wondering if we could hear from other council people first and then kind of entertain that. But if you want to throw that question out.
This is the I'm going to put an idea. I'm planting a seed here so that we can think about it at a future date.
Okay.
When I think about less regressive structures, I think about like what are some of the other ways we can add, kind of capture some revenue to support some of the needs. Again, not panacea here, but I might encourage us to noodle on the concept of a public safety fee for short-term rentals as we think about this, again, as a partial way to nip at this too. And so this all would go into the equation of what are we trying to solve for, which is why I bring it up right now. Sundance is a 10-year commitment in the region, and we're looking at a 10-year horizon right now as I think about this too. So I don't want that to get lost here, and I want us to try to connect some dots over some of the multiple conversations we're having. The last thought, Mayor, that I wanted to offer here is that we're partly my inclination here, given the growth, the sprawl that we have seen in the region and in parts of Longmont. The growth that we're trying to support in our downtown core areas, including the Front Range and First and Main transit station that we were talking about earlier today. I'm super excited about those, but we need to ensure that our public safety and emergency response can handle that too. And so that plus the wildfire risks the region's facing, I'm inclined to suggest that we try to front load this more. And what I mean by that is when we look at, I know staffing will take time to build up. That's more of a build up. But like when I think about a structure, I think it would be one more operationally valuable, safer, and more resilient for our community if we were to basically create a little bit more of a spike in funding first, in revenue collection first, say like a higher percentage through like 2030, and then have that drop and make that promise to voters that, hey, we're going to invest now in this infrastructure and in more of these positions, boost that revenue collection, and then we also will make a promise to you that we'll drop it to a sustainable level for our operational needs, but also front load that because capital investments are only getting more expensive. Fuel costs are only getting more expensive. Construction is only getting more expensive. Let's build that fire station 7. Let's expand those other 2 fire stations now. That's a tangible improvement for our community that folks can think about. And the rescue units, I mean, those are all supporting those key resilience needs. And then we can ramp up staffing gradually, but that also means that we can drop down the funding again, or drop down the percentage. So I don't think of this necessarily as a linear percent increase, and I want us to think more about that spike to drop.
Thank you, and that is time. Councilmember Kolkoffer.
Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to clarify a couple of things that Councilmember Popkin made, and I want to make sure we're all on the same page tonight.
Sure.
So you mentioned Sundance sunsets or ends in 10 years. Or potentially, they could decide to move after 10 years. The funding that we're talking about and any increase that's done doesn't ever sunset. So if that revenue went away after 10 years because Sundance left, the city still has to figure out a way to fund that year 11, so 2037, 2038, because those positions would be filled. The other thing I think that I want to, when we talk about capital, what I don't want us to get confused is when we talk about front loading, because that is exactly, there's a plan that's put in place to front load the capital, because to your point, year one, we collect $18 million if we go with this. I can't hire 95 people in year one. So there are millions of dollars left over to meet those capital needs, probably the first 3 to 5 years. There's not much left after year 5 because it is now being eaten up by salary. And so that is why we built in the capital pieces. If you removed capital and said, we don't want any capital, the cost is still $18 million. We just have a surplus years 1, 2, 3, and 4 because we can't hire enough people. Now, we could try to hire 95 people in the first 3 years. It's going to be a little challenging. And so that's why that's why with the additional money coming in, we will build those items as much as we can. We have to prioritize based on the dollars, but we recognize by about year 4 and 5, there is very little extra money left over because we are starting to see additional people being hired, and it's eating up that 18 million. So 18 million comes in day one or year 1, and year 10, 18 million come in. By year 10, we will have had all of those folks hired and in place, and there will be $0 for any capital improvements. So I just wanted to be clear that if council's like, well, we're spending way too much on capital, the money still sits there. We still have to have enough money day one to be able to hire 95 people. So it isn't a gradual increase, nor is it a gradual decrease over time, because we still have to find funding for those positions even after year 5. To your point is, if it's this high number, and then years 5 through 10, we reduce the rate, well, that funding either has to come from general fund or somewhere else within the city, because those positions are already filled. And so we're losing that revenue stream. And so I just want to make sure we're clear as we go through and we talk about that, that's a critical piece to remember. Capital's only in there because we know we will have additional dollars the first few years to do some things that have not been able to be completed through our CIP or budget requests in the past. And so that's why we listed those there. So, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilmember Culpepper.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate all the time that you all put into this. Thank you. Can you go back to the slide with the 70-ish million? I have a question on the 69 million. Keep going back. The one with all the line items. Another way.
Keep going.
Another way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, this one.
Yeah, this one. So for the new fire station 7 and fire station 4 expansion, are we looking for those to expand our EMS to bring that in-house, our transport, or is that something that we would still be outsourcing to a third party?
Counselor Dan Higgins, Fire Chief. No, in-house transport wasn't included in this proposal. That's something that could be talked about, but those would be different numbers, and some adjustments would have to be made with that. But they weren't included. We were trying to deal with the near-term staffing issues across the board in response. So this would be still using a third-party contracted transport agency.
One thing to consider, I would like to see that in the future. I do appreciate all the stones that you all are turning, and I appreciate the additional staff that we're looking to fulfill with the overtime. I know none of us want to propose a tax increase on our residents, but at the same time, when we call emergency services, we want them to be fresh, and we want them to be alert, and we want them to be recharged, and we want them to be ready for that call. I don't think when I called 911 for my daughter having a terrible nosebleed, did I ever consider how long has this firefighter been working, and are they tired? Are they providing the best care possible? So I do want us to make sure we get this right. Sandy, I don't know if we can digest this or if we need to have an answer right away. I do like what Councilmember Popkins said, where I would like to move forward with something, but can we have some time to digest these different options, or do you need to know tonight which option we're going with?
So Mayor Hidalgo Faring, would you flip back to just go ahead and flip back to the ballot issue question. Yeah.
Because you said,
It did say July on
yesterday.
there. I was like, it actually should be June, sorry.
Oh.
It's June 24th that we need to let the county know something. But what we don't need to let the county know is
So tomorrow.
what it is. So you actually have 3 items that which we mentioned
Yes.
a couple weeks ago, that there's actually 3 ballot questions that, well, 1 question and 2 issues that you are considering. So we need to let the county know that something's coming. We don't have to do any wording finalization until August. And so as far as giving you a little time to digest and think about it, and I recognize that this is a very, very tough decision to make and to work through. Let me share with you a little bit about agendas. So let's say that you didn't make a decision tonight on what the mix or the split is, but instead you did decide that you wanted to levy something. That gives our city clerk enough opportunity to be able to let the county know that something is coming. Yes, we are participating in this election, because we don't have any council members that are up for election during this particular November election. So normally
And we
would
have
not be-
already moved the open space. That's,
You have,
did we already vote it?
Not.
We
It's
have
coming
not,
back.
okay.
It's coming back, I think, on the 28th.
We haven't finalized
was
it.
the
Okay.
answer for that one. So you haven't given actual direction for any ballot issue
Okay.
yet. But you could tonight to say, we're going to have something. We know we're going to have something. Please let the county know that.
Okay.
And then when ballot wording needs to be finalized, is 2 readings in August, the August 11th and the August 25th meeting. So you have to decide what the ballot wording is before August 11th. So just looking at your agendas, you have open forum for your next meeting, which is July 7th. You have July 14th, which I think currently now has the airport item back on, a pre-session on airport visioning. There are a couple other items that are mid, I would say, range as far as the depth of need. And then on July 28th, you have Airport Day with all the
My
rates and
birthday.
charges and all of that kind of stuff. And so then that next meeting is the next regular session is August 11th. So do you need to decide the mix today? No. But it would be nice to know if you're going to put something on the ballot so that
Yes.
Don can let the
Okay.
county know
And
that.
I think it is important tonight that we hear all of the
What everybody's
options with
thinking.
not necessarily deciding on which option yet, so choose our own adventure yet. But I do want to, and I've had opportunities to speak with, I think, every single department in the city and our admin. And coming from a public employee person, when we are told, have you thought of this? Have you thought of this? I'm about ready to say, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. They have thought of every option and looking at what has council passed in the past. They have thought through all those things because that's their job. And our staff is very thorough and looking at what are all these options and what's going to give us the biggest bang for our buck. And so they're only presenting to us what is going to really address at the heart of the matter. So, I mean, I'm going to speak as an individual and from a public employee perspective, it is really annoying to sit and hear, when I hear school board people say, well, have you done this? Or legislators, and why don't we just pass this? And this, and without fully understanding the ramifications of our statements. So, and I'm not trying to diss anybody, I'm just trying to just get it out, because I also want to make sure that our staff stays with us. And it gets to a point, and I've seen this in my profession, is people get fed up with it and they're out. They're going to go find another municipality, they're going to find another jurisdiction, wherever, to work, special district, whatever. And we want to make sure that we are retaining, not just recruiting and having that funding for the initial, but retaining the staff. And I have heard over and over again that these items presented here tonight were in discussion with our fire union, with our FOP, at the negotiations table. There were several discussions all around the pipeline through cross-departmental to come up with what's in front of us today. So I do want us to be cognizant and respectful of staff in that capacity. And, I just, because that's lived experience for me, so I do get a little passionate about that.
Mayor,
So, yes, go ahead,
I'll
and I'll let
really
you go
quickly.
back to your, because you still have the floor.
Yeah, so
I'm sorry, actually, hang on one quick second.
Yes.
So Don just corrected me. It is July 24th. that
Okay.
She needs to inform the county.
Okay.
You just only have one other regular session until then, which is July
That's-
14th.
and
So my
There's a
apologies.
lot-
It is
I thought
July 14th.
there was a lot going on.
So I know we just went back and forth and back and forth.
Yes,
It is
but
July
no,
24th.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go
I'll-
ahead.
I'll
Yes.
wrap up pretty quick. So I'm nervous. There's a lot of initiatives coming on the ballot that's asking for tax increases, so I'm nervous. So I do want to make sure that we're picking the right adventure. Also, I know how volatile sales tax is.
Yeah.
So the way that I'm leaning is I do like the, absorbing some into general fund and then doing some kind of a combination with sales tax and property tax. Because that way it kind of shares the load and it's a little bit easier to forecast, where sales tax is very difficult to forecast. And I don't want to be in the same position because we've already done this twice for sales tax, correct?
Yeah.
So by doing another sales tax increase, I think we're going to just kick the can down the road again. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay.
Mayor, I just want
yes,
to
go ahead.
clarify something that Councilmember Kolkoffer said. Were you talking about looking to add EMS services to the Longmont Fire Department as a internal service? Okay, so one of the things that just, Chief Higgins and his Assistant Chief Scott Opie and I, we've had conversations, I think, day one since I've gotten here for the last 5 years, and we've looked at that cost. And so we have plenty of figures on that. What you would anticipate, I'm just going to throw this out very quickly, if that is something the council wants to consider, you need to add another 30 firefighters to the current here. Now, they're not paid at firefighter pay, they're paid paramedic pay, which is a lot more than a basic firefighter / EMT. So there's a cost there. There's also a cost for the ambulances because we don't own the ambulances. So that would be probably close to $500,000 per ambulance to completely outfit it. And that's a 2-year wait currently that we have on ordering ambulances. We do currently have a great relationship with our vendor. They actually live in our stations. And so we actually do supplement and run an ambulance. I'm going to call it an ambulance, has a special name like Alpha Car. Or, what is it called? Omega, sorry. Oh, it is Alpha. Okay, Alpha. So we do supplement to make sure that we do have additional resources in the city. And we have, but we do have a great partnership that doesn't cost the city $1 right now. And so that's a factor that we've considered internally in our conversations. Is right now we're looking at how do we just get the firefighters on the trucks and answering the calls, because they also respond to those emergency calls. And so we are run not basic life support, we run advanced life support, which means we have paramedics on our truck. And so when you get a truck, you just don't get the ambulance, you get the same resources to an extent as far as personnel knowledge and some of the equipment and tools to provide those services. But I just wanted council to consider that is, yes, there are some funding mechanisms where you can get money back from federal government based on Medicaid, Medicare calls, but there's not enough there to be self-sustaining. And so it would take several years to get that into place, but this number would increase by at least another 30 firefighters / paramedics. And we would also need the additional administrative staff to handle all the billing that would need to take place in order to recoup the costs from transports, all the things that we need as far as the medical supplies that we used, plus filling that paperwork out for either the federal or state to try to claw back some of that money. And so
Plus we've run these numbers a couple different times
We
over
have,
the last 10
yes.
years, and it does not pan out.
Right now, it doesn't work for us. Now, if our partner came back and said, hey, I need $3 million, then that's a conversation with city council going one way we're going to pay for it or the other. And we believe running our own would be better versus doing this. So I just wanted to clarify that. And so we have those numbers. We're happy to provide those to you at a later date if you want them.
Let's run through the other folks first, and then, because I want to avoid a back and forth. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Teresa and Zach and all, thank you so much for everything you do. And I really want to reiterate the mayor's point of we want to avoid burnout from all of our employees, so we have to be careful about certain things here. Teresa, if we could move forward on a couple of slides slowly. Okay, so let's stop right here at the one that you just had up there. I think it was 14.
The next slide.
The next slide. Yeah, and I look at this right here. You know, when you look at property tax mill levies and the highest and lowest there, I mean, really take a look at this line here. We have still been one of the most competitive housing markets around, you know, based on this right here. And you can see here Castle Rock is extremely regressive because they turn around and hit their everybody from their poorest to their richest in regards to their sales tax. And so even moving it up a little on our part here, and I'm thinking that combination of the two still puts us in a very competitive area in regards to, you know, attracting talent and also not putting our community in a vicarious situation. Could we move forward to 15? Okay, so now as I look at the 50/50 sales tax and 50/50 property tax there, you know, I look at the difference. When we start getting into the general fund, I'm a little nervous about adding in that perspective there, because I think that we don't know. I mean, the buffoonery that we have seen from the federal level of literally this tariff and that tariff has just been so ridiculous that I can't imagine how we could try to throw in the some sort of element of the general fund because our costs seem to be you know, on a roller coaster. And so, you know, I think with this at least it doesn't hit anybody too hard. And so when I think about this sort of element, I know all this is somewhat speculative and everything, you know, new housing coming on and how much those homes, you know, go for. And then in regards to how many people are going to be out there, you know, with the $1,000 purchases and sales tax associated with that. But I still think that we have probably our best position if we're analyzing this. And I really would like to kind of somehow, if we're going to spend the time on this, I think, you know, I'm in a position as I look at this, that if we're going to I kind of get a feeling that people are willing to have some sort of funding mechanism and ask of the community. I don't know that when you look at $1,000, that $2.40 is a deal breaker, and I'm not certain on a 500K home, $124 is a deal breaker either. When you really look at this and analyze it, I think people are willing to do that. Is when you start getting in the general fund and we don't know some of the things. It's the Rumsfeld moment of not knowing what we don't know, sort of thinking. Is that thinking that we have to add in something like that? You know, those sales tax is regressive to the poorest in our community, but and I don't think that in any in scenario 3 here, we basically do anything other than I don't think it's going to change the rents dramatically on homes. I don't think that somebody who is a property investor is going to turn around and jump that that rent up, you know, just to that amount. It comes across a little punitive. If you're gonna make a increase in rent, you probably want to make it pretty serious increase. So I think that what we really need to do is move forward on this. You know, the option 3 there, which is that 50/50 sales and property taxes, and I think people are smart. I think they're capable of discerning this information and looking at it and going, we really don't want to have our general fund, you know, impacted by this, because we really can't tell what the future is going to bring.
And did we have other slides after the next one?
Just the first one again, asking
Okay.
what direction you'd like to go.
What direction? Okay. Councilmember Prieto.
I'm super fast. All right. Just some initial thoughts. I like holding this off, doing our research, making sure we're not tired, and it's like 11 o'clock at night. 2, I like the idea of a sales tax. I feel like public safety is utilized by everybody, not just property owners. And if we do a 50-50, then our homeowners are not only paying a property tax, but they're also paying sales tax. So they're getting like double whammied. I'm not sure that that's fair. I'll spend $480 on $1,000 all day, and I'm not the richest person in Longmont. So I think, I mean, I don't see that as anything significant, especially when it comes to our public safety. And then the last note is I have a have you thought about, sorry, Susie, but actually
Frame it another way.
this have you thought about was asked since I wasn't here at the first presentation, I did email a few staff. In your defense, it was titled like thoughts around the presentation, so you may not have caught the questions within. But one of my questions that I had asked, and I'm thinking now I'm moving toward our one-time costs. And let me just go to the email. In the beginning, so in the beginning, I'm just lame. That's like, okay, anyways, I'm getting sidetracked and it's late. But in the first presentation, you had discussed a public safety emergency reserve of 8%, totaling approximately $9.8 million. Now, when we look at the facility costs, that's like a drop in the bucket, right? But then when we talk about like fire trucks and different things that we might need right away, my question in the beginning was, let's see, could you provide additional clarification on what constitutes an emergency under that policy and whether any of the current staffing or operational concerns could potentially qualify under that definition? And so I'm curious if we could utilize some of this fund also in addition to this, but to help make up kind of where we're at right now in some of the emergency funds that we need, whether it's one time or maybe the staffing that we had to pull from general. Yeah, and I'll shut up and you guys can talk.
So that is always an option. I think comes with trade-offs though, right? Choices. It's a choice between, do you want to set the tax rate at this level? Then you're going to have to make choices on what you're going to use that one-time funding for. You can always choose to increase the rate. I mean, we sized this rate to cover the costs of the ongoing costs of just the staff. It doesn't include any additional funds to establish a replacement reserve or maintain any sort of replacement funding on an ongoing basis. We could include that. It's just not included in these numbers.
Okay. And it doesn't have to be like.
So, yeah, I'll have you come back.
Okay.
Actually, I have not heard from Councilmember Christ yet in this round. I think did you? No, yeah. Okay, Councilmember Christ. Go ahead.
Okay.
And then you'll go after.
Well, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Teresa and Chief Artist, for your presentation. I think just practically speaking, we have to admit that it's not a certainty that something would pass. So we have to kind of hedge our bets a little bit. And so one of the things we might consider is utilizing the general fund somewhat. What we have going for us is the sales tax has been improving. The sales tax revenue has been improving. So how do we enhance that? I tend to favor some of what Councilor Popkin is saying in that the marijuana tax should help with that. And we have public safety fees that we could add on for our short-term rentals. I also floated the idea of having paid parking downtown. That is getting cheaper because you don't have to have a meter at every spot. You know, they have these kiosks now where they just put in your so it's computerized. You just put in your license, and then you pick how much parking you want. And I know businesses will say, "What? What are you talking about?" Actually, evidence shows that people cycle out of parking quicker if it's paid. So actually could raise some revenue. And I'm just saying all this could help fund public safety, could help fund the general fund. And it's more of a luxury tax, so therefore doesn't impact those who can't afford it as much. I think that our area can't handle a 0.48% increase in sales tax because we already have 0.58. So you're actually looking at $10.60 on a $1,000 purchase. I'm not saying that's so much, but it does add up. And when you think of lower income folks who tend to be more impacted by these types of taxes. Also, when you look at our charts, they're a little bit misleading in that, I don't have your slide up here, but when you look at, when we were talking about Castle Rock and...
Oh, the comparison, I think you had it on this one?
Yes,
Okay.
but I'm looking at
The one in our
Westminster
packet?
combined tax rate is 9%. Ours is 8.86. And Castle Rock is 8.1. So we're actually not that far apart. But we are on the higher end of an aggregate sales tax. And the problem is that our surrounding cities only pay 6.5. So it's very easy to go to Firestone. It's very easy to go to Loveland and, buy more expensive things there. I know we talked about that when people were talking about the grocery tax. So, Teresa, something that hasn't come up is about our bond issue guarantees are often guaranteed with our sales tax. And so once we install a sales tax, it's hard to remove it. Is that correct?
So the intent for this sales tax, again, would be a permanent tax, because it is funding staffing that is really ongoing, permanently needed to meet the need.
Yeah, so I would prefer to have us rely on the general fund somewhat and not completely. I don't like the idea of property tax either. So I'm just saying we have to figure we may or may not get this past this election period. So let's hedge our bets a little bit in terms of how we create some revenue, because we need our public safety to be solid.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Chris. That was a lovely segue to what I wanted to chat about. I'm a political guy in a lot of ways, as I think a lot of us up here are. And so there is a political consideration here for us as policymakers about we need to make sure that our public safety department is well funded. We need a tax to pass, right? So if a tax is going to pass, what's going to be the most effective way that we can talk about this with our community? What's going to be the most effective option? Looking at what is likely coming to the ballot, and I agree completely, we are not ready as a council, I think, to give you full direction on what the best option is. I have my personal opinion, and I'll lay it out here shortly. For me, but before I do that, two quick questions. Number one, and this might be a Don question, if it were to be the 50-50 split, would we need to run two ballot measures or just one? Teresa, can you answer that? Yeah.
Councilmember Marcin, we did check into that with bond counsel, and we have run them as a single question in the past, and we can continue to do that.
Fantastic. And then, are we being aggressive enough? Zach, are we really doing, is the number you're giving us, I understand nobody likes to raise taxes, but the worst thing I think you can do is raise taxes and then 3 years later realize you haven't actually met the need. Are we being aggressive enough?
Yeah, I think when we take a realistic look of where the city of Longmont is today, where it is going to go in the next 10 years, even in the next 15 years, unless something drastically changes with the city and somehow we're able to develop open space and we're not landlocked anymore and we annex the city of Boulder, then we're gonna have a different conversation. But
I move? No.
I think where we sit, and I sat down with staff, I think where we're at today it is not the exact number if you want to do the calculations of per 1,000 of where we think the city's going to cap out in 2036 around that 112 to 115,000. But I think what happens is the adjustments we've made over the last 5 years that I've been here and the addition of actually getting the correct numbers we need today, we're in a much more better manageable position. Even if we added 10,000 or 12,000 more people to the city, we can meet those needs without coming back to ask for, hey, we need another $8 billion, right? We're not taxing our employees. We're not overworking our employees. We're retaining folks. And again, we're meeting and being more proactive than reactive, which we're currently being now. We also considered that is what our concern, as many of you have shared, is that, yeah, it's a terrible year to ask for a public safety sales tax increase. Everything is up, whether it's gas, whether it is your property tax, whether it's your insurance. We recognize that it's an economic struggle for everyone. Like many of the folks that are here in the auditorium or listening online, I have those same struggles with paying for my car insurance and my property tax going up because there was a Marshall fire a few years ago and everything is increasing in the state of Colorado. I recognize that, but it wouldn't be fair to the community nor to my employees if I didn't come here and tell you that we need the numbers to get to where we're at today. And if the voters decide not to, then I have some very difficult decisions that I have to make as the public safety chief to protect my employees. And I respect and recognize whatever council's decision is, and I also respect the community's decision. And we'll continue to provide the best level of service. But I know we can do better and we can do more. We just don't have those resources.
I appreciate that.
Yes.
So I think those answer my questions, and then I want to just hit on the politics quickly for our consideration as I imagine what we're going to do is move off into the ether and come back to this. What I happen to know to be the case, because I have looked at a lot of polling related to this exact question, is where's voters' attitudes related to property taxes and sales taxes? Because as some folks know, I'm deeply involved in the upcoming ECE ballot measure that will come forward. That is going to be referred to the county commissioners, just for context, as a property tax. That is likely what's going to come forward. So voters are going to be asked locally to consider a property tax increase to begin with. So that's just a piece of context. And then from there, I think about, okay, what is most likely in a ballot that's going to be long, but actually is not going to have a lot of true tax increases? We're really only looking at FRPR, this, and ECE here locally, potentially. What's the easiest path to get to passage? And in the purely political context, my argument would be likely sales tax. And that actually is what the polling is telling folks is more palatable right now. And I appreciate Councilmember Prieto's comment, because I agree. I've always believed sales taxes are more regressive. They are, fundamentally. But when you pick up the phone to call 911, I don't think it matters if you're the wealthiest person in Longmont or the lowest income person in Longmont. There's a shared burden involved in public safety that I think everybody understands. From a messaging perspective, there's also a real need to be able to tell the community very clearly and plainly what this is and how we're moving it forward. I see the sales tax option as the cleanest option. It's how we funded public safety and the public safety fund since the public safety fund has existed. I think muddying those waters now doesn't make a lot of sense. And I will be very clear, I have zero interest in touching the general fund. Zero interest. I think the idea that we would cut other core positions, I don't think that meets this moment. And I think when it comes to any tax that the public is likely to approve, I think it's this one. And I think we get it right if we go the sales tax route. I understand my colleagues are not ready to move forward in that direction. I completely understand that. It's almost morning. But that's where I'm at, and just laying that out for consideration.
Okay, great.
Mayor,
Thank you. Yes,
one thing
please.
to consider is as folks are giving their opinions, if
Yeah.
there's information that would help you to make this decision, I recognize
Yes.
that there's the a good night's sleep quality to
Yeah,
that.
yes.
But also, if there's additional information that we can bring back to you, please mention that as well, because we're happy
Okay.
to pull together additional
Okay.
information.
Or
Yeah.
I would also add if there is additional scenarios or additional split of the tax that you would like us to
Okay,
pursue,
so
let us
then
know.
we can actually veer off of what the options were. I know that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And then, because I was thinking also, as we're looking at 50/50, if the council was having a split in there, could it be something where it's more than 50 for sales tax and less for property tax, or vice versa? I actually do want to look at options internally through the general fund. I know that through negotiations, there were some misinterpretations of how, I think it was the leave that was being used, or I'm trying to think if it was vacation or something that was not being used. Harold had mentioned it, and I don't know if this is striking a bell to you, but where they were able to kind of reclaim some dollars through clarifying some steps that were misinterpreted in the contract. Does that make sense?
Here, I think you're speaking about our parental leave. our
Parental
caregiver
leave. I knew it was some kind of leave, but so
it didn't have a financial
fiscal impact,
exactly, but
I think,
yeah.
but didn't it help cover? Trying to think. You know what? It's getting late. I can't. I can't remember. But so, like, really looking at some of those. What are some ways to fill in? Those inefficiencies, or making sure that how the contract was being adopted. I'm going back to the conversation that Harold shared from negotiations, and where there was an aha moment and disconnect where it was kind of brought together. So through those conversations, but I'm thinking also to commit to that general fund dollars, because I've seen for years that the city grows. We have these these projects, these ideas, and all these shiny vision things that we want to get to. As we're putting in general fund dollars to see these through, we are also leaving behind core services that help keep these, to help our growth. And so I feel like we're also addressing a hemorrhage right now, and that what are some solutions that maybe it is a mix of all three. I am open to everything, but really giving that that allowance to come up with varying ideas that could be brought forward as well. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm adjusting slightly what I'm going to say based on what you just said. I think, Councilmember Marsing, I think you raised some really good points here. And I think that's going to give me something to sleep on tonight. And I think if our goal is to get something passed, we really need to be very thoughtful about that. And I think part of that also, Mayor, I know, I'm not trying to have you thought about this moment, but I think it's really important for the public to understand that we have thought about it. And for the multiple media sources in the room, when they're talking about this conversation, to know that we have thought about it, and that we have looked at federal grants and said, nope, that's not going to cut it this time. And we have looked at the marijuana dispensary annexations, and we realized that's not going to cut it this time. That's not this. It's a different scale fundamentally that we're looking at, because that's what we're asking voters to weigh in on. I think, to Councilmember Marsing's point, the more tangible things that we can make, I don't want to be overly reductive right now, but for the sake of it being 11:45 p.m., I will. If we're asking voters to say sales tax increase to fund 2 fire station expansions and a fire station, that's tangible, it's clear. I'm not saying that's all we should do, but I'm just saying the more we can clearly articulate what people are paying for, the more likely I think it will pass. I know we won't solve the short-term rental fee conversation right now or in the next month, but I don't think we should dismiss that as a parallel move here, because that shifts the costs off of that shifts the regressive nature of this, and it just separates it out from this. So even if we still plan with a fairly solid ballot measure here to try to get at what we're solving for, that objective here, and I think all of us on council are saying we have the same goals: effectively funding our public safety needs. Like,
Yeah.
that's what we're aiming for.
Yeah, Councilmember, I just want to say that I think really we recognize that I don't think we anticipated the city council tonight could take, it's very complex
Yeah.
and make a very quick decision this evening. I think we didn't expect that. I think we wanted to bring as many possible options for consideration for council to really to stew on it. The piece is that there is a secondary piece once council decides. I mean, either they say, no, we're not taking anything to the voters, or A, we are going to take this thing to the voter. There is another mechanism in place waiting to move forward that gets to the heart of what you're talking about, is giving the people those tangible things and telling them exactly what they're voting for. And
Great.
both in 2009 and 2017, that was handled outside of the city by both FOP and IAFF. And both of those organizations are prepared to come along once if council makes a decision to move forward with some type of funding. Both of those organizations are already waiting to have those and create that communication and create that information and begin to do those things with the community so they clearly understand what this tax is and that it isn't just funding just a lump sum of money, that where it's specifically going to be spent and why it's going to be spent. So that mechanism piece will immediately kick into effect once council decides their direction. And so I just want to be clear that that will happen and has happened in the past.
Great. My last question here, and then I'll offer my final comment, and then I think we can probably, I'll pass over. What if we tap into the general fund here, building on the mayor's points and Councilmember Marsing's points? What are we trading off? What aren't we doing if we tap into the general fund? Like, do we have a sense of the scale of cuts elsewhere? Do we know where that's coming from?
At this point, I would say that we're still working on what the revenue projections are going to look like for 27 and moving forward. You may remember that the last 2 years, we funded no new initiatives or any expansion in staff in the general fund outside of, in the general fund, I would say.
Yeah.
And so, because, certainly for utilities, it's a different ballgame. But, within the general fund, we haven't increased any level 2 requests. So first we would have to look at the revenue to determine what does that look like. We do try to fund what we call level 1 requests, which are things that are going to increase regardless of, any changes in programming. But, we would certainly look at the revenues first. This would be the first thing that would need to be funded, potentially even over level 1 requests, and then we would be bringing back potential cuts to you if they were needed at that time. So what are we not funding is a good question, because people have submitted their budget requests. We've had a week of budget hearings already around all of the different things that people are interested in moving forward with, and so we could certainly present those to you during the budget season. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll take 10. No, I'm just kidding.
30 seconds.
Here's what I'll say. I definitely, I think I'm largely hearing from my colleagues that some type of ballot measure is going to move forward. So I'm going to say I'm there. The exact measure I'm not. I need to sleep on. Mayor, I think this is maybe a question we can take offline, but I think this is a deeper conversation than we could have in another meeting, and we might want to have a separate session. I don't know if it's a study session, a pre-session, a pre-session. I don't know what it is, but I think we should probably do that. This is such a critical conversation for us
and for the community. So one of the reasons why I'm kind of delving into this conversation, and we've had some people who have technically spoken twice, but I think having to accept another, more input, because that's also going to guide what is that going to look like in the next council discussion. Is it going to be a general session topic? Is it going to be a pre-session? Is it going to be a study session item? I mean, it's getting close, and our schedule is getting pretty packed as I look the weeks down the line. So I do want to be cognizant of that. So I was hoping that we could get as much feedback from you all and thoughts right now to just kind of get that out so we can concise something for future discussion and really just kind of hone down that conversation. So we're not having, but this is why I was kind of trying to wrap
I
up
appreciate that.
the earlier conversations. But
yeah, I don't want to shortchange this. I want to do
No,
this
I
right.
don't.
And to Councilmember Marsing's point, if we're going to do this, we got to do it really strategically. We have to be super clear, and this has to be the most straightforward ballot question that solves the objectives we're trying to address here. So.
And I know that when we're looking at different sources of bringing in funding, I kind of want to avoid that conversation right now because I want to focus on the ballot measure itself. But, you know, when Sandy had mentioned and offered up, you know, send me your suggestions
Yeah, I
for
will.
other things. So that might be a good platform for that. I
Yeah.
just don't want to muddy the waters.
I
as
will, and I
well.
appreciate that invitation. I think we
Yes.
shouldn't have this conversation solely in a vacuum. And when we're talking about
Yeah,
ballot
I
measures, we get
understand.
fixated on that.
Yes,
And I
yes.
don't want us to negate the other surrounding conversations that we have been already started to have. We talked about short-term rentals a month ago.
Yes.
Or so. Like, so that's all. I just,
Okay.
we shouldn't have this in a vacuum. It's too
No,
important.
I understand that. I just want, you know, for clarity. So we're just talking about, we want it clear, but if we're talking about all these other things, that muddies the situation. So
We want the ballot question clear.
I want the ballot question clear, and that's what, yes, thank you. Crystal clear. Speaking of which, Councilmember Crystal Prieto.
Sorry, Mayor. So when I was speaking earlier, I asked a question to staff and then I was
Yeah.
cut off for
No,
the
that's all right.
remaining
Yes.
amount of time. So
Go
I just
ahead.
wanted to follow up. So with my suggestion on the emergency fund, I already stated my opinion, sales tax. I agree with Councilmember Marsing. If you guys, I don't know if that was even discussed or talked about, but if it is going to be something that's going to be helpful as far as the emergency fund, if you guys would just let council know if that's just based off of what you're looking at as far as one-time funds, getting started, getting these new positions started, needing a new truck, maybe capital improvement, and you can build that out and put back into it over that 10-year span. Or I just wanted to put that on the table. And again, you don't have to answer, yes, we think it would be great, or no, actually, we think we could do it without it. Just know that that is a tool in your tool belt that I'm willing to explore, and I'm also thinking that maybe other council members are as well. And that's all I wanted to say, Mayor.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes, please, go ahead.
Clarify,
Yeah.
are you referring to our general fund stabilization reserve when you are talking about the emergency fund?
It's an emergency reserve at 8%.
Oh, emergency reserve at 8%. Is that our budget, our stabilization?
You spoke of. One, don't touch, you can't touch it if you wanted to. And then the other one, you stated that council would have to declare an emergency in order to utilize the funds.
Yes, okay, so I'm with you now. So in the this is the fund balance reserves in the general fund. And you are correct, there are three different tiers of the emergency reserve. The Tabor Reserve, and
Yeah.
that's the one that I said we can't touch. It's basically an unusable pot of money.
Yep.
The 8% emergency reserve, and then we have the stabilization reserve. And it is that stabilization reserve that we did tap into this past year when our sales tax revenues did not come in as we expected.
Okay.
So I guess I just want to understand your thought process here. Are you thinking, can we use those funds to get a jump start on hiring these staffing?
Basically for the emergency reserve, could that be utilized for some of the one-time costs, right? Like the trucks, the fire trucks, or anything that is coming down the pipeline that we're maybe not gonna gather right away. I think of it as kind of a savings that we've put together for public safety, and this seems kind of like an emergency situation to me, that we're kind of falling behind. By the time this ballot measure comes through, the taxes actually start to, gain. Where are we gonna be at? And so can we tap into this to cover some of those upfront costs, whether it's one time and or ongoing, and then eventually replaced with, if the ballot measures pass?
So using those funds to cover ongoing expenses would violate our financial policy.
Okay. So the one time is what my original suggestion
Yeah,
was.
and so I'm just kind of thinking out loud here. The emergency reserve policy was established by you all. Those thresholds were put in place through a financial policy that you all prior councils and then you all annually adopt, we could, if that is your desire, we could change those thresholds, freeing up those funds to use it for essentially non-emergency one-time uses.
Yeah, and not necessarily my desire. I'm basically looking at the city, public safety, finance to say, based off of what you guys are looking at, this financial picture, looking at some of the costs that you had shown in the presentation, it looks like we have a lot of needs. And so I'm saying this is a resource that we potentially have. Would it be beneficial to tap into it? Would staff be interested in that? I'm not going to sit here and say I think, or, I want to hear more. So I want you guys to know it's something that I'm interested in exploring. And if you feel like it's worthy of exploring and would be helpful to public safety, then come back with any recommendations or ideas. But we have a $9.8 million bucket of money that's sitting there. And so I'm saying, hey, if we need it, then let's use it.
And that would require a policy change. So
Yeah.
that would,
And-
yes.
And Mayor, Councilmember Prieto, I appreciate the comments that you made about this money and using it one-time dollars. One-time dollars gets difficult because you can only use it one time. And what the bulk of the public safety sales tax request is I won't need one-time dollars for personnel if I don't have personnel. And so it's the salary piece. And what I would say, and we may take you up on a conversation later on, if this council or the public safety sales tax doesn't pass, then maybe that's a broader conversation for some of the capital items that exist there that we would come back and maybe have a conversation about. But I don't think at this moment and point in time, it wouldn't be helpful for me to ask you for that or ask this council to consider that, simply because it is about the personnel and the cost with the personnel. Those capital items you saw for $69 million. Those are things we'd love to have, and we know that if the sales tax passed, we could fulfill most of those. If they don't, then that's a broader conversation within public safety of what is critical that we have to have that Mr. Dominguez can't find the funds to do. And maybe that's a broader conversation that Mr. Dominguez and public safety comes back to you and says, hey, would you consider giving us a small portion of that to do this thing? And so I think it's very generous, and I appreciate the comments that you made, but I think at this point, it would be a conversation if the public safety sales tax didn't pass and there was a critical infrastructure one-time need that we needed, we would certainly appreciate having that conversation. So thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you for that, Zach. Councilmember Marcy.
Thank you, Mayor. Everybody having fun still? Great. I have a motion to kind of wrap this up and to just make sure that they have the direction they need if you think it's helpful, because it sounds like you do want.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, it sounds like you do want the formal, yes, let's go. So the motion that I have, and I've sent the most recent text over to Crystal, is I move we direct staff to return with final options in a regular session for ballot referral for an increase in the public safety tax prior to the August deadline that was mentioned on language, with the intent to refer the measure to voters and further direct staff to notify the county of that intent prior to the July 24th deadline. So
I'll second that.
come back to us.
Yeah.
We want to move forward, basically saying we intend to refer something,
Yes.
bring us back the final options based on the feedback you've heard, and do it before the deadlines.
Yes. Okay. Does that sound,
That is
is there
very
anything
clear.
that you would need from us? Thank you.
I'm just curious whether council would entertain a special session to discuss. That would be if I were Harold, I would be asking.
Yes.
Would you be up for a special session? Because right now you have your open forum on the 7th.
Yes.
You have your regular session on the 14th. It's a LURA meeting on the 21st, and then a regular session on the 28th. And so if you would entertain a special session, otherwise we'll put it
Okay.
on the 14th.
Okay, now the other option could be, is if we bump Laura to 5:30 and then have council, that would be our special session. So we're reserving that Tuesday instead of trying to find another day of the week.
You could absolutely do that as well.
Okay, so I
You
saw
will-
a couple of thumbs up over there, but
We
I
have
will.
already bumped an LHA meeting, so the plan is to have an LHA meeting after the Lura meeting.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind.
But
Uh-huh.
I say stack them up.
Stack them up? No, I don't want to do that. Okay, so we'll work on the scheduling of that.
That's
So
what I hear
that's-
is more the preferences. Let's keep it to the Tuesdays. Does that sound?
Tuesdays?
that-
I mean, I see one that
see
says
one
flexible.
nod.
Tuesday?
Yeah, for the sake of my marriage, yeah.
Tuesdays, yeah, I mean.
In the best way.
And I think staff as well. I mean,
we
it's
can-
already embedded in our.
Mayor, we'll chat more about it.
We'll chat more about it, and if you have serious thoughts, or shoot me an email.
And any other
Send me an
ideas?
email. Yes.
Any other ideas, send them my way. 'Cause
Yes.
what I heard was parking fees, marijuana fees, potentially using the emergency fund. I heard short-term rental fees.
Yes.
So we'll take a look at some of those things to see if there's anything that we think would generate that or some magic mix that would.
Yes.
And if you have other ideas, send them my way, please.
Okay,
And-
sounds good.
And Sandy, if I may, to me, it sounds like most of you are interested in some sort of mix of property sales tax, perhaps?
I am, and then I see some no's, so.
Yeah.
So keep,
I don't know if we can get that.
so I don't know if we're not, yeah.
Yeah, well,
If we still,
They're
if,
not ready for
hold-
that yet.
yeah, so if we still have some options where it's one option only, a sales tax only.
Okay.
And then I think I've heard some other desire to have a mix, so if that is weighed in as well.
And so I guess for those
I would-
that are, so for those that are
Okay, you guys.
interested in a mix, if it's not 50/50 and you're really thinking it's some other mix, if you
Yes.
could let us know.
I will do
we
that.
We can run
Yeah.
those numbers for you.
Okay.
That way Teresa can get her spreadsheets.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Mayor, I apologize. I want to make sure that I understand Councilman Marcin's motion so that staff can be prepared.
Yes.
We are going to have another meeting that we're going to talk about so council can talk through their next direction. Are you anticipating at that meeting we will have final solutions, or are you anticipating there'll be a follow-up meeting that's brought back to council for final solutions? The next meeting we talked about with the Laura meeting, we would bring back final solutions for city council, which is basically kind of what we brought back today.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think, because what I heard from council, and correct me if I'm wrong, people needed time to process these.
Sure, absolutely.
So even if they are coming back, the same options, I didn't really hear people wanting, well, no, I heard a little bit of everything.
I think what- I
So
think
if we
what-
bring it back and then we're able to digest it
I
and
think
have
yes,
more
ma'am.
clarity.
I think what
for
we'll do
you
is
all.
we'll bring back what we have, and then if a specific council member wants something looked at differently, we'll also bring that back so the rest of the council can consider it.
Okay.
So we would just ask that if you wanted it not a 50-50 split, but a 75-25, if you'll let Teresa and I know, we can adjust that and bring that back as consideration of final decision,
Okay.
or final option for council.
Yes.
And so I just wanted clarification because it is a very complex and there's a lot
It
of things we
is.
threw, and we just want to make sure council has all the options available to them.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. And before we vote, we do have a couple of people in the queue. Councilmember Popkin.
Yeah, I was just gonna on that note, in terms of when we come back. Correct me if I'm wrong. It was a 1,300-page packet, but maybe I missed this. But I didn't see the numbers actually, like the scenarios and numbers broken down in the packet. If we can get that in advance, like I know you'll send us this, but if we can get that in advance of the next meeting, that would be incredibly helpful, so that we can actually digest some of that and not work through it together. For any of these financial conversations, airport, all of that, like we need that in advance if
We
we're going to
will.
be making a decision.
We will send you this presentation, so you have this whole piece in detail.
Yes.
And you're right, we're just running up against deadlines. so.
I get that. I'm just that'll help
Thank
us
you.
be able to give clearer direction as well
Okay.
faster. Thanks.
So, and seeing no one else in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries unanimously. Thank you. Thank you all. So hopefully you don't
Thank
have
you.
to come in early in the morning. Yeah, no, to these guys, they're leaving.
We have negotiations with the fire department at 9 a.m.
9:30.
Sorry.
9:30.
So, okay.
9:30.
So we are now, hold on, let me get my script. Okay. So, I need a motion to recess as on the Longmont City Council as the Longmont, oh, wait, go ahead. Oh, yeah. Is that, so it
Needs to be Housing Authority Board of Commissioners?
Commissioners, and so that does say that on my script. So thank you for that. For the Housing Authority Board appointments.
So moved.
Okay, so. Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem made the motion to recess as the Longmont City Council and convene as the Longmont Housing Authority Board of Commissioners, and that has been seconded by Councilmember Popkin. Wait, didn't you say it second?
So moved.
So moved. Well, he said so. He said it first. You said it second. So there we go.
All right, people.
So
okay, commissioners?
Yes. Oh, and all those, what's that? So go ahead and vote, and then we'll convene
No,
as the.
actually, commissioners, this housing authority item, there's one seat available.
Yes.
You had 3 candidates. We thought you might be able to handle this one by motion. Do not have a ballot prepared for this.
Okay, but we still need to recess as the housing commissioners to.
Which you
to-
just did.
Yes.
Right?
Well, we have to finish. We're waiting
gotta
on.
vote. Got it.
Councilmember Chris, can you please place your vote?
Thank you.
I'm waiting for it to finish, so that was waiting for adjourn is the blank and reconvene is.
Okay, and that carries unanimously. Now, go ahead, Dawn.
Now,
Yes.
commissioners, thank you, sorry. One seat on the Housing Authority Advisory Board to appoint for a term ending June 30th, 2029. You had 3 candidates. Given that there's just one seat, we were thinking that a motion would be maybe a way to handle this one. Don't have a ballot prepped.
Okay, that is fine. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. I move we appoint Arlene Zortman as the one regular member term ending June 30th, 2029.
Okay, so the motion has been made to accept Arlene Zortman, or to approve her appointment, and it was seconded by Councilmember Popkin.
Mayor, if you don't mind, just a show of
Do we
hands.
just need a show of hands? Okay,
Please.
if you all agree, raise your hand. Okay, and that carries unanimously. Okay, so now I need a motion to recess as the Longmont Housing Authority Commissioners and reconvene as the City Council. So, motion has been made by Councilmember Popkin and seconded by Councilmember Christ.
Do you need a hand vote?
No, I think it's showing up.
There you go, okay.
And that carries unanimously. And we are now on to the City Advisory Board and Commission appointments.
Okay, Mayor. So I wanted to just walk through very quickly. We have 12 boards with vacancies. We received 36 applications for the 26 positions to be filled. 2 of the boards that have vacancies did receive no applications, so of course, there's nothing to vote on. Those are not in consideration tonight. Master Board of Appeals, Senior Citizens Advisory Board. We will re-advertise those vacancies in the fall recruitment cycle. 5 of the boards have, fairly similar to the Housing Authority, 1 seat or 1 candidate. So we were going to approach 5 of these boards with some motions, and I'll walk you through those one by one. Those are Callahan, GURP, MOPC, Sustainability, and Water. And then the other 5 we will vote. You will vote using your phone. We're going to distribute a QR code that will take you to a ballot. And we will see how the first round goes, if we can get through it with 1 ballot. If not, Crystal's going to help me adjust on the fly the second ballot based on what happens with the first ballot. So a little bit of a process, but we hope it'll go quickly. So we're first going to jump to Callahan House Advisory Board, and you all have your sheets. We put a tracking sheet that was distributed to you in email, but we put a copy at your desk in case that's easier for you. So we're going to skip Art and Public Places, go to Callahan House, has one unexpired regular member term and one candidate, one applicant. So thought that maybe a motion would be easy there.
So, okay, so the motion has been made to accept the recommended candidate. It was made by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy, seconded by Councilmember Prieto. It was Angela Maniazzi?
Yes. I don't know the pronunciation, but yes.
Okay, Maniazzi, okay.
And then if you just want to raise your hands.
Yeah, let's go ahead, if you.
Mayor, who made the
So that,
motion?
It was
Mayor
Mayor
Pro
Pro
Tem.
Tem.
Okay, and then Prieto.
And Councilmember Prieto.
Okay,
So,
great.
just with a show of hands, do you approve this recommendation, or this, Angela Maniaci to the board? Okay, so that carries unanimously.
Great. So Callahan will have one new board member, Ms. Maniaci. Moving on to the General Employee Retirement Pension Board, GERP, there are 2 applicants and 2 seats. So again, we thought, Mayor, you sat in on these interviews, that maybe you might lead a motion, but not critical that you do that. One term ends June 30, 2031, one ends in June 2029. So if you like
Okay.
both applicants, the
Yes.
question really is who, where.
So my motion is to approve Travis Green for the one regular term ending in 2031, and then Josh Sherman for the one unexpired regular term ending in June 30th, 2029. Okay, so I made the motion, seconded by Councilmember Popkin, to accept Travis Green for the regular member, June 30th, 2031, and Josh Sherman for the unexpired ending in June 30th, 2029. Can we, all those in favor? Aye. Okay, and that carries unanimously.
Excellent. See, we're cruising. Thank you. Jumping forward on the back of the first page to MOPC, another pension board, Mayor, you sat in on those.
Yes.
1 seat, 3 candidates. We will mark Josh Sherman off because you just appointed
Yes.
him to GERP. So 2 candidates, Nikki Davidson or Jennifer Findley.
Okay. So Councilmember Popkin?
Yeah, I'll motion to appoint Nikki Davidson to the regular member term.
Okay. No, you're good. So that motion has been made by Councilmember Popkin, seconded by Councilmember Marcy. And with a hand vote, all those in favor? Aye. Okay, and that carries unanimously.
Great. Thank you very much. Jumping down to sustainability, 1 seat, you have 3 applicants there. Mr. Hodges withdrew his application, so just 3 applicants. Councilmember Kalkofer is the liaison to that board. Don't know if you.
Do we have, is there anyone who would like to make a motion? There were 2 that were recommended, Johnny and John. And then there's
John.
also a third if you want the other John. Councilmember Marcin, go ahead.
I move we appoint John Lemke to the Sustainability Advisory Board.
Okay, so the motion has been made to appoint John Lemke to the Sustainability Advisory Board, and this, it has been seconded. Motion has been made by Councilmember Marcin, seconded by Councilmember Kalkofer. With a show of hands, raise your hand. Okay, so we have, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that does carry unanimously.
vote for
Or
it,
it
correct.
carries, so we have Kalkofer, do we need me to state the names of council members? So we had Councilmember Kalkofer, Marcin, Prieto, and Councilmember Popkin. 4, and then.
Got it.
Yeah, okay.
Got it. Thank you. All right, so Mr. Lemke will be appointed to sustainability. The last one by motion, at least initially by motion, would be Water Board. One seat open ending 2030 and 2 applicants, Mr. Duster and Mr. Wright.
Okay.
One of the third applicant withdrew, so you have 2 candidates there.
To choose from. Okay.
Councilmember Christ is the liaison.
Councilmember Christ.
I move that we appoint Thomas Duster to the one regular member term ending June 30th, 2030.
Okay, so the motion has been made to appoint Thomas Dester to the Water Board, term ending in June 30th, 2030, made by Councilmember Chris, seconded by Councilmember Colcoffer. With the show of hands. Okay, and that carries unanimously.
Awesome. All right, so now we are going to go back to the other 5 boards. Crystal is going to distribute to you a sheet with a QR code. Please use your phone camera pointed at the QR code. We'll take you to a ballot. You will be asked to enter your initials. All you need are your initials, and then move through the ballot to place your votes. So you will be voting on the 3 seats, Art and Public Places, the 4 seats on Housing and Human Services Advisory Board. You will see those are broken up into the different seats. The Library Advisory Board also broken up into seats, Museum, and then Transportation.
Thank you for putting them off that.
Always.
Mine is not going very fast.
There's a new Wi-Fi password in here. If you need that, I can share that. Longmont 155 with a capital L.
Capital L.
It's coming up for everybody.
Yes.
What's the name of the network?
PubINet?
PubNet, yes. And then you're probably gonna have to change the password. Because you changed it this week, right? Yeah, oh yeah. That was just yesterday? Like it was days ago. Oh my God. Okay, there's none.
Dawn, question? In the packet, it made it seem like Housing and Human Services had 3 available seats, but I only see 2 options on the
There's one, there are 2, sorry.
QR code.
4 seats.
Housing and Services?
Yeah. Councilmember Prieto, there are 4 seats. You'll see those. There's.
I didn't go down yet.
Okay, okay. Keep scrolling.
There are 2 regular terms, 1 shorter term, and then an open seat.
Okay, thank you.
It's not letting me change the. This one. This is copy.
I bet Harold wishes he was here. He's missing out.
Do you, Randy, did you forget the network?
I'm trying to reset it all.
Just gotta click forget the network.
I'm on there.
Yeah.
Longmont with it. What did you say, Longmont what?
Longmont 155.
I like that.
Then if you need to, you can use my phone
That's
too.
not confusing.
Yeah.
The 3 healthy ones?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
Oh, perfect,
confusing,
okay.
isn't it?
I wanted to sit back and be available as a resource for you guys if there were
Library
questions.
advisory.
I didn't treat it the same way I think.
Okay.
I think the AC stopped.
I know, all of a sudden
What's
it's
going
it's
on?
hot.
Yeah.
Anybody know any good dancers? Anybody dancing here?
Dancing?
Pop in, do you have your piano?
Yeah, I see the two guys down at the end with hot flashes. So yeah, okay, okay. I'm like the two guys on council, young guys are with the hot flashes. So unless you want to join that. Yeah.
Oh.
You are right. It's going to continue to
Get hot.
Okay. Okay.
How many times have you gone after midnight?
Enough. I'm gonna say it's nothing to be proud of.
Enough.
Okay. So, I think we have a couple of people left, like three?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, there you
So we
go.
have three, you can see the initials.
Okay.
Councilmember Christ, Mayor Pro Tem, and Councilmember Prieto.
Okay.
So they're still working, it looks like.
Okay.
Can I make my council comment now while we're waiting or no?
Oh, yeah. I know, I would love that multitasking. Yeah.
This was so much easier than last time.
Okay,
Right?
yeah.
I was like, this was like the scariest thing on the agenda tonight for me.
Oh, really? Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
Now it's not so scary.
No.
Now I feel.
Great, so we
Okay.
have seven votes submitted. Let's see how we did. So Art and Public Places, 3 regular member terms.
Okay.
Looks like Trissa Baxter, Eve Lacey, Jennifer Miller,
Okay.
I'm gonna go in and look here in a second. Housing and Human Services Advisory Board, the 2 unexpired terms. Looks like we have
Oh, interesting.
Janika, or Jenica, I don't know her name, as a clear
Yes.
winner. I want to look at the backside. Crystal, well, the 1 unexpired term looks like Kevin.
Uh-huh.
Housing and Human Services Advisory Board.
Yes.
I want to look at the backside to see the tally of the votes. It's showing a percentage. And then the one for 2026 is a do not fill, a clear do not fill, which is what we anticipated.
Okay.
Because you don't have enough people.
Yeah.
This is a trick question.
So then, oh, go ahead. Well, Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. Don, don't we still then have a vacancy on HHSAB? That, because there are 4 vacancies on HHSAB, and we took 1, Kevin was the overwhelming choice for the shorter term. And then we were split between, and Jenica was the leader for the other term, and then Brenton, who, just for the record, the committee was felt the strongest about of the folks. So I just am clarifying if we have an open vacancy there that we need to move by motion or not.
So the, just 1 second. Yeah, so hold on.
Yeah, before we move on.
Let me display a different screen.
Okay.
I don't know the answer to your question.
So-
Let me go back to a different screen because
Okay.
it will show us the tally, which is what I wanted to see.
There you go.
So we can see how many, but why won't we slide? There we go. All right. So on AIPP, you can see Trissa has 6 votes, Eve has 7, and Jennifer has 6. The percentages weren't secure enough in my mind, so those are clear appointees. Housing and Human Services Advisory Board, and I'll come back to your question in a moment. Housing and Human Services Advisory Board, for the 2 seats, you do have 2 clear winners, Kevin and Breton McNamara appointed.
No, actually, Jenica.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jenica.
Yes.
I overlooked her, sorry.
Is
Jenica.
the one clear winner.
Jenica is clear. You actually need to revote.
However, if you go down for the one for 2027, Kevin is the clear one for that.
Kevin is not. He only got 3.
Oh, never
And he would
mind.
need
Yes.
4.
Because
So
I
we're
was still
gonna
looking at
need
the
to-
percentage.
Right, so we will need to revote on,
I can do it by motion.
Yeah.
if you'd like to do it by
Let's
motion.
do it by
that'd be
motion.
fine.
Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor, and this is following the preference of the board. I would move that Breton McNamara be appointed to the other unexpired regular member term ending December 31st, 2028, and that Kevin Benitez be appointed to the 2027 term.
Okay, so the motion has been made to appoint Breton McNamara for the unexpired regular
2028.
term 2028, and Kevin Benitez to the unexpired regular term ending in 2027. And that was made by Councilmember Marcin, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, Councilmember Popkin, did you not have your hand? Oh, you did, sorry, I didn't catch that. Okay, so that carries unanimously.
And that leaves us with that 6-month vacancy open, December 31st, 2026.
And it's just open.
Yeah, it's just open. Does that answer your question, Councilmember Morris? Are we good then? Okay, we're in better shape now, great. Moving along so we move through housing. Library Advisory Board, we have 3 open seats. You have 3 with 4 or more votes. Mr. Dolman, I guess I shouldn't say Mr. Jeff Dolman, Carrie Dunphy, Charlene Kelsey are your 3 appointees to Library Advisory Board. To the regular terms, 2029,
Yes.
right.
Yes.
Then the unexpired, Brian Litwin is the appointee by a clear vote of 5.
Okay.
You're doing
that's
great.
done. Good.
You guys did great. Museum Advisory Board, we need 3 seats. You all clearly agreed. Kaylee Cordova unanimously, Haley Gould unanimously, Casey Scherer unanimously. You're making this very easy.
Great, thank you.
On to tab, we have one regular term ending in 2029. We have 1 clear winner there, Gina Burrows, vote of 6. And then your other seat is the unexpired term ending in 2027. Pretty closely aligned. Amy Wilkins will fill that seat.
Okay.
And Mayor and Council, we are done.
Awesome. Oh, my gosh, yay.
That was easy.
Yes,
Thank you very
that
much.
was easy. No, I appreciate. How was it for staff, this process? Just
voting?
the whole thing, since we've
since
changed it.
this round?
Yes.
I haven't actually talked to board staff liaisons and
Staff lia-
secretaries to get their feedback, and haven't heard any
from staff
directly.
Okay.
Which is maybe a good sign.
Maybe it's a good sign.
Maybe it's a good
Okay.
sign.
Yes.
From our office, our office was
yeah.
questioning how did it feel for you all, and how we gave you the materials back, and gave you a
liked it.
voting sheet. Was the organization of it done well? That kind of thing.
Okay.
I will
thank you. I
solicit-
just
I will
if you can ask, that would be amazing. So we are now at final call, public invited to be heard. Are there any members of the audience who would wish to speak? Come on down, and thank you for waiting for such a long meeting.
John Grunsfeld, 229 Airport Road is where I have my business, the Longmont Airport. And I think you really missed an opportunity tonight for a slam dunk. The airport is also a public safety issue. It serves us in times of wildfire, disaster, floods, and it's really critical to prevent the city of Longmont. I agree with the terrible things that this administration is putting into virtually every contract, grant, research grant, something that my business is involved in. But if you think that, resisting it will in any way insulate Longmont from what they have been doing to communities, you're incredibly naive. It's no insulation whatsoever. The taxiways are in terrible shape. It's to the point where it's now marginal for my aircraft to exist at Longmont. There are plants growing out of cracks, there are rocks. It's not just the area that the FAA has proposed to repair. The whole airport is in disrepair. So this is a public safety issue, and it's something that really needs to be addressed, and it will either be addressed with FAA grant funding or with city general funds. Where do those city general funds come from? Where do the FAA funds come from? Well, the FAA funds come from our taxpayer dollars whenever we travel. In a given year, I put $2,000 into the FAA Aviation Trust Fund, and I want that money to come back to Longmont. When somebody flies to Madison, Wisconsin on United Airlines, they are paying into that fund when somebody from Longmont flies there. I just picked that randomly. That money should come back to us, and it has historically. We pay into that fund so that it can come back and support our great city. If this was an issue with the condition of the roads, people would be outraged. This room would be full. People would be demanding that you fix the roads. And by the way, the roads are in pretty bad shape. And people do complain. In my aircraft, there's a little button, and it says fire test. And I push the button, and it tests the fire sensors in the engine compartment. There are various ways you can test those engine sensors. One is you push the test, and a master alarm goes off that says fire, and you know that the sensors are working. The other would be to light a fire in the engine compartment and see if the fire sensors are working and tell you that, yeah, there's a fire there. The council is thinking that lighting a fire will be the right thing to do by resisting, FAA and not taking their money. Well, there are millions of dollars at stake that we passed up on, and that money will have to come from Longmont taxpayers. And I'll follow up with a note to all of you.
Okay, great, thank you. Anyone else in the audience? Meg Thornbury, and then we have one person behind you, so. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll be short, but well, I'm already short, just kidding. I just wanted to say, when it comes to the whole public safety thing, I appreciate all of the work that Longmont does. It's frustrating to me that the public safety and the police and the fire departments have become conflated, because speaking to the ballot measure, if you said like, hey, we're going to do capital improvements for fire, everyone would be like, great. If you say public safety, people are like, wait. So just a little bit of that, and then just also in terms of like, as a social worker coming from the perspective of the up the river versus down the river approach. So if you don't know, it's the hypothetical tale of a town that keeps on rescuing all these people out of the river. And they get the best services, and they can do it in record time, and they're doing all those things, but nobody's asking why there are so many people in the river. And so the idea is you go back up the river and you say, oh my God, there's this horrible cliff that there's not a guardrail, and now all these people are falling off and going into the river. So with all of these approaches, I just want to make sure that the city of Longmont is taking the up the river approach. In the public safety standpoint, I believe that involves a whole lot of the additional responding roles, which I was disappointed to see in their chart that those were going to be very, very slowly and scatteredly implemented along with all of the officer positions. So in terms of that long-term thing, I would love to see more funding going towards those support roles so that hopefully there are fewer needs for full officer roles later. So, yeah, and again, thanks everybody. It's late.
Great, thank you.
Good morning. It's Dave Kopp, 229 Airport Road, number 13. I'm an officer with the Longmont Owners and Pilots Association. First thing I want to do is congratulate Sandy Cedar on her assistant city manager or acting city manager. Hope that leads to good things. I wanted to key off some of Sandy's points to make sure you got them. She pointed out that even airports or cities that don't take any grants for 20 years are still subject to all the FAA rules. Doesn't mean you're out, doesn't mean you can sell the airport just because you own it. You've got an awful lot of commitment there. The grants you've taken, you and all your predecessors have been extremely conservative on grants. In fact, you're just about the lowest you are the lowest of a city your size. I've got 25 years of data here. I just don't have the last 6 years. But Fort Collins has taken 25 million in those 25 years. Greeley's taken 35 million. Durango's taken 20 million. And you're on every page here. Fort Morgan's taken 11 million. And you're at 8 million in those 25 years. Now, it doesn't count the last 6 years. And even there's even smaller ones here. You got Pagosa Springs, 40 million. Meeker, 20 million. Every city here, and you're in the top 10% of the size. This is just the outstate, not the big metros. So John's right. You got an opportunity to get $1.5 million here for $75,000. A nickel will get you $1, and it doesn't get you any more commitments than you already got to the FAA. But it's going to be a lot better airport, and it's going to be a lot safer. I know a lot of you think I'm just an evil pilot, but we're not evil. Yesterday I spent a great time. I went up to a little church just north of Longmont here. I flew in with my helicopter, and 250 kids came down and asked me questions and got in a helicopter and got pictures taken. That's the kind of stuff we do. 2 more pilots are flying up there this week. They got a aviation theme going on up there, so they were excited about it, crawling all over that helicopter, asking me every question you can imagine. It's a magic carpet ride, and they loved the discussion on it. When we have these events at the airport, every aircraft's out there says, do not touch. I can't even touch them. So the point is, these kids got in it. They got to touch and feel it. This is a significant event for them. They had fun. That's what's going on. So when you get back to your discussion, I think on the 14th, approve it. It's the best thing for you. I'll leave this with Sandy if
Yeah,
you want
no,
to
I'd
take a
love
look at
to,
it.
to see that. Thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else? Scott, come on down.
Mayor, council member Scott Stewart, 229 Grant Street. Call me a cynic. Asked to see the end-of-life use report that Levi was referring to earlier. Asked for the maintenance schedule for the taxiway over the last 10 years. Part of your grant assurance, it's number 11, pavement preventive maintenance stuff. You're required to have a program for maintaining this stuff. As John said a little bit ago, it's not just this piece of taxiway that's got a problem with weeds growing up and what have you. Bottom line is, we're not managing this airport appropriately. Forget about the grant money. We haven't been doing it. We haven't been meeting our grant obligations. The airport has a problem. It has a revenue problem. It needs to find additional revenue sources. This is why landing fees were proposed. The airport community jumped up and down and said, you can't have more fees, you can't do this, you can't do that. You haven't given us an opportunity to come up with other sources. Has anybody heard of a different source of revenue since that time? No, it's been silent. The only source of revenue is grant funding, grant funding, grant funding. Look at the grants that we've taken. When you guys want to do repairs or maintenance to taxiways, we actually ask for grants for that. We ask the state for grants. We're not reserving for these assets, which we should be doing, reserve for it. This threat that the money for the airport is going to come from the general fund. Do we not have an airport fund? What's the amount of revenue in the airport fund? And then create a revenue stream to replenish that revenue, that airport fund. The airport is an enterprise fund. It's been set up to accommodate itself and run as a business on its own. Let's start running it that way. Golf was up here the other week. We were talking about budget stuff for the golf. Golf got, what, $3 million approved by taxpayers in order to do do the irrigation system. They realized that they didn't have enough money. What did they do? They adjusted their rates and charges, so they're going to self-fund to, what was it, $8 million they're going to have for their own stuff? They're operating it like they care, and they're not going back to taxpayers asking for more money. What's wrong with the airport that it can't charge rates, adjust things? When's the last time it adjusted the base rate for a land lease? If you really want to operate this airport, adjust the rates and start thinking about owning some hangars and having a revisionary clause at the end of their term.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, see none. Well, just one person per session. Send us an email or catch us. So now we're on to mayor and council comments. Do we have any comments from council? What? I'm already thirsty. I was like, I have nothing to say.
Very quick.
Yeah.
This was a long one. Thanks to staff for hanging in. Thanks for the public. Thanks for the media that's here. I'm kind of curious how long the recap's going to be for a meeting that's went this long. There was a couple items that sustainability brought up, but it's too late to go into that, so
Okay.
I'll bring that up during the next meeting.
And I think we are going to block at the last council meeting for comments where it's only focused on council updates.
And Mayor, that would have been tonight's meeting.
Oh, never mind. It would have
Except
been
that,
tonight,
you
yes.
know, I think we're had kind of thought we would start all these things in July.
July.
So
Okay.
that doesn't help necessarily because I think Councilmember Kalkofer actually has things from SAB.
Go ahead.
So,
No. I'll bring it up next meeting.
Are you sure? Okay. Because I don't know if it's timely.
Yeah, it is timely, and we're all tired, and
Okay.
we all have the CML tomorrow. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Councilmember Kalkofer, if you want to send them to me, I'll send them to the council so you can
Okay.
consider them prior to the next meeting.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, that would be great.
I'll do that.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for your thoughtfulness on that. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the discussion on multiple topics tonight. I just want to recognizing that the time is 12:43. I just want to acknowledge that, we went on a couple side quests tonight, and we should pick our battles. And I'm going to get some angry emails about the comments I made earlier on the FAA grants, and it would be an irresponsible decision for us to ultimately turn down that money. Let's pick our battles. Let's not go on too many side quests. Otherwise, we're going to pull from the general fund. We're going to make some mistakes, and that's going to put strains on other things that we ended up talking about tonight as well. So please, please, please don't think about each thing we vote on in a vacuum. Nothing happens in this city in a vacuum. Agree or disagree, thank you to everyone who's still here. Staff, public, y'all are champs. Hope you learned something. I know I did.
Okay. Great, thank you. Now on to city manager remarks.
I learned a lot.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Do you have a whole new appreciation for Harold?
Thanks for your patience.
No,
Absolutely.
thank you. Thank you for your patience. Oh, my God. Okay, city attorney remarks?
No comments, Mayor.
Okay, great. Thank you. You're my favorite person. Okay, we have a motion to adjourn. Okay, and that has been seconded many times. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, we are adjourned.